Testing. Are we live? Oh, there it is. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you're having a wonderful day. If you're watching this and it does not say live at the bottom of the screen, unfortunately, you're watching the recap. The good news is we are live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Drop your thumbs up on that video. Make sure you subscribe. You're on mobile. Press hot chat. X out the chat. Hit that thumbs up button. Second link for the nightly Watchlist and main channel. Ladies and gentlemen, I hope you're ready. Today's a big day. You got the Fed minutes, but right now the world is looking at bonds. So the 10-year going crazy. You had a lot of other international bonds. They started moving there. That is the big focus today. We're going to see how it plays out, but you got the Fed minutes at 2 p.m. Eastern. You got a couple of Russian updates, but nothing's... excuse me. Nothing is as important as literally the bonds right now. So people are going crazy. They're all waking up to the reality of what Brainerd said yesterday. We're down a little bit. European stocks are not doing good. So we're going to see how it plays out. But by 11 a.m. today, Pacific time, we should get a bigger move. So you got natural gas going crazy, Europe down, bonds going crazy. A lot of people are looking at tech. I hope you are ready, baby. So good morning. Are you ready, Chad? Are you ready for another day? Another 7 hours. Are you ready for the Fed? The biggest and most active tightening in bonds ever. The biggest tightening history ever. Oh, man. That's why it's so important. But good morning. Good morning, Carissa. How you living? What's up, Dean? How you living? Good morning. Good morning, Complex. Hey, man. What's up, Nehemiah? What's up, Zuraj? We got Boomer in the house. I got Boomer in the house. We got Lori in the house. What's up, Jay? Samuel's in the house. Good morning. Yeah, okay. I feel it. It's okay. You have a little bit. We can have fun for a little bit. And then that's it. 11 a.m. Everyone's going to be like, what's happening? They're going to be like, what's going on? Do you think they're going to surprise or not? Do you think the minutes are going to be hawkish or dovish? Everybody's getting ready for it now. What do you think, Chad? Before we start, good morning and God bless you if you made it here. Tell me, what do you think? Hawkish or dovish today? Hawkish or dovish? Let's see it, Chad. The early morning squad. You know what I'm saying? We could weigh it out a little bit better. Hawkish, extreme hawk, dovish, hawk, surprise hawk. Grrr! Dove, GM, hawkish. Good morning, baby. Good morning. Hawks rule, hawkish, eagle, hawk. Wait, what you just say? Dovish. Minute's going to be hawkish AF. All right. Okay, dovish still oversold. Oh, man. Feeling hawkish. Woo! Yeah, the minutes is just how they came to their last decision. So last Fed meeting was about a month ago, and we're going to find out really it's like the conference call of how they came to the decision. So they're going to go over, and that's why it's like if we find out that they discussed the balance sheet reduction and double rate hikes a little bit more than we expected, that would be AKA hawkish. But it's not as if there's anything new. It's not a live meeting, but why that's so important, because the minutes as of late over the last quarter, they have been used to signal what's going to happen for the next meeting, essentially. It's them showing you their work, exactly. But that's why now, if we see the work and what, their conclusion, then a lot of people are going to assume, okay, come the next Fed meeting, this is probably going to happen. So we will see what happens. I hope you're ready, man. I hope you enjoy it. We already got a lot of movement. So let's just have some fun, baby. Let's just have some fun, okay? Can we do that? Can we have some fun? I hope you're ready. Good morning. Happy Wednesday. What do we got? Fed will unveil details of how it'll shrink its balance sheet in minutes of its March meeting at 2 p.m. A speedier pace of reduction than between 2017 and 2019 is in the cards. Lael Brainerd suggested quantitative tightening will start in May. Economists said caps at runoff may be $100 billion a month. The Fed may also allow runoff of T-bills right away, not counting towards caps. The global bond market rout accelerated on concerns that the Fed unwind may drain liquidity from the system and trigger higher borrowing costs and spikes in volatility. The history of the Fed is that they tend to tighten till something breaks, said Vanguard's Christopher Alwine. Bloomberg Global Aggregate Index fell below a measure of par value for the first time since '08. Again, if you guys don't understand it right now, there was a lot of bond movements, but like literally TLT is at a loan. Mortgage rates jumped the most that they have over the last 48 hours in a long time, and you're back to 2018 levels with some of the long-term rates. So that's why it's so important right now, and it's an interesting start to the Fed minutes and people getting ahead of it. Treasuries, they extended their slump, pushing the 10-year above 2.6. Money market traders are betting on the steepest Fed tightening in almost 3 decades. A gauge of the dollar's strength rose to a 3-week peak. U.S. futures tumble with European stocks. Oil rose. Bitcoin fell for a third day. NATO foreign ministers are meeting with a new round of sanctions on the table, and the EU is mulling placing restrictions on Oleg Deripaska, among others. Russia hasn't yet abandoned plans to subdue and occupy all the Ukrainian people. President Zelensky said, that's what he said. Janet Yellen will warn of enormous economic repercussions when she testifies on Congress today. Russia said foreign banks rejected coupon payments on some of its euro bonds. Corporate Boeing French regulators launched an investigation into the cause of Air France control incident that let pilots of a 777 to abort a landing in Paris yesterday. Amazon, Microsoft, and Google were hired by Boeing to help with a digital makeover aimed at giving their airplane designers and softwares more tools. A 4th dose of Pfizer's vaccine improves protection against infection and severe illness, an Israeli study showed. Carlyle raised $4.6 billion for the Second Credit Opportunity Fund. Lazard said 2 top execs, asset manager chief Ashish Bhutani and President Alex Stern, will step down this year. Crispy Odin's high conviction short bet on government bonds is paying off. His flagship hedge fund soared about 15% in March, lifting the return to 53%. According to an investor update, the bounce back is helping Odie recover from 5 annual declines in 6 years. Twitter's testing an edit, IED or edit button. Company said work for the function, its most requested feature by users, started last year before Elon Musk poll on the issue. Speaking of Musk refilled the disclosure of his stake to show he's an active investor after taking a seat on the board. Twitter fell in early trading. Big oil execs are testifying before Congress on record gasoline prices, will stress the need for more important and higher output. Prepared remarks show. They also highlight the complexities of making and selling fuel and emphasize market fundamentals as the main driver of pump prices as they field questions today on price gouging and trading practices. MAGA McCormick, ex-Bridgewater CEO David McCormick has the resume, military and business background, a doctorate, and wealth to guide the GOP into a post-Trump era, but our big take shows how he's transformed himself into a Trump-touting, China-bashing MAGA acolyte in Pennsylvania race. Pandemic seems to have incubated entrepreneurs. The number of business locations in almost 3/4 of the U.S. countries in 2 years through September 21, Economic Innovation Group says. Fastest growth was in the Southwest and inland Western regions. New York City, Baltimore, and Detroit had net declines. Worst performers of all at the county level was Manhattan. Professional and technical services were among the top areas for expansion. So I guess pandemics create entrepreneurs. Aren't these headlines great? They're always great, baby. Always great. 9:30, you get Fed Harker. 10 a.m., Janet Yellen before the House panel. 10:30, EIA U.S. oil inventories. 10:30 a.m., oil execs testify for House panel on gasoline prices. 119-day CMB auction. 2 p.m. for the Fed minutes. And then Bitcoin 2022 conference begins in Miami. Oh, no? Okay, we're not as hyped at this year? Okay. That's why I just thought because it was big. I get it. The prices, I know. I feel okay. No. We'll just keep going for the news. Okay, U.S. stocks, they could still rise after yield curve inversion, according to Citi. Equities and bonds typically gain within a 1-year horizon after the 2 and 10 inverts. U.S. high yield struggles in the first 6 to 9 months and commodities go sideways. Eventually, equities drop in a year 3, though they still outperform most peers. Ivanka Trump was questioned for 8 hours yesterday on the Capitol riot probe. Peru unrest continues. Demonstrators clashed with police in Lima and raided judiciary headquarters after President Pedro Castillo lifted a lockdown that had been imposed to curb violent protests. And inflation, Colombian inflation accelerated to 8.5 in March, fastest pace in 6 years. China warned of new downward pressure on its economy and vowed to use monetary policy at the appropriate time while also considering other measures to provide support, according to a readout from the meeting of the State Council by Premier Li Keqiang. China's tax and services PMI fell to 42 in March, well below estimates for 49.7. Hong Kong's former number 2 official will run for the office of chief executive and will probably have the backing of China. Former police official oversaw a clampdown on pro-democracy opposition. Sri Lanka's president won't resign, according to his party's chief whip. Gotabaya Rajapaksa is struggling to assemble a team to seek an IMF bailout after his finance minister quit. Australia's government borrowings are expected to swell to 8% to 1.15 trillion this year, the fastest expansion of any major developed market outside the U.S. Zinc is primed to rally past 5,000 a ton in the weeks to come as the metal faces a scarcity problem. Bloomberg Markets Live said overall holdings in LME track sheds sank 30% in the first quarter. Orders to remove the metal, known as canceled warrants, jumped 21% today, the highest since 17. Elsewhere, Asian holdings are dropping fast too. WTI traded near 103 as traders assess the talk of fresh sanctions against Russia. Except for the China COVID outbreak, everything else looks bullish for crude. Investec said gasoline futures climbed ahead of the congressional hearing. Base metals were mixed while precious metals reversed earlier gains. Wheat, soybeans, and corn declined. JetBlue offered to buy Spirit for $3.6, potentially spoiling Frontier's bid. CEO Robin Hayes said JetBlue is confident about overcoming antitrust issues and suggested a deal may even help in legal challenges over their alliance with American. Didi is said to be in talks with Haima Automobile about an EV partnership. Second biggest IPO of the year was completed by Dubai's main power and water company. Carl Icahn's proposal for Southwest Gas special meeting was blocked by Delaware Court. It won't be considered by stockholders until the May 12th annual meeting. Dave & Buster's will buy Main Event in a deal that values the business at $835 billion. Pfizer slated to get $5 billion, as much as half of the planned pandemic funding bill for COVID pills for the U.S. government already ordered. Wells Fargo and B of A are in favored for expanding Zelle, the Wall Street Journal reported. Another co-owner, J.P. Morgan, isn't sure about the best time for the money transfer service to expand. Rivian produced 2,500 vehicles in the first quarter as it contended with snarled supply chains and pandemic challenges. Company also reaffirmed its guidance to build 25,000 EVs this year. BlackRock and other investors in China's junk property lowered their exposure for the first time in months. SEC ruled against Amazon on its dispute with investors over tax transparency. Earnings today, Tilray net revenue missed. RPM International adjusted EPS. Good food sales also beat. Still to come, Levi's. IBM accused of suit duping investors in cloud computing shift. So many headlines. HL Zinc play. Can we play Zinc? Is there a future on there? Or is that just a ticker? Can we play Zinc futures? I'm assuming that's a... I was looking at that. I was thinking about that too, man. IKEA invests $373 million in solar parks in Germany and Spain. Air France landing scarce prompts French probe on 777 flight. Change United Health deal spread narrows as offer extended. JPM lets holders of Russian depository receipts cancel. JPM sees moderately positive European equity returns. U.S. banks using Zelle want to expand. IBM accused of suit duping. And then Travelers raised to 215 from 200 at MKM. This isn't a joke. Getting a phony pay stub or doctored tax return is just a click away. A website called Bank Novelties claims it can provide fake bank statements, pay stub, and utility bills, and even a fake 1040. You could get them for $50. This is as the U.S. pursues billions in fraud to tie to COVID, where a common thread is engaged. The thieves use bogus documents. I don't know. They just wanted, that was the first thing. Apparently, you could get fake bank documents, and Bloomberg's like, yo, man, have you heard about this? Y'all said just, that's crazy what they doing. One glass ceiling isn't shattering yet. London's investment banks are struggling to shrink the gender pay gap, with women making up just 15% of the top quarter of earners. That's worse than the broader industry. Morgan Stanley had the lowest ratio of women and highest pay salary. Boosting ridership in what NYC's new subway and bus chief wants, but it won't be easy as residents continue to work from home, at least as part of the week. Tropical trouble. The war in Ukraine is looming large over this year's G20 in Bali, with officials frantic over the case that Vladimir Putin turns up. The range of scenarios includes some leaders staying away, sending lower-level delegations, or only dialing in. People familiar said Putin attended the 2014 summit in Australia, but was largely shunned by other leaders. Russians, tourists' favorite hotspots from Thailand to the Maldives to Cuba are facing a double whammy. Resorts, hotels, and bars were already suffering a dearth of Chinese tourists due to the pandemic. Now, invasion of Ukraine has destroyed any hopes of a near-term recovery as Russians cancel overseas trips and their credit cards are rendered useless by sanctions. And then on this day in history, the New York slave revolt of 1712 took place, uprising by 23 Africans who killed 9 white people and injured another 6. More than 70 black people were arrested and jailed, with 27 tried, 21 convicted and executed for a decade. The rights of the African community in the city had been eroded in 1711. City's first slave market was established near Wall Street after the revolt. City passed more restrictive laws governing black and Indian slaves. What kind of shit is that, Bloomberg? It's Fed Minutes Day. That's your fun fact? First you tell me they're like, oh, on this day in history, Pocahontas died. Now you going to tell me some slave shit? And you're going to kill the vibe right there by 6:30, bro? Kill the vibe. It's very depressing. Very depressing. In New York, man. New York. New York. I know. History. Well, it's Revolt Day, I guess, if that means anything. But we'll see. We got a couple of movers. Again, I don't want you to miss out on what's important today. It's the bonds. So, yes, we have our catalyst at 11:30. That's what we need to look out for, but just don't forget about this right here. The bonds are hitting a very, very new low. Again, 2018 low. Call it whatever you want, but New Zealand, Australia, and even U.S. bonds, people are a little worried on that today. So, we'll see how it plays out. We got a couple of top movers. Where are they? Array Technology rallies 15%. Company reported stronger than outlook. Canoe, K-A-N-O, falls 7%. They got cut to underweight. GoGo climbs 10%. It's added to the S&P Small Cap 600 Index. A lot of the China stocks or Vegas/China gambling gaming stocks, they dropped after more COVID cases in China. Rivian rose 2% after production numbers. Synchrony's downgraded, only down 0.3. Tilray rises 3.1. Earnings missed, but they are on target to reach $4 billion in revenue by the end of 2024. And then Twitter said it started in the edit, and they're down 2.8%. So there is that. As far as the plays that I'm going to look at, Russian credit issuance shows 99% chance of default in a year. I got a couple of plays I'm going to be watching. EWG from yesterday, I really like it. And again, Europe is already down about 2% now. So we'll see how that plays out by the end of the day. ARLP, coal plays, those are still up. We're still watching how that plays. That is still taking another step. Again, if you didn't watch the video yesterday, that is probably the most important part. I want you guys to pay attention to as we take one step closer to the energy situation. Every step forward is kind of another event. But that's why we're watching those. Coal was yesterday. Boeing, they got some news there, but also we have that old play. If they start hitting a new low, they will be the lowest they've been in a couple weeks, so I like them. Wells Fargo for the banks. Again, bonds are moving a lot. We're going to watch how the banks already react because there's a little bit of a bond shock right now, so that could explain what we've talked about all week, but watch them. Save, again, with the airline thing, Walmart and Hershey's as any of the value plays if they do good, and then EXC and ConocoPhillips for energy. ConocoPhillips is up right now, but I may want to average down on one of those plays, and then we will see what happens next, baby. Amen, amen. What percent do I think the EWGs will be up at open? I have no idea. I think they'll be up enough. You know what I'm saying? That's like asking me, like, when my girlfriend, she like, how much do you love me? How much do you love me? How much? It's like, I don't know. I said enough. I love you enough. More than enough. It'll open up more than enough. It'll open up more than enough. But it's just like, you got the assist. So just take it home and make sure you score the bucket off of it. Again, the UNG, that one's going to be good. You know what I'm saying? So do what you need to do. Do what you need to do. Do what you need to do, baby. But ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, I hope you know we live in the best country in the world, and we are surrounded by opportunities day in and day out. You could change your life today, and all they could do is tax you. It's amazing. It's amazing. So here at the Cult, before we do anything, before we try to chase a dollar, before we try to enrich ourselves, we must pay homage to the people who have sacrificed more than most of us ever have and ever will, and that is the veterans of the United States of America, baby. So on behalf of the Cult, the people here, the people not here, we just want to give a huge and special shout out all the active servicemen, past servicemen, any of the veterans, and anybody who has served this country, baby. God bless you and thank you for doing what you have done. And shout out to the police officers, the firefighters, the doctors, the nurses, the teachers, all the public service out there, even the truckers, baby. We love you and God bless you. And thank you for doing what you have done. Ladies and gentlemen, please rise. Place your right hand over your heart. Say it with me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all, baby. Son of a shots! Oh, it's game time, baby. Oh, nah. Happy Fed Minutes Day, baby. Happy Fed Minutes. Oh, we're here. Oh, we're here. Happy Fed Minutes. Global bond route. Oh, man, what's going to happen? What's going to happen? It's going to be a good one. It's going to be a good one. You know, it's going to be a good one. So let's have some fun. Post the plays if you like them. Again, today is going to be a no political environment. Mods, get your tasers out. If it's political on any side, feel free to time it out. I encourage you all to just keep it focused on the stocks. And honestly, we won't have a disappointment with that. Because again, today's going to be very, very active. Okay, do you understand? Today is going to be very, very active. Okay, can we make Putin jokes? Nah, no Putin, no nothing. Just keep it stocks. If it is political, make sure it has a play associated with it, and then that's it. We ready to go. We ready to go. We ready to go. Amen. But let's have fun. Again, 11 is when everything happens. Watch the bonds in the meantime, and we'll see what happens from there, baby. We'll see what happens from there. So again, we know what we're watching. Again, everything across the world's pretty clapped. Fed futures, a little bit worse, but I'm sure by the end of the day we're going to see. But bonds moving how they are today is probably the biggest factor. So don't forget about that one. We got 1 minute, 30 seconds. 30 seconds, not a minute. So drop your thumbs up on the video chat. I hope you're locked in. And let's go. Let's have some fun. Calm before the storm. Well, yes and no. I mean, the bonds are already going crazy. Again, this is a back-to-back day we're opening up with bonds moving 1.58. Literally, mortgage rates in the last day or so have just gone absolutely insane. So we'll see. Banks are already on the low. That's going to be something to watch here. Because, again, I wanted some of the bank calls, but you're getting that bond shock. Round one. Fight. UNG up 3. Let me check wheat and all that. Corn is moving all over the place. Wheat just had a big pop. Where's my SPY? Fight. Again, post any tickers if you got them. T is suspended. That could be because of the, what's it called? The thingy-mabobber. UNG up 3.61. IWM getting clapped. Uber down 3. Yeah, travel stocks got hit. Even the casino stocks there, even with China, they're already down 2%. The premiums haven't gone too crazy in the morning. Even those UNGs, they're up like another 20% on the day. And then SPY, how's everything looking? You're down 1.2 on the NASDAQ, 0.7 and 0.8 on the SPY and Dow. You're actually down quite a bit. Again, watch travel stocks too. If those keep going down, that one will not be good, my friend. Striker, XL, Roblox 2, Oxy, nice green. Check the premiums on that one. Again, watch ConocoPhillips too. I just want to see if they end up selling off like they did yesterday. That's the only worry about the oil companies. AR up 2, SYK short report out. Micron, AMD on the high. Why do we gap down? Because of bonds. So they were digesting a lot of what Brainerd said yesterday. And the big thing here is bonds. I mean, bonds gap down 1.5, and then all across Europe, bonds were not good. And then Europe and the energy situation kind of weighed there on their stocks. Yeah, EWG down. UPS a candle. Let's see. The out of the money EWGs didn't move. The other ones, they did. But it's actually not moving too crazy. That one, I'd give it some time. Like in the sense that it's kind of early morning. You're not watching the crazy gap up, but I'm sure by the end of the day. But they're definitely leading. Again, tech is down 1.4. UNG's coming back up. Bonds are chilling out, which is good, but we'll see how the market takes it. UNG on the high. Conoco, they're down. Yeah, see? So if that keeps going down, I may want to average down on that one. I'm looking here right now, though. I'm looking at some of the travel plays because travel's a little interesting today. I don't know if it's just FedEx. Oh, no, UPS just went crazy on that. Very expensive, man. Yesterday was XLF put day. It was for a little bit. Again, anything before. Again, we had the Brainerd leading in yesterday. Brainerd was the warning. And, we talked about that being the signal. And then everybody woke up today where they were like, yeah, Brainerd, that was the warning. Oh, man. And everyone's like, okay, now we got this and that. So it was an interesting effect, to say the least. Apple Green, ConocoPhillips. Apple is still, no, Apple's down 1.2. Neo getting wrecked. I don't know how I feel about this one. Airbnb 166. Yeah, Longeveron, they did an offering. Facebook finna dump. Excuse me. Oh, thank you for the blessings, my friend. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Average down on the JP Morgan. I would wait till after their earnings next week. So keep that in mind. JP Morgan, they're going to kick off the bank plays next week. Shouldn't they be performing well on the banks? This is what I was talking about yesterday. If we had a problem with the bonds, which we're expecting after this meeting, there's going to be that little shock in between. So that's pretty much what I think is happening now. We need to wait for the full effect, but don't trade it. Not a recommendation. We talked about this play yesterday. I grabbed this small one. It was very hard to play. I grabbed a UPS. I grabbed a put for June. Spent less than $100 on it. Again, it has a little bit of premium. I want another travel player. I want some exposure to it, but it's still, again, I would say this is later stage after the last couple of days. Are the minutes priced in? Not really. I mean, given the bond market move and like what we've seen overseas today, it doesn't seem like it's priced in. But that's what we're going to find out here very, very shortly. ARLP flipped. Amazon's on the low. Unity's on the low. Roblo, BNB. Happy birthday. It's not my birthday, but thank you. I love you. What do we think caused it? It's Australia and New Zealand. That's part of it, plus what Lael said yesterday. So a lot of people kind of digested the comments, and it was like kind of a wake-up call that, oh, shit, maybe the Fed is about to start doing stuff. Because, again, Lael is usually a dove. So that's the first part. And then this morning, you just saw global bonds just all sell off. The global bond market today, all sold off unanimously. And the biggest moves, New Zealand and Australia this morning, that scared some people up there. Remember, we've talked about New Zealand and some of their stuff related to us, but overall, if you really want to keep it simple, is that today, you saw all the global bonds just sell off, and it's, they're calling it a global bond rout, especially as we hit the levels. The Tesla, it's actually coming back up. I'm down on it? I'm down $60 on it now. So you're still down like 30 or 40% instead of the 90% it was the other day. Check your BA puts. I think they came back to life a little bit, but again, it's stupid because the stock's lower, but the timing, yeah. The BA puts are back down. They're down 10% now, or 14% bid and ask. I do like Redfin at these levels. Big Redfin guy. Big Redfin guy. Then UNG, they were up a lot more earlier. So is corn. I need corn to go crazy. Technicals like support levels matter for TLT. Yes and no. I mean, when it comes to TLT, it's what the 10-year bond is really at. So, like, the actual bond yields are very psychological. It's like once you get above 1.75, all of that, that's when things start to react. Again, does anybody remember what I told you? Does anybody remember? Does anybody remember saying this 2 weeks ago? This is going to be the important chart. Because we said once you get to 275, that's it. Remember I said that? I think if we get to 275, that is where we start to see the bond market freak out and the market start to catch up with it. So that's like a technical level, but you have to know what the underlying represents more or less. No, so you don't watch the watch list. How dare you? How dare you? What do you think? Rip up after the Fed? It depends what is said. If it's, if it's a lot lightweight, if it's more dovish than we expected, it'll be great. If not, it could be volatile. But then some people were talking this morning, they're a little bit, they're worried because they feel like even if the Fed is bullish or dovish, it's going to be interpreted as being, very, very far behind the curve. Bonds are coming down. Again, they're inversing the SPY right now, but last thing we want to see is more drops in bonds, and then the stock follows again. But both of them are down 1% right now. Tech is down 1.7. Goldman, where's that Goldman put? Goldman put is up 60%. I feel like that should be more. It's a wide spread. The EXCs are actually still up. Oh, the Babas went up. Little scammers. EXC's still holding, bro. I don't know how he does this on some of these days. XOM's coming up. Conoco, Oxy. UPS just went straight up. VGK break even. Let's see, where's EWG? It's a nice 2%, but the contracts didn't move. The further out the monies didn't move. The closer to the monies ones did, but I think the further out the monies, that's what we said. That's going to be the risk with any of those, but I also think they just made the move yesterday. Let's see. Save, EXC, UNG. Yeah, Save is coming back up. Again, they had the buyout stuff. Altria gassing. Snap puts on mark below 35.77. SPY's coming down again. Oh, shit. I didn't even realize. We gapped down below 4. That could explain the gap down. Again, remember 448. We are back to the danger zone, relatively speaking. I mean, the low of the day is going to be 444. That's the low of the last, 2 weeks. And then that gets us to the first, pop and drop. So, very, very interesting. But watch out for these levels. They're definitely not good. Save going through the top there. EA is on the high. UNG is on the high. Nucor is up. Let's see. Chip makers are down. Tesla. That Tesla put is coming back to life, weirdly enough. And the Goldmans went up to NU Steel plays. X going. Yeah, volume. UNG's nice. Very nice. It wasn't up as much, but that's why I think by the end of the day, I think a lot of premiums will start to settle in, even if it doesn't move too much. Yeah, the VGKs are back up. I'm starting to go back up on it. The bid and ask spread. I think if you get a little bit more of a move, you'll be good. The old EWGs, not the ones from yesterday, those are coming back up. They're right there at break even on the ask, and then the ones from yesterday are still up 60%, but haven't moved today. Longeveron on the high. PPC green, Roblox. The date on the UNGs, I'm not too sure. I think till June, I want to say. I feel like we got a lot of time. Yeah, the UNGs we have till June. They're up 90% since we got them 2 days ago. Powell is going to be at 2 p.m. Eastern, 11 a.m. Pacific time. The Street Dash could buy Lyft. Lyft is kind of popping off that. LMT is up. Take a look at that. That's an interesting piece of news. I'm not seeing it on the wire there, but it looks like you got some little reaction. Lyft buyout chatter. No Q&A. Yeah, just the minutes. That's it. Yeah, Lyft is moving off of that news. So be careful. Yellen is also speaking today at like 10, yeah. So we have to deal with that. What are we doing with EWG? You got to do whatever you want. That's the key. It's like I was thinking about that the other day. I was like, wow, it's wild how the stock market works. Because like, if you ever been to the casino, it's like if you make a bet at the casino and then you win, the dealer just gives you money. You know what I'm saying? He forces you to take profits in a weird way. The thing about the stock market, you could put your chips down and you could hit a win, but you have to kind of pay yourself. You see what I'm saying? So it's up to you now at this point, where it's like that's the problem with the dealers, is that right now you are your own dealer. So if you go look at the EWG plays, go look at the UNG plays. If you got any of those and they hit, it's up to you if you're saying, okay, I want the chips, give it to me now, or if you wanna keep pushing it. Again, I could pass the ball, but you gotta decide how you're gonna score it. So like we've been talking about with this volatility, just let your account really be the judge of all of it. CS is down 25. I mean, the market itself, we're down 2% on the NASDAQ. Again, if you take a look at it right now, it's just that, I mean, people are reacting to the whole bond market here today, and it's just not pretty. I mean, all we're doing is just constantly just going down on everything. UNH is booming. So that's why until we get the, what's it called, we'll find out. Until we get the young, how you say? Young Fed minutes. Very good guy. I wanted to see the value plays. Negative baited, allergy whooping my ass. Take a Claritin, you'll be good. Tilray's on the high. X, AMC, MOS, Abivi, a couple of things running right now. Regen. All right. All right. Oh, they scam me. Okay. Surprising news for you. At least it's up a little bit. So we'll find out that the apes are going to go all puts on AMC. Sounds like heresy. Got scammed on Lyft. Is it there? LMT still up. SPY's coming down. I have good news, bad news. I don't know if you want it right now. But I sold. Don't do this. It's not a recommendation. I sold my 500 remaining shares of Longeveron. Me and Longeveron James, we're over. End of an era. They added 50 million more shares. So it just literally they did a shelf offering of 50 million, and it's already worth 50 million. Again, the first offering was 17 million, and it wasn't too crazy, but it's there. So we got extra profit, $5,000, $6,000. I think the total trade on that one was like 35, 40,000. So Longeveron, thank you. It was good. At least it's up though after the offering too much, or it's not down too bad. Because Lakers got eliminated. I mean, it makes sense. Makes a lot of sense. Longeveron James, the Lakers. I got scammed on my fill. Wheat is coming back up. That's about to go positive. Corn is up there too. They're ready for the emails about your faith. I know it happens. It happens. Apple's still coming down. UNG's still ripping. EWG not moving too much. I forgot we had those May AMD puts. Those came back up to 12%. I wasn't going to look at the UNGs. Fed Harker, I don't see high inflation going away quickly. Brent is up, but it's not up as much as you would think. So the UNG's up 100% now. What's the game plan with EWG? This guy don't want to make a decision. Now you got to decide what you want to do with it, man. So you could either make him free, you write him out, decide where you want to go with it. But let your heart define you, Chico. The corazon is what brought us home. So don't trade this. Not a recommendation. You will lose money. I sold out half of the UNG plays. So we hit UNG. Literally, that's how we started off the week. They're up 100%. I sold out half of them, got almost $1,000 back, and now I have a free $1,000 of natural gas calls for June. So that was a nice play right there. We just, again, in the last 48 hours too, but you could do whatever you want with them. Take your profits, don't take your profits. Again, you got the bounce pass. Do what you need to do with it, baby. You know what I'm saying? Do what you need to do with it. And then Longeveron just ripped. EWG break even. T. Yellen is live right now. TLT, yeah, that's going to be like in front of Congress too. So it might be a little boring. Just a heads up. How much or little bills bonds she's issued of the year will determine how much she could balance. Is that what she's going to be talking about, though? And then the LMTs from earlier this week, those are back up 36%. Fed Harker live. Pay the plug. Great play, baby. Godspeed. Amen. Oh, nah. Amen. Amen. Shout out to Chad. I wish we got it earlier in a weird way because I knew I wrote that play off, but I'm definitely excited with it. You can't, I mean, in this marketplace, to get a big, we went big on that one, get $1,000 of free plays right now. It's just nice. So we'll ride it out, baby. We will ride it out. Sudim D1 lost 16 on private and public wagers. TLT pumping uncertainty, and it's kind of inversing. But I mean, the bonds are down big, so we just got to see if any of that activity holds up. EXC's getting ready to launch here again. The in the monies are doing great. Oh shit! What if these start hitting 30, man? I didn't think about that. If this gets a $20 bid and then these start going up, that'll be nice. I think they're going to need to add more contracts, though. But EXC is definitely waking up. The Teslas are only down 30% now. Tesla, Bank of America raised the price target 1,300 from 1,100. Yeah, the Micron puts came back. They're back up. They're positive. The Micron puts, again, that's a crazy play considering from earnings, and then we have a little bit of time on it, but that is actually coming back up there. The Tesla was that put I got at the beginning of the week, and then I got clapped on it after they ran up, and then it's literally just coming right back. EXC is doing really good. Abivi's rise when the market dropped. As of late, it's been one of those. Value plays. It's been one where people sell off growth. I mean, a lot of people keep asking. They're like, "Yo, if people are selling bonds and this and that, where's the money going?" I mean, Airbnb, Abivi is one of those locations, but it's just been like that as a stable play. Facebook's down 3. Average out on PPC. No, let it ride. Again, that one, I think it was small enough. $100 on there, but with May, I think that one's going to be a play we'll wake up to. I don't think we need to chase it. That's like, I like the EWG. I would get average down on that one. We could play it along with the moves, but I think with the food situation, just let it slowly play out and we'll get what we need. JP Morgan, big red. Again, bonds are shooting up. So it's their banks are just getting mangled right now by the bond moves. Airbnb play, that one's down from earlier this week. I still like it. That's getting earnings in mind. But that one was the June calls. They're down 30%. They haven't really dropped more than from the second day or so. Or no, is it the 210? Yeah, they're down 40% actually. Big candles on Tesla. Walmart strong. A lot of things is getting candles right now. Even NVIDIA. SPY's going down below 446. Or is that 445? No, we're at 445. You already broke 446. Again, 444 is like this super low level right here, I believe, or coming into this. This was that little drop, and we held 444 and bounced last time. But, I mean, 444 would be our next target price. And then you have a big catalyst today, so we'll see. LMT, UVXY, huge spike. EXE looks really, really good right now. Again, it's moving on one of those days, and now a lot of the contracts are going to start just disappearing here. Again, it's going to start going $5 at a time, so we'll see. I'm in the Micron puts. Yeah, that one was the earnings play. And they got clapped, and then now they're magically up 30%. And then Hershey's is going up. Remember that play from this week. You got a gain on that one too. You think this FOMC, it won't? This one's not FOMC. This is just going to be the minutes, but I do think this is going to be important. Yeah, TLT is moving big on the upside, but it's closing the gap. I mean, bonds are still down 1%. Remember, bonds are almost down 2%. Now it looks like inverse to the market, but they're both down 1% right now. So again, and then even with what it's doing with bank stocks, like all of this is just getting mangled right now. Yeah, Micron, those plays are up 30%. Again, we only have one, but keep that in mind. Lose. Yeah, the Babas came back up. Remember, it's just been so weird because some of these plays, we've watched so many moves and to watch some of these come right back to life. Pretty wild. U.S. has warned India against alignment with Russia, D.C. says. So now we like, yo, India, you better pick sides, bro. We sick of this. The U.S. they're hitting it. Woo! That shit was funny yesterday. The White House paying close attention to jet fuel issues. So clearly the White House wants the pre-workout back too. I said we're working on it. Y'all need to chill. Okay, y'all need to chill, bro. Y'all need to chill. EXC rocketing. EXC is good on a day like today. Again, there's only a few even energy names that are breaking out, but for them, again, every week we're getting closer to their earnings, but now they're just hitting a breakout point. I think this is all-time highs for them. No, almost. You're hitting the low end of it. But last time they rocketed up like this, 07, 08, it was it got nutty. It got nutty. I think the butterflies will wake up. I mean, if today goes down 3%, yeah, they will. But we'll see. Uber puts print in. The Fed is going to be 11 a.m. Pacific time. Biden administration pauses payments on student loans. Again, that's news coming in right now. I'm not saying that to facilitate a political discussion. I'm just dropping the news. So again, please keep the political comments to a minimum. Call out any plays if you see it. Oil is up, but not too much. And that's what makes it. A lot of the commodities are rocking, but oil, no, oil's negative right now. At least Brent is. They were like right there in the middle. I think markets are finally realizing Fed isn't bluffing. That's what everyone was saying this morning. Globally, the global bond market sold off, and now that everyone's reacting, people are starting to say, well, shit, maybe the Fed isn't bluffing about 9 rate hikes, 2 double hikes, and then tightening up next month, and then starting the largest ever monetary policy tightening the world has ever seen. So it just took, again, that's the bond divergence. So we'll see if this ends up closing up here. Well, we have a little bit of time. EWG, another leg. They're not moving, though. The out of the monies are not moving on the EWGs. The ones with time and the other ones, those are there right now. So the first set of EWGs now, they went up 5 cents on the ask. And then the other ones from yesterday, they're just holding the gains of 60%. What is that? Walmart? I thought that was Lockheed. Walmart's killing it, though. So is Hershey's. Again, some of the value plays are just doing very good. The Tesla plays are only down 18% now. So, fun fact. And then the EXCs are up 132, and the other ones are just killing it. Or yeah, the LMTs are up good. You could, and again, if you got both of them, you could sell one of them, take 40-50% on it, and then ride the other one out. So the May one, oh no, the May one's up 60% now. So remember, that was the one we grabbed 2 days ago. And then if you were holding the original one that has more time, you saw that one fluctuate. But pretty much, you could sell out the second one, and it could pay for a good amount of the first one with the timing. Yellen is live speaking. Fed Patrick Harker, Treasury Secretary Yellen gives House testimony. I'll play it for a second. Again, we'll wait till she goes live, and then I'll play her, and I'll go to the bathroom. We'll keep her on for a second or two. Corn is going up, bro. I want the wheat, bro. You have no idea. I might just have to go for the ETF, but I just don't want it. It sucked because I wanted the future, but I can't. The risk is too great with this. But the corn is looking nice, and all the commodities are going up. They started off lower. Let's see the LMTs; those are still holding. So SPY going down 440, bro. We're breaking every key level, bro. We're right back down to 444. I thought we would have a little bit more resistance with how we fought over the last couple days, but that's just not. Nah, you're not holding up these levels at all. Are we gonna bounce after the Fed minutes? The Fed maybe if we keep selling off heavy, but we're down almost 3%. So we're down almost 3% right now. So keep that in mind. Yeah, it's not very little support. It's just that where we get from here, anything below here, it's just all of that volatility that we were dealing with. So it literally just puts you right back into the danger zone there from January. And from there, it was anything below 440 is a 20-point move. So I guess that's what you mean with no level of support, but it just puts you in no man's land. Flash crash today? Nah. Even then, we're going to probably sell off a little bit Fed minutes. We'll dance around a little bit. Then we're going to bounce back up again. And then the next move will probably be the flash crash, depending on what Europe does. But right now, everything's moving in tandem. But Europe is a little bit outpacing, but it's bad. But this is bad right now. You're down 2.5 on the NASDAQ, and everything is already it's showing no regard to any of these key levels, and it's doing this right before the Fed minutes. So that's the thing, because we've moved up so much now, or moved down so much, that it could soften the impact of the minutes. But right now, this is people getting ready for the minutes. The last 2 days, you could tell it wasn't priced in because you're watching active repricing every single level. So it just really depends on what is said today. But we were prepared. We talked about this a lot from yesterday and everything else. Apple's still on the low. Amazon. Look at what for Amazon. They keep moving the goalpost. I don't think they did. That's why we have the divergence. For literally months now, we've been pulling up this chart and highlighting how the Fed futures have moved down and lower, and we're just like, it doesn't, the stock market ignored it. That's it. Everybody in the market chose to ignore this another leading indicator for the last couple of months. So I don't think the Fed has changed any signal at all. I think now, after yesterday and Lael, everybody was kind of like, oh shit, maybe this really is going to happen. And now the market went from disagreeing with bonds to we'll find out if they're going to start agreeing, and then we're going to watch the divergence, play around a little bit. But we're getting our first little bounce here. Let's see how this plays out. Might close down there. They're gonna hike until the market breaks. That's what they're saying. They're saying usually the Fed tightens till they break something, but now I think the mess after Brainerd, and then like people seeing the global bond markets, and now more and more, bond things hitting it. Bond, like just literally bond lows. Everyone's selling off bonds. It don't matter what country you're in. Everyone's starting to get a little bit more like, okay, maybe we are going to deal with this. And then it's been another month. Commodities have not eased up one bit. And that's the next scenario that we're dealing with. Yeah, corn's starting to go crazy. Wheat is on the high now. Remember, wheat is having the best week in like 2 weeks. Yeah, EWG, the ones out the money are not printing just yet. The ones near the money are coming back, and those are looking good, but it's still very little slow by slow at the index. I think we got the gain on them yesterday, or we're just going to have to wake up to it. They don't give the warning soon enough. Well, they were late. So they were late, and then they started warning after they were late. But don't get caught up in it. What you got to realize is very simple. The market was too high. They had to be hawkish to start getting the market ready. And then anytime we rallied up, they would start leaning into the hawkish. They would start leaning into it and becoming more and more hawkish to take advantage of the cushion that it provided. That's the way I would just be looking at this. They were late from last year. You know what I'm saying? If we were going to be bothered by it, we should have been bothered when they were yelling transitory at 5% inflation. We already knew what was going to happen. But right now, if you really want to understand, the movement and kind of how they're signaling, just understand any rally, the Fed got more and more hawkish. The reason why, do you not realize why the market ignored this? Because every time it would rally up, the market was able to ignore it. Because they're like, it's fine. No, we see this. And again, this is emotions and people going back and forth. But you could the Fed is really easy to read. It's almost textbook if you think about it. The market's too high, now, and then inflation's too high, they're going to get hawkish. Markets come down, they chill out a little bit, but then the market gets really aggressive, and then eventually when the market bounces back up again, then they start talking hawkish. They do it every single time. They're leaning in to what the market's providing them. So if the market's going down, they're like, oh, no, well, yeah, you already know what we're going to do and all this, and the market bounces up 10% in 2 weeks. They're like, well, yeah, we got a double rate hike, and we're going to actually, we're going to tighten it up. And that's how they're able to take advantage of it and get the market ready. What goes up must come down. When we ain't coming down, I got the same old long term with the okay. The lows that expire, those are this week? I thought they're next week. No, that is this week. Yeah, they are. The spread is very, very wide. Good call on that one. MOS, new high, lower premium. That could be good. Again, that's how we hit the EXC. Some of these lagging commodity plays are good. Pretty much, you buy it the first time, what ends up happening? You buy it the first time, then you're too early, it doesn't go down a lot, and then 2 days, 3 days later, it goes higher, but then the premium's down. Sometimes those are really, really good ones. But then the MOS, the original ones we have are still up 60%. VGK, the plays. I think that play did move. That one you have more premium because CNBC called it out, so you have that chain is getting a little bit more crowded, but it's moved. They're barely up. It's just like the EWGs though. Harker is clapping. Janet Yellen hasn't talked yet, but the old MOSs are actually up. So I don't know when you guys may have played them, but that first MOS we got a couple weeks ago, those are up 60%. Yeah, that's like a feeler there, but that one still is high. Tesla bouncing up a little bit. Micron. So first little bounce, VWAP didn't drop too much, so let's see what happens here. A lot of things are bouncing from chip makers and whatnot, and then watch some of the leaders to kind of give back up a little bit. The EWJs are up 60% too. I forgot about those ones. That one's till May. But you have that one doing good. Ford, yeah. Ford's been getting clapped again. They had bad delivery numbers on Friday. Commercial. Simon is in its own league. Because Simon, they sold off a lot of their commercial real estate at a loss. So, I mean, rates in the REITs, I mean, it's going to be an interesting one. But we'll find out. But Simon is going through its own little thing. And here's Yellen. She's talking right now. Follow me on Instagram. I'm going to go to the bathroom. Time out anything politically related. It don't matter if it mentions Biden or Donald Trump or anything. And just listen and try to call out a play.
Affront to the rules-based global order and will have enormous economic repercussions in Ukraine and beyond. Treasury is committed to holding Russia accountable for its actions, so it cannot benefit from the international financial system. President Biden has rallied over 30 countries, representing well over half the world's economy, to impose swift, severe sanctions and export controls on Russia. Treasury is also working with our partners to block Russia from accessing benefits from the international financial institutions. Both the World Bank and the European Bank for Reconstruction and Development had ceased approving new financing for Russia since the unlawful annexation of Crimea in 2014. Since the invasion, these institutions have announced further measures to prevent Russia's and Belarus's access to financial and non-financial assistance. Since the start of the war, rapid IMF and World Bank assistance has allowed Ukraine fiscal space to pay salaries for civilians, soldiers, doctors, and nurses, while also meeting its external debt obligations. The IMF, World Bank, and EBRD will be critical partners in rebuilding Ukraine, and they will also provide vital support to neighboring countries welcoming refugees. Spillovers from the crisis are heightening economic vulnerabilities in many countries that are already facing higher debt burdens and limited policy options as they recover from COVID-19. The IFIs will play a critical role in several areas. First, food security. Together, Russia and Ukraine account for nearly a third of the world's wheat exports.
Thanks, Yellen.
Russia's invasion disrupted.
I kind of don't want to listen to it. We'll see. I feel like we'll get headlines. Yeah, it's very quiet. I think she's quiet. Honestly, just, I don't know. She don't have the energy I'm looking for today. You know what I'm saying? Like if she came out there with the horn and she was like, "What's up, Congress? How y'all living, man? I'm Janet Yellen. Nice to meet you." She's like, "All right, man, I got some prepared statements, but hear me out for a second, man. This global financial, this is crazy right now. You know what I'm saying? We better do something. You ever heard about a CBDC? It's not CBD. It's a digital currency, but similar effects, okay? Similar, like, you know, I just need more energy for now. I just need more energy, but I'm sure we'll get a headline there, and we'll see what she says. Again, I don't know if this is is this different than the one on gas prices? There's another House meeting here on gas prices, too. Yeah, if she was like, wheat is going crazy right now, I'd be like, I feel. Janet A. Yellen, we need more energy from Yellen. We need more energy. You give me that, we'll be good. UNG again, bro. UNG, crazy. Like, absolutely crazy. $6 is getting towards the all-time high, or another big high there that we set. But it hasn't gone above on a forward contract like this. I mean, you got 2019 a couple of times, but $6 is huge. Not selling yet. I just made mine free. I mean, again, we hit it with very good timing because I thought it was late, but to get 100% in 2 days, I was like, all right, we'll take it. But we still got that one, and then everything else. There's a lot of random plays that are up and moving all around right now. So we didn't get up to VWAP. Kind of coming down again. Bonds, they hit a high there, but both bonds and stocks are down 1%. NASDAQ still down over 2%. I sold half of the UNGs. I sold 5 out of 10 of the UNGs for literally 100%. So that way it's free, and I still have pretty much, we have $1,000 for free till June. They're looking good though. Very, very good play. Yeah, EXC again. Whatever energy is holding up today is very, very good because not all of them are like that. So like Conoco and Oxy ended up flipping back around, but not all of them are like that after the other day. Pretty much not everything is climbing and hitting a high. They're more kind of in that little range. Would you weigh out the commodity plays? I am, because otherwise I would have played wheat 2 days ago. You know, I mean, you guys saw me miss out on the wheat one, but now with them already going up, I'm just gonna wait a little bit till after the minutes. If I'm gonna play them, I'm fine holding what I have. EXC lags. It was lagging. I mean, it's still kind of getting there, but now like these contracts just went up 25-30, but they're waking up. Again, there's the option chain is weird for July, and remember, earnings is in a couple of weeks, but they are starting to get a little bit crazy. But I would say the lagging effect isn't quite, I think it's quite over to a degree. XLU you've been scaling into. Called out CF. No, Yellen's still up there. Utilities, yeah. And that literally looks like EXC. We made 440 after balance sheet. I mean, anything below 448 is just not good. Again, we are in the danger zone. You had that little chicle, but things didn't really sell off. Held up with some strength. JP Morgan, I'm going to wait till their earnings. I want to wait till the minutes and earnings. But I like them. But don't forget, they report next week. So whether you want to average down or do anything with it, I mean, your best idea is wait for the deposit or wait for the earnings. That's what I'm doing with my deposit. I'm going to wait till the earnings come in here. Again, I want something with growth, but if JP Morgan goes lower, if depending on what the earnings say, we'll have a better idea. UNG too late to ride. I mean, they're already up. We just took profits on half of them at 100%, so they're up. C is the only bank. They've been a little bit weaker. Their earnings wasn't good. They've been selling a lot of assets. They're kind of restructuring to a degree. So that's been contributing to a lot about it. Micron, XLU, come down. MOS is still going. Again, that play is still riding up, but they're hitting the new highs again. What about NTR? I think NTR has been lagging. Yeah, the NTR for Mays are down. They're up today, but the other ones, so those you could say they're lagging, but you would need NTR to really continue. Yeah, the NTR May one is down 60. The MOSs are up 60. So that one, good thing we kept that one smaller, but NTR, I don't know, might be able to double dip. BA is running. Yeah, BA just bounced off the bottom there. Airlines are kind of up. Abivi continuing. Dirty dog, 2%. Tilray flushing. EU set to announce more sanctions on Russian energy. So watch oil. It seems like they're going to go for coal. I don't know if they want to touch oil and natural gas yet, but if they do, that will be a signal there. EU in the red. EWG had a nice little bounce there. Still down 2%. Remember, it's outpacing. Netflix getting clapped. TLT double bottom. I don't know if that counts as the double bottom. I mean, it's still down. Again, it was a lot lower earlier. CF. 8%. They're killing it. I did not take the Micron put. The Micron only grabbed one. It's up 30%, but it's just a $30 play. That's why I'm willing to ride it out, and I think if we get more volatility, that's one where it could go crazy, but I'm not taking it just yet. Tesla will get clapped during the recession. I mean, if there's a real sell-off across the board with a bunch of assets, it hits everybody. So nobody will be safe to a degree, but some will do better than others. But I mean, if anything, Tesla's strength has surprised me. COVID plays. I have no COVID plays. Can we possibly pop off today? I mean, if the minutes aren't bad, but there's that ounce of reality check between bonds and stocks came in today. So we'll see, but if it's not bad, I mean, then that will be the best. Yeah, Apple's not playing along with anything. UNG still up. Corn, bro. Oil went briefly positive or a small amount. Called the news don't stick longer than 48 hours. So let's see, though, because depending on what happens today, we'll see how long the bond market news sticks. Will you trim long term? Maybe when we get the yield curve stuff, but if anything, we'll just see what happens till then. I mean, if I get the yield curve playing out, economic data doesn't look good, and all the signals hit, I mean, I will be very, very protective. If anything, I'd probably go all in on puts first, and then go from there, and then slow down on stuff and build cash. SPY scary, coming back down again. LMT still holding. LMT might flip, though. We've seen that a couple of times, but hopefully these value plays hold. The 10-year yield is up. Does that mean investor sentiment is up? It used to, because what used to happen is that when bond yields would go higher, that means people are selling off bonds. And what were they doing? They would buy stocks. But the problem is bond yields are going up, aka bonds are going down, while stocks are getting clapped too. So you got to realize, like, if you have this is why it's so awkward the last couple of days, especially even today. This is a boomer portfolio killer. You know that? So this kills the boomer money. Now, some of you guys are getting killed because of the auxiliary effects, but this kills the boomer portfolio. If you are holding bonds and stocks, you're getting murdered. Think about it. Take a look here. This is your chart. This is your bonds going down. Your bonds are going down, and your stocks are going down. And that's where people get clapped. The 60-40 portfolio, exactly. You're getting knocked right now. So but that's why it's like usually when yields used to be higher, it would mean stocks would go up. But that's just not what's happening right now. Going to cash. It's nice. Cash is a nice short term right now. It's not until you really have an idea of where you want to put your money or something with a deep discount. That's really about it. Put VWAP on TLT. VWAP, I don't really use it for TLT. I don't think it makes sense. I mean, right, if anything, TLT is just responding to the 10-year and how that's playing out. I just think, and especially with all the weird bond moves we've seen lately. Twitter is running. Twitter's back up 0.37. Oxy's on the high. Yeah, Janet Yellen is live. I don't know what she's saying. She's probably getting grilled.
that you're open to all tools available in the event that China moves aggressively towards Taiwan.
Absolutely. I believe
What,
we've
what?
shown that we can, in the case of
Oxy's
Russia,
launching.
threatened significant consequences. We've imposed significant consequences, and I think that you should not doubt our ability and resolve to do the same in other situations.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. The gentlewoman from New York, Ms. Velasquez, who is also the chair of the House Committee on Small Businesses, now recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Secretary Yellen, many of us on this committee are concerned about the potential use of cryptocurrencies and other digital assets to evade.
No, we'll see. We'll just chime in on the questions until they get to something important. Because again, she was supposed to discuss something specific, and then you also have the gas thing going on right now. Oxy, Twitter's still going. Twitter on the high again. VA ripping, UCO and oil safe today. We'll get whacked with SPY. It really depends. I mean, oil's like up, but kind of slow today. There's been a back and forth. I mean, right now, realistically, the plays were supposed to be made in the last day or so. Right? It's like today now you're waking up to a lot of volatility. A lot of things are moving right now. So it's like you just got to, go small if anything, but keep that in mind. And then now we know we're going to have a catalyst today. And then from there, things will chill out a little bit. I grabbed the UPS. That's the only other, that was a transport play that I grabbed today. I kept it smaller though, but we've been trying to find something with it. It's crazy that transports are still getting clapped, even lower now. Transport's hitting a new low. Again, this might very well lead this SPY into the same thing, so we'll see. But that's still not a good signal. What were you holding? I was holding like monthlies on the flash crash. I had some weeklies that did good, but the big plays that I were holding, they had about 30 to 45 days of time on them. The weed that I missed, was it Tilray? I'm not familiar with what you're talking about. Check out the Fez chain. I think someone brought that up earlier. SB Euro stocks. Yeah, I'm sure it looks just like EW. This looks just like EWG, just like VGK. So it's just all the same exposure. I think people want exposure to it now. Again, if we get any more updates in the oil situation, it gets bad. But take notice, bonds are coming back down again. This isn't good because everything's correlating. Facebook printing on the low right now, but everything is coming down right now. Yeah, the oil thing, that's live right now too. Coal is going, everything. Watch out though, because if bonds hit another low, that's people freaking out, and that's just not good. Chairman of House Transportation speaks at hearing. Where is it? This has to be going lower. No, they've actually bounced a little bit. Very interesting. Humble pop. Could play the oil thing. Could probably hear it a little bit. We'll see. I would just watch the oil and transports and see how they react. Facebook bouncing off the bottom. A couple of things all getting a candle there. Again, Twitter is doing very good. They're up right there. Micron, the other ones are still a little down. UNG. And then TLT coming down hard. Price of wheat will go up. Price of wheat could get affected in the short term, but the real driver of wheat is going to happen in another month, and we'll see depending on the data on Friday. But remember, follow the cosmic cycle, the cosmic calendar. The downfall won't affect commodities negatively. It can. It just depends where it does, but chances are commodities going up will cause the negativity, if that makes sense. Usually in a recession, it's very rare that you've seen a recession where commodity prices weren't through the roof. Yeah, the Oxy plays went positive again. Again, those are shorter term. U.S. imports of crude from Russia fell to 0 latest week. Are we getting oil numbers? EU regulators said too early to consider fourth dose of Myrna vaccines. Candle on UWG or UNG. Hope you're doing well. We doing good, baby. We doing good. Blessed to be alive. Excited for today. Again, we're getting a lot of movement, and we're going to see. Here's an update. Today's FOMC minutes have been preempted. Federal Reserve Governor Lael Brainerd's comments Tuesdays have reduced some of the potential for surprise from the minutes. Investors now anticipate an even more aggressive baseline on how the Fed will run down balance sheet, and that's likely bearish for treasuries. That's because Brainerd did not leave much to the imagination. The key line, quote, the committee will continue tightening monetary policy methodically through a series of interest rate increases and by starting to reduce the balance sheet at a rapid pace as soon as our main meeting. Brainerd's words were loud, given her dovish lean, and by endorsing the May balance sheet runoff timing, she telegraphed what investors will likely learn on the May FOMC minutes, and that's exactly how the Fed intends to reduce the size of balance sheet in coming quarters. It's tempting to sell the rumor and plan to buy the fact, but the problem is Fed Chair Jerome Powell and team continue to deliver hawkish surprises. So that's what they're saying. Everyone's just as confused. They're saying, well, Lael definitely led us into this. You might get one where you could buy the fact, but we'll see what happens. Upcoming push Ukraine and further aggression by Russia. It's hard to say, but my key is just monitoring the commodity situation, and I think that will play everything out. Essentially, my plays and how it relates to what's going on. I think Europe is going to be the first one to get affected, then the United States. So if we are going to watch anything play out and escalate, it would start with more Europe economic weakness, and then that would play into what we got here. So left testing highs? Really? They are. See, so maybe the banks are using this to move, but not all of them. Again, banks are getting some of that turmoil right now. PPC going. Kellogg's, they're all up. Even Domino's, they're red. Disney down. Lockheed's holding up nice. This could be our first chill. We chilled out a little bit here, but VWAP wasn't as high, and then we didn't go to a new low. But I think all of these moves are just bringing VWAP down till we could make an action. Dorsey tweet on new Square hardware. Square's popping on there. We'll see if that plays out. BA nearing the day high. Check Square. Another cheek lay on the SPY. Everything going though. Check Facebook. Costco's on the high. Facebook's low. PNC is on the high. PNC's killing it. McDonald's is going too. Costco. Again, some of these value plays are just taking off. New wallet picks circulating. I don't know if Square's even getting anything off of that though. Again, you're getting a little bit of a cheek lay. Watch TLT. It came right back down. Again, a lot of weird bond volatility today. It's pretty wild. TLT right at lows. Apple, Facebook. G, corn, wheat. EWG coming up, VGK. Excellion. Jesse Dorick-Gusker posted new pics of wallets. Add anything to the long term? Not yet. I want to wait till the Fed minutes, and then even earnings is about to start. So I want to have a little bit of cash so we could see how these companies perform. And then I think by earnings, we will really have we'll have a much clearer picture, at least new information. Net snow down 7. Yellen talking China. Let's see what she has.
Sector beyond its global implications would probably weigh on China's growth outlook, which would have impacts on its economic partners. And this is something we're carefully monitoring.
If you have any other information on that, I'd appreciate it in writing. We can follow up. I'll yield back to the chair.
Thank you. The gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Scott, who is also the chair of the House Agricultural Committee, is now recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chair Lady. Chair Yellen, you and the Treasury Department have refused to sanction Russian oligarch Alisher Usmanin, who is worth $20 billion, and who is also Vladimir Putin's favorite oligarch. And I want to know why. Why would the U.S. Treasury Department issue a special license exempting this oligarch and making it legal for his entities to continue doing business as usual with our American companies when Putin is murdering children, bombing hospitals, raping children, raping women? Why?
So we have sanctioned a large number of Russian oligarchs.
But my
She's just like, we've sanctioned a lot of people.
There's got to be a reason. We need to get answers.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. So we'll see. I'm looking for specific questions. But I got caught up in it listening with the million billion. He got me. I didn't, and then the babies and all. I was like, wow, this is crazy. It's crazy. Again, big day today. A lot of things going on. EU regulators say too early for the doses. Another update on that. Roblo just had some volume. I mean, SPY's fighting to get up to VWAP right now. A lot of things just bounced, so we'll see if it keeps going from there. Baba Pop a little bit. I'd watch Tesla, Apple, Amazon, anything big tech. Watch energy and then financial plays, and then travel here and there. UNGs are going down. Yeah, still up a lot. Again, 2 back-to-back 5% days on UNG is pretty wild. Twitter, again. Yeah, Twitter is still going. I think a lot of people are finding solace there. Yeah, natural gas is very volatile. Again, it shouldn't even be up. Natural gas just shouldn't even be up. But I think natural gas and the price of it, it's telling you what's going on. It's telling you, as people are anticipating now that the European situation gets worse. The worse European situation gets, the higher U.S. natural gas will go, because higher probability of us giving away our natural gas to them. Twitter, the new safe haven. I mean, yeah, it has news. It has news right now. You already have a lot of activity, people focusing on it, and I really think that's what you got going on. I think people are just getting into it there, and it's just 2% on a day like today. What do we even got? Energy's the leader, utilities, real estate, consumer staples, all defensive names. Then financials are right in the middle like they've been in the last couple days, and then infotech, communications, all that are down. So even then, Twitter's not helping the whole industry itself. Yeah, natural gas was the only energy commodity that did not run with oil right away. Very, very good point. WTI dumping. Yep, Brent is negative now. Even corn just fell off pretty big. Nepal in the peach, baby. Horn. What's up, Nepal? I like Nepal. Nepal's a good guy. Nepal's in the game. God bless you, my friend. God bless you. Best platform to view VWAP. I like TD or E-Trade. I've never really tried it on TD Ameritrade. The peach. I'm from Nepal. Oh, well, you have Nepal. You have someone named Nepal and somebody from Nepal. It's amazing. It's amazing. IBM's at the high. Wally World still leading. Costco is going crazy. Abivi, Hershey's. Boeing recovered a little bit. Lockheed kind of selling off a little bit there. This is the place for Nepal Jads. Any other country plays? Nah, we got everything, bro. We got Japan. We got Turkey. We got fucking Vanguard, emerging markets, Germany, Europe. I think we've covered every. We got EWZ, Brazil. I really think we've covered every single basis. If you think, and then we have corn and wheat, and we also have all the oil plays set up. I think we've covered a lot of it for now. But then it's just going to be back and forth as the, let the cycles turn, let the wheels turn, and we'll be able to, it's going to go up and down and up and down and up and down. Oh, what's up, Notorious? What's up? You early in the morning? Oh, it's not even Friday, Notorious. How's it going? I'm doing good, man. How the squats doing? You doing good on there? I know you the deadlift. You still doing good, baby? Shout out my gym goers. Or not. Man. Wheat. Yeah, wheat is the ticker. I wanted wheat futures the other day. Now I got the money. Now, they finally cleared my deposits. They say, what? Bro, even then, earlier this morning, it said, that's weird. Way less pre-market one. I think I was even looking at some natural gas futures, yeah. But they should let us trade this now. EW key for France. They could be one too. France is the only one, but I think UK and Germany will be more important economically speaking, but you can't throw France in there. It would apply the same. I think France is going to be the guinea pig. France, whatever they want to do to Germany, they're going to do it to France first. So they're going to cut off oil from France before they do it for Germany so that they could see how it's going to play out. Twitter, another candle. So yeah, don't bring up any comments. Again, if it's even politically motivated or even a political joke, you will get timed out with it. Again, I don't want any of them because I just was saying shout out to gym goers to say shout out to Jim. It's not politics. So thank you. France has elections. France, they did kind of surrender a little bit, but I think that's what's going to happen there. Political news. You could have political news if it's new. If it's related to a play and it is related to, again, something here that we're actually looking for, totally acceptable. But like political opinion, political jokes, I mean, it's not there. I mean, we only had one piece of political news today. I'm sure the next piece of political news will be related to the sanctions there. Twitter's on the high again. BTU. RLP's kind of fighting there. BTU is going up. Yeah. Oh, you know what else is going up? That's the real one, bro. That's the real one. Brad, look at the chat go crazy too, baby. Bradley Frizzle in the peach, baby, on the Fed Minutes Day. Global bond market route. It does not stop the peach market. The peach market is booming. Bradley Frizzle in the peach, ladies and gentlemen. Bradley Frizzle in the peach. Oh, no, man. Amen, baby. Amen, 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 amen. That's crazy. You're lost though. It takes a while. You have to be here a couple times, and it will all make sense. Holy crap! You'll realize the importance of that catalyst that just arrived in the chat. Oh, bar none, bar none. Some of the greatest. That's amazing. That's amazing. For years, for real, for years. Oh, man, that's crazy. That's crazy. Jacob, though, I like your profile pic with the Jesus. We'll call that the Jesus peach. Jesus peach? Jesus, can you say? I don't know. Okay. EXC is looking good. It looks good. Instagram, Reddit, Coinbase, they're all building NFTs. There's about to be the NFT crackdown, too. So I was talking with a couple of lawyers for other stuff, and we brought up NFTs, and they were saying how it's about to... probably in the next 12 months, the NFT space is going to get regulated heavy. Could take 2 years, but so far. But then now everybody is literally doing it. I don't know why Coinbase hasn't launched it so fast. I could speak on this. Yeah, it seems very, very bad. Jesus Peach. Twitter is still going up 2.4. Spies coming back down here again, though. The United States announced sanctions. Vladimir Putin's 2 adult daughters. I think I talked about that earlier this morning. Home Depot hits a death cross. Got shadow ban, subscribe 3 years and don't show up. So you know what I've realized? They said it's a trick. You have to make sure you're signed in if you have all the notifications on. And then you got to just make sure you're signed in. But, I mean, that's been happening for like a year or so. But you guys know where to find it. You know where to find it, baby. Home Depot went full woke. Bullish, death cross. Bullish has it been priced in. Usually the death cross, it just goes up. Federal Open Peach Committee. Oh, man, we do have a Peach Committee, baby. Or nah. Hey, man, Federal Open Market Peach Committee. Chair Bradley Frizzle. It's crazy. Watch every day, still have to search. Well, make sure you're signed in and turn on the post notifications and see if that does it. Because it gives it to me on all my other accounts. It's weird. But I know what you're talking about. As of lately, it's like if you see, it only shows my old videos on this channel. It's a very weird one. EXC coming hard. We'll see. Watch if everything comes down hard on this. But that's not too bad. Again, UNG. But watch if this sell-off starts factoring into everything else. That will not be good. But, bro, EXC with these at 25, bro, these are hype. Like, absolutely hype. You covered it all. Just one thing missing. Do you have merch? Constantine. We do have merchandise. It's in the description. Very breathable merchandise. So thank you for watching the Stock Market Live. We're glad you're here. We appreciate all of you. Thank you for abiding by the rules and not making everything political. We greatly appreciate it. And as a show of our appreciation, we do offer merchandise. If you would like to wear the bull, again, it is very breathable. So currently, if you are not wearing breathable clothing, you may want to consider such breathable merchandise that we offer, because we do have merchandise. Thank you. Very breathable. Very breathable. That's what I've heard. That's what I've heard. You know, we just telling you what the people say. Performance enhancing merch. We got to watch out with claims, though. We got to watch out with the claims. Lyft premiums hit. I forgot there was that little DoorDash thing. Who'd have thought DoorDash would be buying Lyft? That was the rumor today. It did come back up. SPY's coming down, but you're noticing some things are just breaking off the early morning correlation. So it's been an hour and a half. Bonds are kind of coming back down. They're matched up with the SPY, but bonds are doing a little bit worse. Tech is still down 2.2. Couple names are up. It looks like Twitter is showing some strength. AbbVie, a lot of the value plays are the ones that are giving steam, and then energy today is doing a lot. Yeah, Airbnb down in red, recovered well. Yeah, all the travel, even Uber, and then travel's getting hit now on China stuff, or at least the casino stocks. They got hit a little bit harder this morning. Apple's just right at the low. Disclaimer, sure, it's a good idea. None of this is a recommendation. Options trading extremely risky. Can't lose so much financial investment. Lose no financial advisor. Occasional purpose only. Thank you for the today. Goldman. The microns, they chilled out. A lot of volatility here at the low, so we'll see, man. I hope you're ready. Hope you're ready. Is AT&T, I think it's suspended or something, someone said? No, it's chilling. We're going to get those soon. But, man, we still got the minutes. 2 hours, 3 hours away. Yeah, no spin-off shares. Got the small good decision mouse pad. Bro, I love these mouse pads. They're big. I get full coverage of my mouse. My mouse never goes outside the coverage zone. See, this is me. Look, I'm still looking. Look how I could go off all the screens. See, beautiful. At one point in my life, I never used the mouse pad. You know that? I never used the mouse pad in my life. I was trading without a mouse pad. I would just let it go on the computer, and I would just, it's so different. It's so wild. It's so wild. Because there's a big difference with it, but I don't know. For the longest time. Dubs, someone say merch. That's right, ladies and gentlemen. We have merch. Check out the link in the description and smash that like button. Oh, no, I agree. Twitter, another high. That thing is just leading all day today. Probably your only bigger tech name that's moving here. Let's check the breakdown. Give me the breakdown. Give me the breakdown. Whoop. So, yeah, you have 167 names up on the S&P, 336 that are down, 11 up, 19 down on the Dow, and then NASDAQ is probably 800 names up, less, maybe. Let's see, 800, above or below? Oh, 600. Yeah, that's not good. That means a majority of the NASDAQ's getting clapped right now. Only 600 names up. SPY and Dow are more 50-50. So you still got some things moving today. But we're coming right back down. Again, both instances, we never got up to VWAP. VWAP's kind of coming down here a little bit. Twitter and energy plays. Even Twitter's catching a candle now on the downside. EXC is coming right back up. XOM. Oxy's still holding. How's Europe doing, actually? Europe, FTSE's only down 6. Germany's down 2% still. And then China, not the hottest, but not good. Good morning. I'm doing good. I'm excited for the minutes. I think by 11, again, in the next 3 hours, we're going to get I think we're going to get a wild response here. Especially the fact that we've already moved another 2% on tech. It's creating something interesting, to say the least. And then we're already below 448. So that's the thing. If the minutes end up being good and everybody's kind of prepared for this and Lael kind of warned us ahead of time, if we bounce back up, getting above 458, that'll be bullish, get us out of the danger zone. But by the end of today, anything below 448, it's just not a good sign and throws us now back into that wide range from a couple weeks ago. So we'll see, but both things are on the table. Some people are thinking it's already priced in. Some people are saying that Lael kind of shocked some things, and now people are getting a wake-up call, but it just all depends on what those minutes unveil and if it's more hawkish than we expected or not. Jamia down 7. They were up the other day on that partnership. Apple's hitting a new low. Tesla, not as much. Amazon, no. Argold on the high. Apple's the only one. Apple's like actually leading the way down, which is interesting. On Redding, I think I took the look at it. I'll get you a email back on that. I think I did look at it, but I will get you a response here shortly or by the end of the day. It looks decent, though. It just depends on what price they want to sell it at. It's priced in unless the Fed announces they're going to run off and sell assets, or if the pace is there, or if they signal more than one double hike or anything of that nature. Or even then, if the market's kind of just getting, weird, they might be able to, the market just may start waking up to the bond divergence. So we'll see. But balance sheet reduction will be the key of all of it today. EU fails to approve Russian coal ban. Oh no. Let's see if Germany goes up on that. That's weird. So that means they're pretty much refusing to ban any sort of energy on them. Yeah, watch ARLP, see if those get affected. Or even BTU. It's like bullish and bearish at the same time. Do you get what I'm saying? It's like it's bearish in the sense, see, Germany's going up. It's like it means that they don't want, like, it's good because then they're not going to limit their energy, which is good for them. But then it's bad because it shows you the Achilles heel. Like literally, these guys are saying that people are doing all of this stuff. They're saying the war crimes, all of that, but they are not willing to cut off the energy. The exact thing happened with the initial oil embargo. Yeah, they're going to go back and forth with it. So it's like bullish and bearish. But it does. Yeah, exactly. It implies that that's the Achilles heel. That's what I keep saying. That's why I keep making these videos and only focusing on it, because I'm like, yo, this energy situation, they don't want it to play out like this, because if it does, it's just not good. Bearish for commodities, at least in the short term. But we'll see how it plays out. We'll see where, and again, even how the commodities pricing reacts, and even how the markets react, it could tell you a little bit. Like coal's going up right now. You see what I'm saying? So if it starts going up, I mean, you got to really think about it. Even then, this sends a signal to Putin. That means Putin could escalate one more step before Europe is even willing to cut off coal. Damn coal. We're not even talking gas or oil. We're talking coal. Yeah, Newegg is showing up on there. And coal is the most. It's just think, like, again, you see what I'm saying? It's like nobody wants coal. It's dirty. It's bad for the environment. You literally have the genocide stuff from yesterday, and then they are not willing to cut it off. So it just, it really highlights how important it is there right now. So we'll see. It's interesting news. We'll see how it plays out. Asian LNG buyers snap up U.S. supply deals while Europe wavers. Most U.S. LNG has gone to Europe since Russia. China firms are buying 7.7 million tons of U.S. LNG after invasion. Minutes are at 11. So minutes come out in 3 hours. $2 p.m. Eastern. Planning to release close to 60 from the reserves. So I don't know if they're just talking about the plan that they've already listed. That's probably it. Is ECB going to do QE support? Eventually, I mean, but everybody's in a rate rising cycle right now. So that's what a lot of people are discussing. ARLP, red candle now. I don't see it yet. UMP's on the low. I think that's non-USSP. I think it is. I think they're saying it in relation to like they've announced the broader plan, and I think they're just giving an update when they do the releases. I could be wrong though. Musk juices retail trading. U.S. equities saw one of the biggest retail trading days of the year with Elon Musk's Twitter buy. Retail investors have been particularly aggressive when it comes to buying the dip. Their support may lift some of the pressure on stocks. Daily net flows for retail on Tuesday was $1.8 billion, according to data from Vanda. Twitter accounted a chunk of that. The stock start's largest inflow ever, $348 million combined. SEC curbs on fading SPAC boom, have Wall Street rethinking role. So Apple's still at the low here. I think Microsoft's on the low now too. Watch some of the bigger tech if they go down. ARLP green volume now. Yeah, bro, the coal thing is weird right now. Again, they all went up after the news. EXC 52-week high. They're running with it. Walmart 52-week high. Microsoft and Apple. Apple's hitting a new low right now. Yeah, Microsoft is doing worse. Yeah, EXC's killing it. 52-week highs on there. You got 30 cents now on those out the money ones. I think we averaged down on those at like 8 cents. Or 10 cents was the average down. So those are killing it now. Based on average, we should have 100%. That looks beautiful. Then the in the monies right here are doing great. The coal news, I don't see. I mean, Hits posted it. It hasn't came across the wire just yet. So we'll find out here. Or it's not at least like super publicized. Let's see. I don't have an update on it just yet. Block sale on Apple at 170.84. The coal news, it's not confirmed yet, but we could be very early on it. There's just some report that the EU is they're not approving the ban on the coal. So again, Microsoft is down bad. Microsoft's down 3.2 right now. Ruble bounce back. These are the 47s. These are the ones we're still holding to. What's the reason behind shorting Europe? I believe that the commodities are going wild and that the commodity crunch plus the tensions overseas around Europe, Russia, all of that, it's going to negatively impact the economy of Europe. And then it would be a very detrimental effect. High commodity prices, high oil, high energy, all of that in Europe, it's really bad for them, and it would lead to a decline as they're a lot weaker than the U.S. at this point. Uranium spot moving up. So we're coming right back down. Again, VWAP's climbing lower. Every single little VWAP bounce, we've never even made it to VWAP. We've just gotten literally like a point lower every single time. But we're coming back to the lows. We'll see. It doesn't have to flush right now. We still got a lot of time for the minutes, but it's still very early. So let's see what happens. The coal play is ARLP. We grabbed that yesterday, but I don't know if that one's like money. If that makes sense, we're going to see, again, the coal news is all new as of yesterday. So it's a new play. We just reacted to it early and all that. I think our ARLPs are up. We grabbed them yesterday, but there's still some premium. Yeah, the ARLPs are up like 20, 30% right now. LGVN rebound. Yeah, and I sold out of that today. I got rid of all the LGVN. After the share offering, it was just too big in size. Pretty much they're going to offer over $300 million by the time they get to that market cap, which, remember, that's the reason why we played it. Walgreens is taking off. That's good for a value play. Apple again, Microsoft, they're leading the way down. Tesla might start playing along too. You think it's a good time to take off some EXC? You can, but it's been there. I mean, we have 2 different plays. All of the premiums are very good. I am going to be holding some of these because I wanted to play earnings. Beyond playing the materials, I knew the earnings are right around the corner, and they had their spinoff and all of that, and I really, really liked it. So that's kind of been my plan, and I have one in the money, one out the money. I may wait till they add more contracts on the chain, and then we could go from there. But this has just been a very killer performance, so I do kind of want to let it ride, and we have a nice cushion now. The BABA puts did come back. The BABA puts are actually up. So the BABA puts are up 30% almost. And those are from the other day. Remember, we got it. It seemed like we hit it wrong and that the stock just rallied up. But since then, they've actually came up. Forex Live has the Mr. Hits news. It hasn't came across my wire, but we'll see. Oh, wait, there's an update here. It says UK to end all imports of Russia coal by end of 2022. And they ask asset freeze on Credit Bank of Moscow and Sberbank, and then UK, new sanctions. Where was it? Oh, I just clicked out of it. Yeah, something like BTI price target raised. Taking off the 47. Wouldn't be a bad idea, and that's what you got to do. You know what I'm saying? I took off some if I made them free and they were good. If I got the play quick, I was not hesitating to take profits on them. But every single one of you, if you got a good pass, like again, to get the EXC when we got it, it's a dope-ass entry. You got to realize you had a great entry, a great average down on EXC. What you got to decide right now is when do you want to take profits. You know what I'm saying? It's like I got you 80-90% of the way there, but the final part to guarantee your money, you have to make that decision. Any of the news change your thoughts on COP? Nah, just being patient with it and letting it ride out and play its thing. Come on, it's like slow here at the bottom. So Apple, Microsoft, they just bounced there before us hitting a low. Wheat is falling. It's like good and bad if wheat falls right now because I just want to get some more. But it's still up, bro. Wheat should be back at 1,000 here. The other, it's already, again, this is a big move. You don't see it because it's here, but like imagine this is almost the size of the first wheat move that we got. So I'm just waiting on there, but we'll keep watch. Oxy. I think those plays might be up again. I'm not too sure. No, Oxy's coming down, so they might have flipped. AMD. Got Tyson. Tyson's doing good. A lot of the food companies, surprisingly, but I do think they have a little bit more risk. SPY bouncing. So the big tech brought us down there a little bit, but those didn't go. But some other things are kind of switching off right now. But also a lot of things moving. Another 52-week high on EXC. Microsoft looking to go lower. Microsoft, I think Microsoft and Apple are going to be leaders here. If Microsoft does, but I mean, if we were going to drop, it was going to be right there, but we'll see. It could still quickly change. PD, oil at lows again. By doing the scanner floor trade. You see what's the holding closer to earnings and holdings after. That's it, just earnings. Earnings is the catalyst, not to mention anything with commodities, utilities, nuclear. That's where EXC gets the exposure. But then the real big key with it, too, is that I think they're going to have a good earnings, or at the very least, if the play's up right now, the closer we get to earnings without losing momentum, chances are we'll even get the earnings run up there and then get more juice on the premium. So that's what I'm waiting for. And again, it just provides overall a very, very good exposure to what we have right now. Yeah, that Fez trade that you guys are bringing, that's a big-ass trade. $500 million notional value on a put against Europe. Newegg pop. Oil falling. TLT coming down now, so see if the market gets off it. Newegg is really moving out there. Commodities are actually coming down now, a lot lower than where they were at earlier. Brent still at 104, but yeah, it's down 1.6 on the day. 104 flat was like the low of yesterday. Well, bond asset the Fed is holding. You could check on the balance sheet. They have various durations. Various durations, corporate, even HYG, they buy some of that stuff too. McDonald's on the high. Twitter pop again. Yeah, Twitter is coming up again. It's interesting. A couple of things are moving right now, but then some growth names on the low, some health names, Las Vegas, Sands, even Tesla. It's weird. You're getting a lot of weird things moving right now. It's hard to say. FOMC. Remember, today's just the minutes. Today isn't an FOMC. It's just the minutes. After 11, once we get the report, everyone's going to react, but it is different than, this isn't like we're going to hear Powell afterwards. And it's just been unique how it's played out lately. BMY 52-week high. The CMBS chart. I'm not. Why so much drama for the Munites? We're saying for the municipals. I mean, right now there's a lot of drama in the bond world today, and everybody woke up all across the world to more bonds selling off, and now people all across the world are considering what the U.S. is going to do now, and then the implications. Because, again, if we really start tightening faster and more aggressively and do all of this stuff soon, it just starts leading into, more expensive money all across the world. What could be interpreted negatively today? If the hawkishness, the bond, the balance sheet reduction, if the pace of it, the size of it, and if it seems like it's almost guaranteed to happen next month, that could be more worse. Again, that's what brought us down yesterday. Laylo Brainer's comments was enough to bring us down 2% yesterday and another 2.5% today on the NASDAQ. So those are going to come into play. Restoration on the low. CL under 100. So remember, my signal, I'm looking for under 100, under 90 on Brent. But CL under 100 is still important. But I think it'd be like $90 for CL. There's like a $5-10 difference between the two. Brainerd, this most second dovish. Yeah, she's very dovish. Very, very dovish. So that's why people were like, oh, wow. Maybe the Fed is really going to do this now. And then, okay, it seems like it was probably a more hawkish one than not. But as long as there's no hawkish surprise and it doesn't seem anything crazier than that, we will be good. And that could end up benefiting us because we've already dropped a lot since Brainerd spoke. So if the market isn't like fully freaked out about it, then it could end up going positive. Everybody in the EXC. Tesla's an interesting one. Is market priced in now? I mean, take a look. Ever since the news has came out, all you've done is go lower. This is what we call active pricing, right? So the news comes out, people are like, it's priced in. No, that's why I kept going lower every hour as the market was trying to find a price for it, right? And as we're, what's priced in is the bond market moves, but the stock market is not priced in what the bond market is priced in. So that's why when the stocks come down, it's getting closer to that, but we're pretty much in the middle of repricing right now. A little bit of a bigger candle. That brought the VWAP down, but you got two big candles there in a row now. A couple things are coming off the bottom. Let's see. A lot of the oil plays are slipping. LMT holding. Lowe's put green. Yeah, I like 20%. That's that one, 192. Today's Wednesday. SPY going up big. I wonder what industry that is right now. Fed futures are chilling out a little bit too. Yeah, it looks like healthcare, Costco. It's just the value plays that are really leading. Energy, utilities. I think you're getting, if financials come back up, and then maybe industrials and materials, but tech isn't giving it to us all there. Pods, commodities, bonds chill out. Can markets move up? Yeah, definitely. That would be the best, honestly. Yeah, EU closes in like 5 minutes. Again, they're still down 2%. Even then, with all of this, NASDAQ is still down 2.3 right now. 1.4 million floor trade on SPY calls, 425 for next week. You'll see those a lot, so watch out for those. Like most of the things that will come up even on the scanner, you'll get a lot of like weekly and daily like SPY plays, so just be careful for that one. LMT premiums, yeah, they held up good. Apple looks kind of like Tesla. Again, we made the UNGs free today, so we still have them, but we sold out half to get 100%. Sold out the Longeveron. I think Longeveron ended up going higher, though, from when I sold it. No, it's about the same thing. Tesla and Twitter. AbiVi literally only goes up. Does not matter the market, the marketplace, anything. And this is beautiful. Because, again, you got dividend drip on this. You know what I'm saying? You got dividends. So that means all of your dividends have gone up. Every single time. Your dividends. So you could you probably doubled up your dividends low-key if you think about it. So if you held all the dividends and you reinvested it over the last 2-3 years, that means all of the extra dividend money you got and the reinvestment, I mean, you're getting a return on every single part of it. Make more sense to play UVXY or options without UVXY. I was wondering, you could do both. It just really depends on what sort of risk you could take and the cash you need to put up front. You said the market was going to go crazy. Yeah, I mean, I would say gapping down 2% on the NASDAQ and then global bond markets hitting like a decade or 2-decade low would be considered crazy. But, I mean, we all have our own definition. Abby Vi's the Michael Jordan of the stock market. I feel you, bro. It's a start. It's a good start. I think that's a good way to put it. But let's wait till 11. Let's wait till 11. What's your thoughts about buying more Abby Vi, especially if your position that's small, it's already up? Do you care about dollar cost or do you just buy? I do care about it. I mean, I like to see what I could get. You know what I'm saying? If you can maximize your returns elsewhere, here's what I'll tell you. Abby Vi, like I want you to see this chart right now, and I want you to see what Abby Vi has done. Okay? Are you ready? Do you see it? Do you guys see it? Are you with me? Like, do you see it though? Like, do you see this chart? I'm waiting for you. I'm waiting for acknowledgement. Do you see it? Okay. Just don't forget it. Now that I know that you see it and you've given me, confirmation, just don't forget this. Don't forget what happened. Don't forget the world went crazy and this stock rallied. Don't forget how important value stocks were, and just don't forget what it has done. Okay? That's all I'm saying. Now, why? Because if you really want it now, you don't need to buy it right now. I'm telling you, at some point in the next year, the price is going to come back down, but just don't remember what it does, and don't remember the quality of this company, or don't forget about it. So just remember this. So you don't need to force it right now. If you want it, go for something cheaper while you wait for it, or you wait till this thing comes down a little bit and get it when it starts chilling out. But you know what this thing could do. You've seen how it's played out. But that's the way I look at Abby Vi. It's like, even if I had a small position, I wouldn't chase it on the way up, because when it does good, it does good. But then once it starts to do bad, it'll do bad. But you will be able to get it at a good price, and then it pays a dividend. Last thing you want to do is overpay, get less dividend, then it goes down, and then that's it. So, yeah, I'm not saying it's a bad company. I mean, this is one of our favorites. We've been buying it for years. It was the first big position we built up, and then we got Snapchat, believe it or not. But it just, right now, you don't have to chase it and be the guy buying in right now at the top of all this, if that makes sense. Yeah, Lowe's sold off. Where's HD? But if you're patient, if you know it's a good company and know what you like, you could balance it out with other things in the meantime and then wait. But you come back and hit that when it's actually the right time. Yeah, the Lowe's plays came back up. What were those at? Where is Lowe's on the chart? Oh, this danger zone for them, man. Danger zone. Room for another EXC. That one is good. The question some of y'all are going to ask to double dip it. I'm only just focused with, are you going to take profits or no? Everybody has a gain on that. Whether you average down or even if you didn't average down, every single EXC play is up by a good margin. So it's on you at this point. And then it's going to 50. Yes. Once it gets above 50, then the candles get weird, or at least the strike prices. But do what you need to do with it, baby. Is nuts. Here comes the next dip. I mean, we had a little dip from there and we came up. It brought VWAP down, but we're kind of just holding the first. I think this is how the last Fed minutes played out. Low key. What's it called? Why am I blanking on it? What's the thing I'm looking for? I forgot the function. Is it EMCI? Or ECMI? Market Impact Monitor. No, I was tripping. Let's see. So last one. So last Fed minutes, we went up and then ended down, but that was into the next day. And the other one was bad, but the last time was fairly. It ended up average by the end of the day, and then we came back there. But I feel like we had a similar move like this last time. 119 bills dropped 0.91, a lot of that high. Last meeting, the market went up. It didn't do much, pretty much. And then the next day, everything started selling out heavy. So watch out. We're coming down there. That would have been the moment to go up to VWAP. UNG and Boyle are on the low right now. Couple things. Those low plays have came back. They're up 57%. And then a lot of things are moving here. When Bullard comes on, it's over. Maybe, actually. We'll see, though. We'll see if Brainerd isn't the new hawk, though. Sign my loan agreement. You didn't? Are you sure? If you got it locked in, it depends when you locked it in, but that can happen. But then sometimes, let's see, but it shouldn't be too crazy. Literally, last 48 hours, mortgage rates have shot up more than ever. I'm telling you, even Lending Tips was like, bro, he said he hasn't seen a move like that since 2008 on the mortgage rates. Yeah, the BA puts are pretty much back at break even almost now. So coming into the minutes and this, it could do a lot. TLT's hitting a high. Holy crap. So he's going up again. Watch how the bank stocks react to that. I mean, this is good and bad at the same time. It's again, the bonds are very, very weird right now, but if anything, the way I see this, it's just giving a lot of cushion for a move down today, if that makes any sense. Now, mortgage rates are based off supply and demand. Again, of who's willing to offer it or not. Again, in the Fed, they offer a lot of both supply and demand when it comes to mortgage-backed securities and fixed income like that. I'm house hunting, buy now or wait 6 months. I mean, in enough time, like in the next year and a half, the real estate market will slow. Nobody knows what that's going to mean. A lot of people want to say it's going to crash. A lot of people want to say it's going to go up, but we just don't know where it could end up slowing down, aka holding up the prices. But that doesn't mean that from today till then, the real estate prices are going to stay the same. And that's the problem. Does that make sense? So in the next year, prices will relax. And whether that means bigger drop or calming down, that's one thing. But you got to realize it doesn't mean they're going to stay stationary for the next 6 to 12 months, though. So right now, it could still go up another 10, 15% by the time we get there. And then even if it goes down 10, 15%, it may very well be the same price, but your interest rates might be a lot higher a year from now, if you think about it. So that's the interesting part about it. But pretty much until I see the Fed move, I'm going to slow down. But I am being wise with my real estate pretty much unless I get real solid deals. I'm not, I'm just being very, very patient because I see it. Like right now, it's just like I know a lot more people will be willing to take certain deals here in a couple of months if it just takes an extra week to sell some houses. Yeah, the Lowe's plays are up almost 100% right now. I think you could actually get 100% depending on the bid and ask. But those plays are a couple bucks from the money now till Friday. The Lowe's one is a very interesting play because you're either going to hit it or you could just take 100% right now, and you've already saw the play get clapped a little bit. But essentially, it could go down to, that thing could quickly go in the money after if we get a gap down or anything else. EWG. The Boeings are up too. Keep an eye on those ones. Those ones are great. Baba puts 20. Today's Wednesday. Yeah, that's what sucks, man. Let's talk a real estate channel. Time for some push-ups. Hey, man, baby, give me 1 second. NVIDIA is selling off hard. TLT going higher. BTAI, that was another one. But let's do it, baby. We're live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Drop your thumbs up on the video. Make sure you're subscribed. We're going to get into the push-ups, but before I do the push-ups, honestly, you should start doing the push-ups. Relax the eyeballs, chest to the sun, legs in front. You should do all of that while I'm talking to you, but before you do any of that, I need you to hit the like button. I have a positive message for you. Yes, I do. It's available. It's ready to go, bro. It's the minutes. It's a big day. Oil's going crazy. A lot of things are going crazy. Welcome to Q2, baby boy. So come on. If you hear right now, hit the thumbs up button. If you can hear my voice, check in with me. It's minimally invasive. No purchase necessary, but I need your help. I want to know who is listening to me right now. If you can hear my voice, hit the thumbs up button. Slam it. Smash it. Make sure it's working. A lot of people, their like button doesn't work all the time. So if you click it and it doesn't show you the animation, you may have a big problem on your hand. Oh, let's go, baby. They're coming in. 200 people right there. Let's go. We need to break the like resistance. I need your help. If you hear my voice, I need your help. Come on. Come on, baby. Do it for the cult, baby. Do it for the cult. Let's go. Hit it. Hit it. Hit it. Hit the thumbs up button. Hit the thumbs up button. Again, if you hear me, I just want to know who's going to hear it. I want to know who's going to take this positive message. Come on. Come on. I hear it when y'all call out plays. I hear it. Just let me know you hear. Just let me know you hear. Come on. Thumbs up, right? Oh, my gosh. Bro, that was like 600 people. Help is on the way, baby. Come on, 60 more people. I'll stop at like 700. 20 more people. 20 more people. Let's go. Let's get it while you could get it. It's just like the Fed minutes leading up into it. Get it while you could get it, baby. Oh, man. Oh, the Chad's not stopping. They're not stopping. There you go, baby. Make sure you do your push-ups. Come on, stretch that body a little bit. Relax a little bit. But here it is. I wish I had another good story like yesterday for you. Okay, but I'm going to just give you a different one right here today. I'm going to give you another Epictetus quote because I like Epictetus quotes, okay? I like the philosophy. So, ladies and gentlemen, one, I hope you know you have a purpose. I know 700 people hear me right now. You were born here for a reason. You were born in this generation for a reason, okay? Don't let anybody play you. Don't ever forget that. That one's for you. Here is the quote, my friend. It is impossible for man to learn what he thinks he already knows. Circumstances don't make the man. They only reveal him to himself. Chad, do you get what I'm trying to tell you? Do you get what he's trying to tell you? I'm trying to say the same thing. I hope you're ready for that moment. I hope you're there, my friend. I hope you control what you could control, but don't forget it. Circumstances do not make the man. They only reveal him to himself. Oh, man. Oh, man. So what you going, it's just revealing to you who you are. Oh, you thought the exterior made you. Nah, bro. Oh no, it's just showing you what's deep down. When you enter a circumstance, it shows what's really inside there. Oh. So that's your positive message, baby. I hope the warrior comes out with what you're about to deal with. Amen. Amen. Let's go. Yeah, get another set of push-ups and do the push-ups now. Get it going. Get it going. Is Yellen still speaking? Oh, she is? All right, I'm going to go pee.
Large,
You guys can listen to them.
economies. And
It sounds so energetic and so hyped.
Concerns
You hear it?
about some of the details that have started to come to light. Independent experts that have examined the deal found
Sounds
that
good. All right,
US
let me go
companies
pee. Follow me on
were
Instagram,
disproportionately
at the Trading
negatively
Fraternity.
impacted, while foreign companies, our competitors, in other words, have negotiated protections for key industries. So lucky for our business community, whatever international agreement you make will ultimately need congressional approval, and you will either need to get the deal classified as a treaty, which would require the approval of 67 senators, or a revenue-generating proposal, which would need to pass both chambers of Congress. So regardless of how the agreement is ultimately classified, you will not be able to follow through on any of your promises without significant buy-in from Congress. And I guarantee you that the support you need to make these drastic changes in international law, tax law do not exist. They're not here in the House or the Senate. So because right now we are hearing from U.S. companies that this deal makes them less competitive. So, Madam Secretary, how will you approve your congressional engagement as these negotiations progress?
Well, we have been engaged throughout over the last several years in briefing on both sides of the aisle, members of the committees about the tax agreement, and have kept people up to date, members of Congress up to date on the negotiations that have taken place in the OECD bill. So-called Pillar 2 is really ready for enactment, and a package that would have met our commitments was in the House-passed reconciliation bill that hasn't progressed in the Senate. But we think that the idea that this harms the competitiveness of American businesses, I really have to push back strongly against this. I think the United States now is the only country in the world that has a minimum global tax, and what this deal does is commit 137 countries around the world to...
How are we the only country with a global minimum tax? That made no sense, man. That's crazy. That's crazy. But I think, no, it's even later. Like, you're not even going to get the good questions now. I think all the good questions probably went by, and she didn't really make headlines. Check out the names on the low ticker. TMST, Laser, GM. GM is actually going down there a lot. Is it any of the EV plays? Tesla's still holding. Market is holding up here, man. I mean, we got, what, 2 more hours? But it's fighting. And look at if the VWAP flips positive, you may start moving up a little bit. We're going to see, again, bonds have chilled out. Now stocks are down more than bonds, but they're both positively correlated right now. Dow is the leader, still 2.3 down on the NASDAQ. But very, very interesting here. Apple coming up. A lot of things just chilling there at the bottom. Sanctions on Russia need more time to take effect, White House officials say. So again, remember, it was supposed to, a lot of stuff was supposed to happen at the end of the month coming in and now. So if they kick the can, then we'll see how that plays out. That could slow down some of the commodity run. Can Fed tighten with yield curve like this? Yes. Again, they're not worried about it yet, and everybody just know you have to. You just have to tighten right now, and that's the real problem is going to be when do they start cutting? How much do they get to tighten before it gets really bad where they have to start cutting? But it's better to start if they don't tighten right now. I mean, 6 months from now, 12 months from now, it's just going to be a lot worse. And then it will be a lot less effective, let alone even just, I don't even know if effective, it wouldn't even be appropriate if you do it that late. PHILO, I closed out of that play a while ago. That one was a nice couple 100%, but this thing did come back down a lot, and they did like a share offering and all of that, but really just writing out some of the global plays that we've had, and then anything we've kept over the last weeks. I think NTR is like the only one that didn't like stay up. Then there's like a random puts here and there, but a lot of stuff are coming up and down, up and down. Apple's coming up. This might lead some things. VWAP may start flipping a little bit here. KSS clap. Yeah, they're getting knocked right now. Walgreens ended up doing good. Newegg is still killing it. Twitter breaking down. Newegg and new high. Yeah, Twitter is starting to slow down now. But it looks like everything else is getting a bid, though. Microsoft, X on the low, XOM, Oxy flipped, Lockheed Martin. The last couple minutes, oh man, how you gonna do me like that, man? You didn't even give me 3 minutes yesterday. You didn't even give me 3 minutes on the watch list. That's cold, bro. That's cold. How do you spend so much time here, though? You know, I say can't give me 3 minutes. We got to that in the first 3 minutes of the watch list. It's 3 minutes, man. It's 3 minutes. MCD introducing electrical vehicles and distribution network. Yo, y'all got McDonald's EV? It's crazy. MCD pop on that. That's so weird. We didn't get the backstory on the fit. Oh, just the OG, man. Just the OG, small good decisions. You know what I'm saying? Nothing touching until after the Fed. We'll see. Let's see if we get the rally here. I mean, volume's coming in. Europe is closed now. And remember, Europe was down a little bit worse, but really like right at the 45, 40. The Europe close is, we're actually getting bullish right now. So Amazon's getting a candle. HZMP on the high. Couple. Oh my gosh, can't type. Shopify at $6. Finally, UK to end all imports of Russian coal by year end. Yeah, that one came out early. I didn't see the first one, but that one came out like following after you posted that other one. That's why it's interesting to see how coal finally went down off of those after the little pop and drop. Hood May 13 call sweeps May 6th. UK sanctions intended to starve Putin's war machine. BA recovering? Not really. I mean, BA still, anything below 180 is kind of you're in the danger zone on Boeing. So, I mean, you'll see it. So, like anything around these, things like 175, the closer you are to there, then we start hitting the danger zone. Friendly UAV online. Enemy AC-130 inbound. We'll get him again next time. AA taking off. SPY coming back up. It could be some of the materials and stuff that are leading. Oil bouncing a little bit or kind of chilling. Yeah, everything is going in right now. I want to believe in this rally. We all do. I mean, NASDAQ is still down 2%. So be careful of the SPY rallying because then this is just probably a couple of the NASDAQ names plus the energy. But That's the real key. We're coming right back up to where we sold off from the morning. Remember, today was a bigger gap down below here than we have, but we still got 2 hours till the minutes. So we will see. I feel like this is what happened on the last Fed minutes, though. I really do believe it was. I think we started off low and then it ended up higher, and then the next day it just started selling off. But this is the first time we're back up to VWAP after all of these bounces. Surprisingly, VWAP is going lower on that one, so let's see how this plays out. So just get ready. I mean, just get ready for pump fakes and all of that and the back and forth. Again, it's day after day. You've been watching it. I mean, how many plays have you seen? Either they open up really good or we'll get a play, it gets clapped for 2 days, and then before you know it, it's right back up. So just keep that in mind. I mean, this is going to be probably at the very least a 2-day event, but we still got about 2 hours here until the to the actual catalyst. UNH is on the high. TLT is flying still. It is, but it's still down 0.5%. It's just like that one day where we opened up and the bonds were really, really bad. And then I think by the end of the day, it just came right back up. I think it was I think it was one of these days or here. It was last Friday leading into Monday. And then remember, it dropped down, had a massive rally up, and then over the next coming days just got clapped. But then the market was able to do its thing. Got down buying, selling, need to be profitable. Yeah, it's just, you're going to wake up into it or not, and then it's just really, it's just coming down to no news is lasting longer than 48 hours. The dollar, I mean, it was signaling and it's going up, and I think that just highlights the global volatility again with what's going on with Europe, all the way down to what Russia's doing with their currency and all of that. But it is a warning sign. It's there. I don't know if I'd play it, but it's telling you, things are tightening, and bonds are moving at the same clip too. It's just now catching up with the Fed futures and all of that. The market is getting dislocated between what the stocks think, what the bonds think, and then commodities, dollar, all of that. We're chilling. Foolish to step into low calls. Now, I mean, lows is down a lot right now. I mean, our plays are right back up. I don't know if I'm going to sell the put or not. FMV on the high. Franco Nevada Corp. But HD just had the death cross, so usually that means a lot of the bullet bearishness is there. Lows in HD, they're just at these like key multi-year levels right now. That's once the dollars went up. Dollar goes up. And again, it's like an inverse of the Fed futures chart pretty much. Roblox CEO gets $232 million if stock hits $375 by March 2026. Gets 0 if it doesn't. It's good. We like that. Airbus delivery, 62 jets in March, are on the low. Roblo coming up a little bit. SPY hanging out at VWAP after that little 10-minute rally there from Euro close. See what happens. Thank you for everything. You didn't have to do that. I'm grateful to have you in the stream. Oh, no, man. Little by little, we always got more for you, Oscar. Oscar, you family, baby. Thank you. I heard you got another one on the way, too, baby. Oh, nah. God bless you, bro. Lending Tips was talking to me yesterday. He said that you found a couple of those, so let's see. Depending on what that guy wants, I haven't seen any of them. He just gave me a rundown, but hopefully we could get you one of them too. Again, if he has that many and we could do it, let's get it popping, baby. Let's get it popping. Let's go. 2 for 2. 2 for 2, and you gonna get one this time, baby. Ooh. Ooh. Let's go, baby. Let's go. And a shout out to the Jets. Working on it. Don't worry. Just do what you do. Do what you do. Let it. What's yours is yours, baby. It's good. Section 8 properties, they're great. They kind of look down upon, but it really just depends. Some need more work than not. You still got to practice common sense and, be selective, but it's not bad. Be at the real estate call tomorrow. I'm getting ready. Well, the real estate call's today. Today is Wednesday. On Minutes Day. So tomorrow, you might need another week. Otherwise, we'll see you tonight. Section 8 still have as much to say as who lives there. Yeah, like people don't, like pretty much, this even happened recently. I have a Section 8 property, and then once one of the people left, the new person that I put in, they're not on Section 8. So it's like, just a normal property, really. It's kind of more Section 8 renters than not. But not all of them. I mean, I've had very good experiences with it. Would you ever start a syndicate? I could be open to it, or like even a REIT, or even a public company where we kind of do stuff like Open Door, more or less, but like a REIT where we could do it. But because I get a lot of deals, and then it's just like lately I've been sending them a lot to people, keeping people in mind, people who've reached out to me, people who've stayed in touch with it, and I know they're interested. It's just like if there's a deal that's good, but it doesn't meet my home run criteria, then I am going to I usually refer them out to people. So, and then I know a lot of people have been waiting on the fences, and they're not doing it, and I'm telling them to do it. So I don't know. We could do a lot with it, but it's a lot of work. We'll see little by little. Yeah, EXC is going up there more. Did you target Section 8 or did you buy? No, I bought it and it happened to be Section 8. It wasn't like I was going for a Section 8 strategy. Damn, these were going at 35 already? Whoa. Or I'm tripping. No, it's 25. Okay, I was like, damn. And here are the 47s. Those are just in the money now since we got... Damn, someone bought 450 of those? Jeez. Bearish or bullish? Some people thought it was going to be hawkish. Hawkish means more bearish, more or less. That the Fed is going to be like, cut the rates, and just like, going over like their prey. You know what I'm saying? It's good. It's good. What are some of your least favorite trading platforms? E-Trade, TD, Ameritrade are good. Least favorite, like, to use, I think interactive brokerage is like more difficult. But I do think I probably put Tastyworks and Robinhood. I don't really care, really. I just got all of them. E-Trade is easy to use, and I could trust them. I don't have to worry about it. And then good customer service if anything ever happens. And they just operate just how I've known for decades. So it's just very simple. That's what I like about it. It gets the job done. I need E-Trade Pro. I'm like addicted to it. Got 2 properties, Zale, Carson, LA, and 1 in Texas. Tradingfraternity@gmail.com. Thank you for keeping me in mind, my friend. Very, very interested. Interactive Brokers is a good brokerage. It just has a high learning curve, and it's like, just getting used to the platform is a little bit harder. but it's like they give you good access to anything you want. Like you could trade penny stocks down to even like foreign stocks. I think they even give you access to probably like certain bonds and swaps if you really wanted to. That's what I like about it. Yeah, Yellen is live. We've been listening here and there to it. That's it. The only thing I don't like about interactive is literally interface. That's it. The UI, that's it. But otherwise, they're straight. I know they got like certain fees and stuff like that, but they could hang, and they got their own way to fill. They got good relationships. But like anything, Tastyworks, Webull, Robinhood, they're all the same. It's like, and even though everything's kind of free nowadays, there's all like they just operate on the same type of fills, platforms, and then just have different UIs and all of that. EKC, man. EXC, let's go. There you go. These hit 35 now, bro. 35 on the ask. That is exactly what we need. That's beautiful. That is beautiful. So you should have the average down should be up even 100% right there. Let's zoom. Please hold. Yeah, we do have New Jersey and New York. Say what's up, man. Say what's up. Yeah, EXC's nice. We're gonna chill with this one. We're gonna chill with this one. 7-1 I bonds. You like that? I don't like anything with the bonds because we don't know if it's gonna stay. You don't know where the reference point is gonna be at over the next 12 months. EXC's been fun. It's good. The in the money, bro. You got over even on the average. Average down is killing it. 10 cents to 30 cents on the average down. But even if you got the bad fill on the first one, you should be up 128% on it. Or at least 100% on the bid. And the bid is juiced. So like you could sell off any quantity right now at 25 into there. But I think you'll even get the 30s. I'm up 300. Yeah, you got the average down. You don't have to get the bad one. You got the lag. If you hit it on the lag, it was even better. Soon have a Philly agent, baby. Let's go. 30 hours. Let's go, baby. I'm proud of you. Get ready. Get ready for a whole new world filled with contracts and offers. The sellers will tell you no and offer more. Now you're in a whole new real estate market. Which watch list was the EXC on? I don't know. I remember I focused on it, though. And we were talking about it. Let's see. Which one was it? Which one was it? It was something in the last couple days. I think it might have been how to, what's it called? How to beat volatility. I remember we called it out on there very specifically. You're not concerned about the state of the real estate market right now? I am, but I'm realistic. You know what I'm saying? It's like, I don't know how to describe it. It's like if I told you you're gonna die in the next 2 years, right? Or let's say if I told you something really bad was gonna happen to you in 2 years, but it may not even be really bad, right? But you have 2 years. Are you gonna start like hiding now, essentially? This is the first one. That was the first order, but then when was the average down? So I averaged down on it on March 25th. So that would have been the Friday video. So I probably talked about it on Monday, the 28th. But does that make sense, though? It's like you're not going to start off of, you're like, oh, wow, I just found out something is going to happen. But you have a decent amount of time. I mean, we have a lot of things to look for real estate. And like I said, it could either it could go down, but my expectation is its prices are just going to level out and chill out. But it's still, again, the market's not going to stay the same for the next 12 months regardless. So even though we might have a problem a year from now, that we can't really assume that the market is not going to move in the next year in preparation of that. So that's the point. That's why I say usually at the last final moments of a recession, leading into a recession, right before is where people make a lot of money, because there's usually a lot of volatility, there's a lot of concern, but then it's like the event hasn't really happened yet until it does, and then that's where it's like leading into it, there's still another 10-20% on the table. Same applies to recession fears. Yeah, it's even what you see in the stock market. It's like people are worried, but it's like you still got 12 months even then before, or something would really have to change. But besides that, I do like real estate. And the problem is what I'm seeing with real estate that I don't like is the emotional, what it makes you think about. And this is what it is you got to worry about capturing money or the rates, essentially. Pretty much what I'm trying to say is that even if the market is going to start slowing down, and let's say you sell off trying to anticipate that, will you be able to get back in with money being this cheap? And that right there creates some friction between people making decisions right now. It's one thing if you can't find another house to move into, but let's say you have other properties and you just want to sell some, or you're going to try to time this, right? One, you could miss out on an additional 5, 10, 20% in the next 12 months. But then on top of that, the question is 2 years, 4 years, 6 years from now, will you be able to get out of that with the same, and will you be able to pretty much get the rates at a lower price? Essentially, if the price of real estate goes down 10%, but then the rates are all 5, 6, 7%, you are pretty much, is your housing cost going to be the same? That's the real problem right there. So that's what I'm keeping in mind, because it's wild, bro. Like literally, even that house flip we just did, it would have cost me double in interest. Just if I bought that house. And if I bought that house 1 month later, 2 months later, my interest cost would have almost doubled. So again, on some of these higher properties, it's wild. Even then, when I'm even looking, one of the offers I put on another property, it's a little bit more expensive. And again, usually when you get into the higher price points, the interest rate is just, that's, even if it's low, it's still like, well, that's a lot of interest. So it's just, I was looking at some of these numbers, I'm like, shit. I'm like, wow. My interest cost now is almost double than what I was paying a year ago, almost triple 2 years ago. So it's just that's going to make you think about a lot of stuff. Because now, if you got something and you got a good deal and you have it on a fixed interest and that interest rate is low, you may not be able to get this interest rate for another 10 years maybe. And that's going to be the problem. My pre-approval from Better is 6.1, and that's higher, but that's why I'm saying it's just like it was very, very low. So now it's like if you are trying to anticipate, you're worried about real estate, and you're like, oh, I'm going to sell my property. You know what I'm saying? That's going to be the problem is that, let's say you're going to cash out, and then what's going to happen in the next 2 to 5 years? And then if you want to get the same thing, is it going to cost you? And how much, what would it be equivalent wise? And then what would you get for your money? 5 to 7 is great rates yes, it is. It's still, even Uncle even said it. He said, the race used to be 6. I ain't tripping about the loans. But that's what you got to think about if you're trying to factor, okay, how do I protect myself in real estate, or if I'm worried about it. But it's like there's a lot that goes into it. And quite frankly, the way you answer this is by having a real long-term plan. If you know what you're going to hold, what you don't want, and you really have a plan there of what you're trying to accomplish, then you could find ways to move around your money to make it there. But if you're just worried about the yield curve, if you're worried about a crash and your plan is just, I'm going to sell out and then things will eventually get cheaper and I'll buy back in, you're just playing the timing game. And I mean, history has the stats behind that one. Rates have never been zero. They can't anymore. Well, mortgage rates never been zero. Rates did. You've had implied rates below zero. Like we have negative real yields if you think about it. But we've never gone to zero. And that's the next thing. Is like if we did have a crisis, people are talking about negative rates. So, well, you never know. But as of now, I mean, just there's still a year of time that needs to play out. Again, I'm not worried about like a crash. Like if you think real estate is going to drop 30%, I mean, I'm sorry, I just don't think that's going to occur. I do see a 5% decline or kind of just leveling out. I see that in the cards, but we have to wait to see what happens. And even then, that's going to be 12 months from now. And what's going to happen leading into that 12 months, based on the looks of it, real estate is still bullish, even though premiums have been, or rates have been going up. Good companies, great prices. I understand they go down, but I'm not trying to time it. I'm building long term. Amen. And then if you understand that with real estate, you see what I'm saying? You don't really care about what's going to happen right now, especially if you locked in one of the best rates in history. And then same thing with the long term. As long as you know what your plan is, and little by little, and you're here for the ownership, and you want to take advantage of the next decade, you know what I'm saying, while still being able to keep your assets and grow it in the meantime, then yes, that's all you need. Fed minutes is going to be in an hour and 45 minutes right now. 11 a.m. Pacific time, 2 p.m. Eastern. Young Wally World is killing it. These came back. Real estate drops 30%. We're back to 2020 costs. You won't see 08 level sell-off. That won't happen this time. Buy your home. I agree. And again, I think before they let real estate, I mean, do you not see it? I think before they let real estate go down, they're going to try something. You know what I'm saying? If it really got to that point, they would spur real estate. And what that means is lower loan requirements, all of that. Why was I blocked? I don't know why you were blocked. I mean, you're still able to type here. Just don't say anything political. We're timing it out. But even then, you shouldn't have been banned. So we have rules in the description. Please follow them, and you'll be good. And don't take anything personal. If I got some land, how can I Airbnb it? Put an RV on it, or put like a camper. Do you really think we see 100-year mortgages? Eventually, yeah. And that's what I'm saying. Down the road, you're going to get shit like that. 100-year mortgages. They're going to start offering 0 down payment, this and that. I heard the craziest thing in the world right now. I heard this yesterday. You know what they're saying? Some people are trying to say that in the new real estate market, anybody buying with a loan and not cash is considered subprime. Think about that for a second. They're literally trying to say that cash offers are the good ones, and that anything not cash is subprime. I say, well, I was like, that's an interesting way to look at it. You got 08. That's reverse 08 vibes. 08 vibes. People weren't paying with cash like they are today. At the end of the day, it was loans and cash out refinances. The banks would make more money off of the loan transactions. They had an incentive for it. But nah, this is like reverse. That's why I was like, what? I need a 4,000% raise, So we'll see what happens. Subprime. Subprime was they actually had subprime loans. They didn't, people are saying now a normal 20% down mortgage is subprime. So I was like, what? So SPY's coming right back down, back to 444. Watch if we get into the flats. Yo, something kind of flipped there. I think it could have been the material and energy plays that got a little bit of a boost, and then some of them might have given it up. But tech did not have a dance with that. Tesla, new low. We're down 20% on that one Tesla put that got clapped, so they're all coming back up. Check banks. Apple hasn't hit a low. Tesla held up better, but now it's hitting a low. Goldman's are coming back. That was a very big, bro. That was a first hit at VWAP. It looked good, and VWAP flipped a little bit, but then that just sold off real quick. Now we're right back to the Euro close. That was like 30, 40 minutes of Euro close gas, and then it just faded. You buy the housing now. Do you say when it finally declines, they buy, let's say, before the end of the year, it'll be less by 2023? 2023 is probably going to be the year when things start getting rocky. Again, I think you should buy anything at a good deal. I wouldn't overpay for anything and just be smart about it. This is what Warren Buffett said. This is what he said that Benjamin Graham taught him. Benjamin Graham taught him to just buy anything that was cheap. That's what he said. He said it's like walking around on the floor or looking on the floor for like cigarette butts and finding a cigar that even though it looks ugly, it just has one puff left in it. So it's a weird way to look at it, but point is just go for something cheap. It's like I would not overpay on a property right now. I haven't been for the last 2 years. In 2021 at the beginning, I would overbid, but I knew deep down, I knew these properties were worth a lot more money. That's why I was willing to go above on them. Now, things have gone up really, really high. So you just got to be smart about it and just don't overpay, and then that's it. But like if a deal comes your way, take it. If it's not a deal and you have to compete and do 15 offers and then someone just bought the house and they're trying to flip it for 30% more a month ago, that's not the one I would want to be touching. You know what I'm saying? But it's like, hey, it's off market or it's a fair price and it's something where it's like, okay, it's like the same price as a couple years ago. They're motivated. It makes sense. Then you take it. Yellen, China lending often predatory causes unsustainable debt. We speak logically, we're on the same level. Amen. Just be wise. Be wise. Dow flip big. It's still the leader, though. Value stock. Bro, NASDAQ's down almost 3% right now. That's the crazy part. NASDAQ is down 2.8, 2.6. I'm blind. 2.6. Think if they do subprime move, takes the wealth gap will be huge. Yeah, I mean it'll help though. It'll help with a lot of real estate and people getting into homes. But pretty much, I mean, the last thing the Fed or even Biden would want would be real estate prices to go down when it's all said and done. Because that right there is that's the silver lining in all of the economic shit that's happened. Stock market's up, that's cool. Whatever's happening, people got jobs, real incomes are down, whatever, call it what you want. But at the end of the day, a majority of the United States household wealth is held within people's homes. Yo, low ticker, VLD. Yo, VLD, JD's dropping. Velo 3D, they're getting clapped right now. Coin on the low, a lot of things just printed the low. It's getting a little bit big right now. Watch some of the China plays. They're selling through the bottom, not Baba. SPY got a big cheek lay. You're about to hit a new low. We were a little bit lower on the day, but we're coming towards 444 half. Prices. EPA probing biofuel options to help consumer gas prices. U.S. widened sanctions. That's an old one. That's it. There's the EPA thing. There's got to be a ticker for that headline. EPA, nah. I think it could be coming from the little gas speech that's happening right now in Congress. Uh-oh, 54 highs, new lows. We're almost hit another Hindenburg. 4 getting smacked. The Nvidia's on the low. Watch the other chip makers too. Not all of them are at the lows of the day, so we'll see. Lowe's is holding up a little bit. Those plays are still up. ARVL chatter. President Rugeber's. I don't know what that is. A Fed declaring war on stocks. Well, we'll find out here in a little bit, but if anything, Layla gave us the signal yesterday. Again, that's what the whole watch list was about yesterday, so hopefully you were here live, you got to see it, but then if you even see how we reacted today, that's what a lot of it was. Did you do another? I think I did do one. They usually got clapped on there, but again, last Fed minutes, it ended up going higher. I think I profited off the puts 2 days later, though. That's what happened. I think I grabbed a UVXY the day of the minutes, and then it got clapped afterwards because there wasn't that crazy of a move. But then the following next few days, everything came down. Yeah, the Teslas, bro, we're only down 10%, 14% on that Tesla. So a lot of the premiums are rocketing back up right now. Micron, UUP. Microsoft's still selling off hard. Again, SPY's not hitting a new low. What's happening is like little at a time, a couple of names are able to hit a new low, and then another industry's getting in the way, and then it's stopping it. Yeah, like like again, there's stuff going up. Like Eli Lilly's hitting a 52-week high. Abby I don't know if Costco's still up. So do you see what's happening? It's like some things are selling off. It's like, I wouldn't say a rotational as much as it is winners and losers industry-wise today, but it's having a weird little balancing effect there. The UPS, did those go up? I thought that play wasn't like the best. Yeah, they're up 8%. Twitter cheek glaze downside. Walmart sale. There's a lot of safe. It's like the safe haven consumer staple defensive stocks. They're moving defensively today. Again, we saw this. We've seen this move a couple weeks ago when things were getting real wild. Yeah, Verizon, AT&T went up. Twitter's going red. Get out of here. Oh shit, it is. I forgot. I thought it was green all day, but I guess it was red in the morning. Powell will not be live. No, the minutes is just a document. It comes out. Everyone's going to read it, make assumptions, freak out. Again, I'm starting to get the vibe. I don't think it's going to be that bad. Pretty much, I think if it plays out like last time, I think we might get a bigger reaction tomorrow, pretty much, is what I'm saying. But it doesn't mean today will be small. But I would put my money more for the end of the week, if anything. But I do know there will be some reaction. Walmart is one of the, it's like one of the defensive consumer staple type plays. Any new variant play? I'm not on that one. I'm not. I don't know. I've been asked about it twice today, but I'm not really. I don't really have any virus plays, nor do I. I just don't think. I don't think they're a play right now. I could be wrong. I mean, I've missed a couple of them after the first one. We hit the first one that mattered on the head, but I don't know if I really feel it right now. Uber back at 33. So this is what I'm saying with the long-term deposit. Once it goes lower, I like Uber anything lower than here. Amazon Music Unlimited price to increase $8.99 a month for Prime users. Oil prices drop on energy sanctions. Carve out IEA release. WTI dropped as the latest round of sanctions from U.S. left in place an energy carve-out that allows Russian banks to process payments for oil and gas. That will allow some trades to keep flowing even as the U.S. puts a ban on imports. Prices fell on reports the IEA plans to deploy $60 million in addition to the huge stockpile already announced. Bro, they announced another one? Oh my gosh. So that 60 million barrels was on top of the 100 million the other day. Jeez. Bro, what? I'm kind of scared. Yo, that's wild. No, yeah, that's addition. IEA plans to deploy 60 million barrels of crude in addition to the huge stockpile release already announced by the Biden administration. Jeez. That's like wild. We haven't even banned the Russian oil yet. Pretty much. We banned the imports, but U.S. is we're allowing payments. So we cut them off for SWIFT on everything, but then the number one thing that's funding them, oil and energy, that's it. Yeah, they're adding 60 million more barrels. I guess it's here for times like this. Well, I mean, you could speculate on it. I don't want this to be a political discussion. I mean, the key is it's another action to impact the supply-demand situation. Oil's down on that news, and that's what it is. But we heard that news earlier, but we didn't know if I thought it was not additional. So that's on top of the 180 million. Yes. Which carbo? I mix them up. I've been drinking a lot of sugar-free Red Bull though. It's been good. The barrels, is it being sold to Exxon? Yes, they do an auction. So they have an approved list of bidders from Chevron to Shell to XOM, and then they auction off the reserve barrels to those companies, and then they let the companies sell them. Or I think it's based off of an agreement that they will sell it right away. Yeah, the crazy part is that right now, and this relates to the Europe play, because essentially that's going to probably be our flash crash right there. It's just going to be if we literally actually stop trading oil with Russia and all the other countries actually do it, then that's it. Oil is going to go insane because none of it's happened yet. Isn't that wild? So look at all the prices, all the commodities, and pretty much to this day, the United States is still allowing oil transaction money to come through the U.S. and touch all of that. And then the U.K. and France and Germany, they're not even willing to, they'll sanction everything. And then they're leaving everyone's just leaving the energy carve out. So if it doesn't happen, nothing will happen. But that's wild to think that prices are there with a lot of it still just operating as normal. UNG. UNG got a little bit of a pop. Watch the big tech if they go down, and watch any of the value plays to start giving up. So if you watch value start to sell off, it's going to be like one of those days where we see, again, it's holding up. But now if the safe haven starts selling off, then you're going to start seeing more pressure. Again, anything below 444, very, very big level. It takes us back to realistically the lows from 2 weeks. I guess it's like 440 would be the real danger zone. But once we start going below 444, I mean, it's game time. Love you, Chad. What's up, Nolan? God bless you. We love you. Yellen, she's still on?
Americans or on our partners.
Jeez.
So we all realize we wish we were a lot less dependent
No, and
on oil
I'm
and
sympathetic to that,
natural
and
gas.
I'm not trying to ask a politically leading question. I'm just trying to understand, we do have, and I realize natural gas is a bit of a different issue with Germany's situation, but with respect to oil, I mean, I've seen ranges of 1 to 3 million barrels a day that the civilized world could block, and I'm trying to understand, because there's a big supply-demand balance question on the other side, and I'm wondering, as we think both about the tools we have to block Russia and the global inflationary measures, I don't know how to think about that except in saying how many million barrels a day are we going to take off the market?
So to the extent that we diminish Russia's ability to export oil and force Russia to keep oil in the ground, which is occurring to a meaningful extent right now, we do want to worry about overall supplies and making sure that they're at least roughly adequate. I mean, that's why President Biden announced a major release of 1 million barrels a day of crude from the Strategic Petroleum Reserve over the next 6 months, in the hope that an expectation that high prices will induce firms in the United States and elsewhere. It's enough time to ramp up production. If we're successful with that, it might be possible to put tougher restrictions on Russia.
Okay, well, maybe we can follow up offline, because I don't, the concern I have is that if we're looking at 1 to 3 million barrels a day of shutdown, there's no country that has the ability to ramp that up, and of course the Strategic Petroleum Reserve is a finite resource, and I think we have a lot of things we could do on the demand side, of course, right? I mean, I'm delighted to see the move on heat pumps and things we could do to lower oil use, but I'm nervous about what's there, and I would like us to understand, if we, on a bipartisan basis, as we should be, are committed to reducing Russian oil exports, then we need to have a really good visibility on what that does to global prices for oil markets, and to what degree can we reduce our dependency on those through other measures.
Right. Well, the demand for oil is highly inelastic in the short run, and so
As is the supply.
too large a restriction on supply could have very large price effects, and that's what we're trying to balance, that we would ideally like to impose as much pain as possible on Russia, but we need to take account of the consequences.
I'm out of time, but I'll send you a question for the record. I've really got the same question about food, that if I look at wheat production and corn production and sunflower oil production, there's the same dynamics there, and I'd like us to understand how we hurt Russia and understand the
Gentleman's
inflation.
time has
Thank you. I
expired.
yield back.
The gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. Budd, is now recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank the chair, and thank you, Madam Secretary, for being here today. So considering that one of the topics of discussion today is our effort to counter terrorist financing, I'd like to discuss the fact that the U.S. government has already sent taxpayer money to convicted terrorists. So I sent you a letter on January 11th regarding the revelation that the convicted Boston Marathon bomber had received a $1,400 economic impact payment under President Biden's American Rescue Plan. Now, this was revealed.
What? Everybody gets a stimulus check, man. Calm down. Relax. You said the EWGs are going up. I want to hear oil. Again, they were just literally, he was just asking her what we were talking about with, again, the Russian oil and not really limiting them and all of that. So we just got to watch what happens with oil and any of those developments. Literally, as that news moves, it will move everything else. Yeah, then the Amazon news, that dropped a couple times. So spot went up off of it a little bit. We have an hour and a half here till the Fed minutes. Up on the EXC. EXC is crazy. I'm telling you, it's a wild one. And then now with earnings, and then now we'll see what the option chain does, but it's going to get to the point where if there's only the $5 options here with time, it's wonderful. It's wonderful. Remember, in both of these plays, they were zero open interest when we got them. So that's, most of that is the Chad right there. And then I know there was one guy who made the big order, though. So I think 3,000 of it was that one guy's order, or 2,000. Remember, this play was just a dead option chain. But we'll see. Again, a lot of things bouncing here. We did not flush, but we're right there at the level. EXC. Now, again, EXC is earnings. That's the thing I've been keeping in focus. So we'll find out. Again, it all depends on the market and if it keeps going. On Chevron, yeah. I sold out along Chevron today. I sold out the final 500 shares. Again, I don't like the offering. They've just done too many offerings so far, and then it changes again. If they're going to do 50, the company's only worth $50 million, and then if they add another $50 million worth of shares, and then add that to the $17 million they did before, that's like another pretty much $60, $70 million. If they go at this pace, by the time they get the PRV, it's probably going to, they're probably going to dilute that $300 million, essentially. Remember, that was the whole reason why we bought it. I think it'll be rip after minutes. It depends on what the minutes say exactly. But I wouldn't be surprised for, again, today is going to be one of the moves, but even leading into tomorrow. But I do think this one, the minutes itself, there's a lot of powder behind it. You know what I'm saying? It could really explode up or down, but it's, after what we got yesterday, people kind of on edge in the bond market today. Anything could happen, but and that being said too, though, I remember last minutes, it kind of looked like this today where we just sold off, and then by the end of the day, we just came back up to break even. So, but then the next day was a really, really bad one. Biden speaking soon. Okay, yeah, JP Morgan off the bottom. I mean, bonds are trying to go down again, so we'll see how that plays out. There's Bobo. Baba, low. I already have Walgreens to the long term. I like it, but I'm already up on it. I've been up on it for a long time. We were up almost 50% at one point, but the long term, we're still up like 20%, I think, on Walgreens. So if it's still up, I don't want to add to it. I want to go for something I'm down on, or just give it some time, or even hold a little bit of cash. But I do like Walgreens, but we got it at a good price. The Fed futures are pricing in 9 rate hikes still. 2 point. They chilled out a little bit today, but it's still, I mean, the daily chart's bad. And this is what I said I'm waiting for. I said once this chart kind of levels out, this correlates with the last Fed minutes. But it even went up on the last Fed minutes too. But then again, the market started to come down with it as everybody adjusted. For today, 25 or 50. Well, there's no, what's it called? There's no, it's still pricing in 50, but today's not a live meeting. Today's the minutes. It is not a FOMC. They're not making a decision on rates or anything like that. They're only going to give the minutes to how they made the decision last time and why the market's worried after Lael Brainerd yesterday. People are expecting discussion of balance sheet reduction, and that might be the thing that scares people here. Boeing is the same market cap as Airbnb. I think Boeing has a lot more debt. That's the thing. Boeing. Tesla event tomorrow. Any competitors? Some people were bringing one up yesterday, but I mean, like Expedia, they're trying to do stuff like that and booking, but Airbnb is just it's in a league of its own, I think. Keep in mind when the minutes are recorded, spot was at 4:15. I don't think the FOMC would want to scare the market at the low. Very good point, actually. Very, very good point. That one, we'll see. I actually really like that. That is something where wouldn't as be, because usually I think they're going to lean into the bullishness, but given it was actually then, because when was the Fed minutes? It was like 3:16. Somewhere around here. Yeah, that one's interesting. We will see that it could be, but then that's the problem. A lot of people they were saying that even if it comes in bullish or like dovish, then the market may not like that and just be like, okay, the Fed's complacent. So it's gonna be a wild one. Flex the long term. Let's get the long term open. See what we're working with. I destroyed your LG. Trading fraternity got burned in. That's kind of dope. I'm sorry, though. I did not forecast that to happen. Market been ignoring the past. Market just been ignoring the bonds. And that right there, that stands out the most. So we're going to find out shortly. So here is the long term, yeah. Big one down at 20% or right below. YouTube long term, 20%, 20.1. Colt Sister down 9 again. But not too bad. Not too bad. Abivi is just good. Look at all the dividend drips. That's crazy, actually. This is what I said. This is what I was talking about earlier. When you look at the Abivi dividend, like look, even off of a third of a share, you're making $20, $40, another $50. This is just off the. Not only did we get the dividend money, and you got that in terms of the equity, but this is the gain on the equity that you got dripped. You see what I'm talking about? So it's like if you think about it, your dividend actually gave you an extra 20, 50, 100, 175, what, 250, 300, 350, 400, like 430-ish. You see what I'm saying? So not only did you get 2 years of dividends and more shares and all of that, it's like even the shares at those prices. So not only do you get an extra $1 back in dividend every quarter from an additional share, you've also made gains on the actual share. Yeah, small rivers making an ocean. So that's cool, but still at 20%. I mean, again, and we're coming back down. I think it's holding good. We still got cash. The JP Morgans were still up on it, but now it's around break even now here. So we'll see what happens. Abivi is the biggest in the long term. It's up there. The biggest plays that we have, it's Snapchat, Abivi, and then Airbnb. So Airbnb was the first, or Abivi was the first big one that we did. Do you collect covered calls if you sold the dividends? Or if you collect dividends if you sold covered calls? I think so. As long as you don't get exercised. If you take SPY dailies at the monies, can you use that to price today's moves with the earnings? If so, 0.6. Yeah, 100%. I think it makes sense. 0.5%, we get right back up to open if it's good. Otherwise, 0.5% down, we'll probably get around that 440. EWG coming to life. I think the EWGs are in play, especially after that 2% move. I think they just moved up a lot yesterday on the further out the monies, but even the closer ones with more time came up. It's just going to be little by little. It's kind of like the Boeings, if you saw how those played out. Pull up the max chart on EXC. Yeah, it's doing what it did last time. I mean, last time during 06, 07, 08, it kind of looks like you're right here for a little bit. But it's doing the run. Again, people have said utilities for inflation hedge, all of that. I mean, it's a good play. We got a solid position. And we wait to see the earnings, everything else. Bro, if it goes 45-40 on the ask, that's going to be nutty. I have EWG puts. Costco's still gassing. Low ticker. Oh, yeah, it's gassing. Coinbase withdrawals may fail but be retried. Solana network down. Birroll says IEA will join 120 million barrel collective oil release. Bro, they're releasing more oil. What? IEA will join in on it. Federal government spending pushing up inflation. Scott. Yeah, no, that's weird, bro. IEA and EIA are confusing. Yeah, it's very similar. Other countries or other organizations, but it seems like it seems like they're just, that's it. It seems like they're going break glass on oil. If they keep doing stuff like this, I don't know. They're hoping to squeeze out Russia. None of this squeezes out Russia. Because, again, this is all just easing the pressures now before even cutting off Russia's oil. Technically, Russia has barely been cut off from oil or anything else. Like, again, Europe and Germany are still, they don't even want to cut off coal from damn Russia. Break glass through the roof. No, like break glass, like they're breaking glass trying to hit the, pull the fire alarm. Because again, if now all of these agents, that the oil releases just keep getting bigger and bigger and bigger, and you see the price of oil right now, it's just there's something up there. If Russia pulls out, oil's gonna plummet. It'll plummet back to the $80, $70, $80 level. So oil plays. I have a couple. I mean, we're little by little. I think oil for the next 12 months, we're going to play it like we've been playing it. You're going to buy it. It's going to go up. It'll chill out for a couple weeks and go up. Then it might go down and then back and forth. But oil is definitely going to be one to watch all week. So that's why it's like I'm flipping a lot of them. And then I'm holding like the B&Os with a lot of time and then just going from there. I'd be willing to bet if Russia surrendered, went home, we relaxed, Russia pumped out normal, gas will still stay high. It would be $70 to $80, which is still high. You know what I'm saying? Comparatively, but I don't think it would be in the, 100 plus with everyone talking 120, 140, all of that. EXC, a little cheek lay. SPY is just staying pinned right here. At least we're not going below 444, but I mean, clearly the market wants to wait for something before moving again. DD getting delisted, I think, but they have something else. Even though they haven't ran like oil companies. I think they're at a breakout point. And they have moved like the other oil companies. I mean, it's not like they didn't get some of the rally there. And if anything, they actually started moving up first. So like it kind of looks a little bit better than XOM if you see what I'm talking about. XOM, you topped out here at various times and it kind of like flattened, but Conoco, it's kind of a more aggressive vertical uptrend. Again, PSX, they're the ones that didn't go up as much as everybody. Conoco, they at least went up. Oxy was definitely the leader, but even then, Conoco is actually a little bit better than Oxy, if you see what I'm saying. It's at least above the 2020 levels. And then what's the other one? Chevron. I think Conoco looks like Chevron more or less, but just a little bit down in the last week or so. New home build stocks or costs are skyrocketing. MRO ain't doing anything. Chef Rondo. Fed are more hawkish than the commitments from the minutes things can go over 3 weeks. That's what some people are just bringing up right now, and I think it's a very good point. And that's why we're going to see. But, I mean, Powell did say it last time, and the market didn't react negatively. Powell did bring up starting in May, so we're going to see what happens. But again, I think it could go up either way. But the potential of this one being big is elevated. I without a doubt would say, very least we're going to get some sort of follow up coming into tomorrow as well too. Week coming up, CHK. I saw that on the high. Chesapeake getting some steam here. CPI next week, it's going to be high because now we're actually pricing in the other stuff. Remember, last CPI was before any of the crazy oil stuff, so we're going to see. Continuation sell-off. I think it depends what it says and what it does to bonds. So that's the thing you can't forget about this morning. Part of the panic, one part was Lael Brainerd and what we got yesterday, but the other part was that other global bonds sold off rapidly. So New Zealand, Australia, they got clapped today. And people in Europe, again, there's a reason like Europe is moving like tech stocks. Germany's down 2%. We're down 2% on tech, but Dow's only down 0.8 right now. So right now is also the bond market and people getting worried. So it's one thing what the minutes say today. And then the next thing, though, is how does that cause a reaction with bonds and what do people start doing? If that gives the wake-up call and kind of, closes the gap a little bit, it will definitely be interesting, to say the least. CPI will go over 10. It might be around 10. I mean, last time was like 8.9 or something, 7.9. I think we're going to see what's happening. Thank you for being objective and unbiased as professional. I mean, you just being nice, man. Thank you. I just appreciate everybody who is, came with some respect today, and thank you for following the rules. And hopefully you see it's a lot chiller. So I hope everybody is being good and everybody feels good about it, and just right back at you if you could offer me the same thing. You know what I'm saying? So God is good, baby. I love it. And just good work, chat. Good work. You did good today. You see what I'm saying? It's chill. We ready. We locked and loaded. We got plays. You guys are watching the ups and downs. We're seeing the watch list come to life. You know what I'm saying? It's good, man. It's very, very good. And I'm sure we're all ready here today. And it's probably only going to get crazier, baby. Woo! 7.9. Yeah, I don't know. So we might go high 8s. I think high 8s. Again, the key with CPI for next week is just going to be the bigger the surprise. We haven't had a big surprise. The minute we get a surprise, it's wild. But that's a pretty big month-over-month gain from 7.9 to 8.6. So we will see. CHK, yeah, they're still up there. EXC is disgusting. I'm so proud. I just want to see these hit 40 on the ask. I need a good bid, though. I'll be very happy with a good bid. But that's wild. Every little red candle just gets eaten up. Consensus 8. We'll get into it next week. We'll see as people start changing stuff. Oh, next week is a short week. You have Good Friday. Because you guys need Jesus. See what I'm saying? So it's a Good Friday. I'm just kidding, heathens. Don't get too sensitive. Relax. Short term EW is creeping up a little. The other one's on the ask have, but the short term, we need another gap down. EWG, we're going to make money by gapping down and the situation getting out of the cuck zone. You got to realize most government contracts right now and like actual like government, or not government, like country exchanges, they are all in like a cuck zone right now. They haven't really moved. So now you see how they got ready today with this little gap. Once we fall out below here, then they're all going to start running. If they don't, it's going to be difficult, and it's far out the money. We need a lot of pace. USPS prices, new prices include 2-cent boost in first-class mail stamp. Cents just went up 2 cents. 10% increase on stamps. 10% increase on stamps. Uncle J Powell. Expiration for the butterflies is the 14th, so very, very tough one here. It has to really, really go down. Otherwise, our protection goes. But thankfully, we have some of the other stuff that's at least going up while the market goes down. Yeah, the price boost for 2022, U.S. Postal Service. Bowen's coming up here. What's your price on Ulta? Very low. It's that Ulta play surprise. That's like one of the small ads we made, and I never got to buy it again because it rocketed. We're up 70% on Ulta. I bought it at $232. I only have 2 shares. He wants that 50. It'll get there. My target, I'm going to monitor it as we get closer to earnings. That's because, again, I want to take advantage of the earnings with this one, but it keeps moving up. It's moving up faster than I even expected. That's why the premiums are going crazy. So we will see. But if anything, I'm just expecting holding it for a little bit longer, if anything, as we get closer to earnings and ride it out. But like we've said today, that one was a good play. We got the UNGs. I took profits on those today, half of them. But just, again, we've had some nice assists here. Again, everything's up. The BABA plays are up. That even the bad Tesla put is only down 15% right now. But the BABA plays are up. The lows are up. The Hershey's are up. UNG up 100%. EWG is up. All of these, you're getting bounce passes. So what I'm just trying to say is, even if I run them and push them to the edge, it's because I have a lot of cash ready for the next move. But what you got to do right now is be wise. You got to pick and choose which ones you want. But if you got a gain, you're trying to figure out when to take it. I mean, if you got a good win, take it, especially if it's going to help you out there with your account in the next move. You know what I'm saying? Biden, North American thing. High energy today. Oh, yeah, he looks excited. He really means it. Okay, listen.
I'd not be standing here without.
Please, no politics. Union. If you're going to say if Biden or Trump comes up in your comment, you're most likely getting timed out. Okay? Just listen. If there's a play, do it. That's it. We'll listen to it for a little bit. God bless you and thank you.
Personal privilege. Before I turn to my main remarks, I have to briefly address the horrifying reports of the atrocities taking place in Ukraine and the steps the United States is taking to respond in close coordination with our allies and our partners. And I'm sure you've seen the pictures from Bucha and just outside of Kyiv. Bodies left in streets as Russian troops withdrew. Some shot in the back of the head with their hands tied behind their backs. Civilians executed in cold blood. Bodies dumped into mass graves. A sense of brutality and inhumanity left for all the world to see unapologetically. There's nothing less happening than major war crimes. Responsible nations have to come together to hold these perpetrators accountable. And together with our allies and our partners, we're going to keep raising the economic cost and ratchet up the pain for Putin and further increase Russia's economic isolation. Folks, the steps we've already taken are predicted to shrink Russia's gross domestic product by double digits this year alone. Just in 1 year, our sanctions are likely to wipe out the last 15 years of Russia's economic gains. And because we've cut Russia off from importing technologies like semiconductors and encryption security and critical components of quantum technology that they need to compete in the 21st century, we're going to stifle Russia's ability and its economy to grow for years to come. Folks, this is the United States, and we're taking additional steps in lockstep with our allies and partners to raise the economic pressure on Putin. First, the United States will impose full blocking sanctions on Sberbank, by far the largest financial institution in Russia, and Alfa Bank, its largest private bank. We're locking down any accounts, any funds that those banks hold in the United States. They'll not be able to touch any of their money. They'll not be able to do any business here. And second, I'm going to sign an executive order that's going to ban any new U.S. investment in Russia. More than 600 private sector companies. Folks, corporate America is stepping up and change. From McDonald's to Exxon, they've left the Russian market on their own accord, 600 of them. Think about that. The private businesses choosing to leave Russia rather than risk being associated with Putin's brutal war. And this ban on investment is going to make sure that new money can't come into Russia to replace what's left so that the Russian economy doesn't feel the loss and the loss of these businesses for the long term. Third, we're adding more critical state-owned enterprises to the list of fully blocked Russian companies. These companies are major revenue generators owned by Russian government, which Putin uses to fund himself and enable his war in Ukraine. They'll also be cut off from doing any business with the United States. They'll not be able to access or use any assets they have in the United States. And fourth, we, along with our European allies, are adding the names to the list of Russian elites and their families that we're sanctioning. You see these yachts where they're being picked up? No, think about it. Think about the incredible amounts of money these oligarchs have stolen. These yachts are millions and millions of dollars. Look, these oligarchs and their family members are not allowed to hold on to their wealth in Europe and the United States and keep these yachts worth hundreds of millions of dollars, their luxury vacation homes, while children in Ukraine are being killed, displaced from their homes every single day. And finally, we're continuing to supply Ukraine with the weapons resources they need to defend their country. Last Friday,
there isn't yacht companies you could short, but there's air leasers that you could go after. So there's a couple of air leasing and even like boat leasing companies. Those would be the targets if you wanted to make a play on that.
Missiles, those shoulder-mounted missiles that can take out tanks and armored vehicles. To keep getting an uninterrupted supply to the Ukrainian military. You know, we won't be able to advertise every piece of security we give because our allies and partners are supplying to Ukraine through us. But advanced weapons and ammunition are flowing in every single day. And as you may have seen yesterday on television, when the Secretary of Defense was being cross-examined by one of our, how can I say it, our congresspersons, saying, "What have you done?" And he basically looked at him and said, "What the hell do you think we've done? Why do you think they're able to fight? We've trained them and we've given them the weapons." That's what's happening. Look, thanks to the bravery, the great fighting spirit of the Ukrainian people, Russia has already failed in its initial war aims. Russia wanted to take Ukraine's capital city, Kyiv, and topple its democracy and elected government. Today, Kyiv still stands, and that government still presides. This fight is far from over. Here's the point. This war could continue for a long time, But the United States will continue to stand with Ukraine and the Ukrainian people in the fight for freedom. And I just want you to know that. And by the way, if I got to go to war, I'm going with you guys. I tell you. I mean it. I want to talk about what I'm here today to talk about. You women or men and the American union movement. Remember, you know, when the Fair Labor Standards Act was first passed, everybody said you can have unions. It didn't say that. It says we should have more unions. We should. American labor, the building trades unions, President McGarvey. And by the way, Dad, Jack, where are you, Jack? I tell you what, Dad, as they say in Southern Delaware, you done good with this boy. And you know, I just know Jack's a Philadelphia guy. You know why? I just asked Sean, I said, where? He said, well, he's down the shore. Now, if you're from Philadelphia or Jersey, you go to the shore. If you're from northern Delaware, you go to the shore. A little bit further south, you go to the beach. You go to the beach. You can always tell where someone's from. And Dad, I asked whether or not you, like my wife Jill is from Philly, still talks about Broad Street, the Broad Street run, you know, and you know, well, you see, and you know, Jeet, yet, you know. I had to learn to speak Philadelphian when I got married. But Dad, it's an honor to meet you from a distance here. Thank you. Thank you very much. Look. It's good to be with you all, and I mean that. You know, there's an old expression, as I said earlier, you go home with them that brought you to the dance. And you folks brought me to the dance. And the people who brought me to the dance were union workers, not just workers, union workers. IBW, iron workers, boilermakers, teamsters, laborers, bricklayers, masons, plumbers and pipe fitters, painters, plasterers, roofers, operating engineers, steel metal workers. You're all represented in this room. And so many more who are not in the building trades that are union members across the country. I want to thank you for what you did to support my election this last time out. I remember going to a guy sitting down here a little further to the right when I refused to, I wasn't going to introduce my climate plan until I decided I was going to speak to a guy from the IBW, because I wanted to make sure you all knew what I was doing and why it not only was good for the environment, but good for labor. And I sat down with that guy right there, and he thought about it, and he went out and he talked to other people, and you all stepped up. And I mean it sincerely. You're probably the biggest reason why I'm standing here today. I've never forgotten not only what you've done for me, but more importantly, what you've done for this country. You're the ones who literally built this country, and that's not hyperbole. And you heard it 1,000 times when I was running for office, that we're going to build this economy, not from the top down anymore, but from the middle up and out. That's how you build America. Because we know that when the middle class does well, the poor have a way up and the wealthy are just fine. That's exactly what we're doing. And by the way, the reason there is a middle class is because of unions. Unions. Fact. Unions. That's a fact.
So yeah, the mods aren't banning anybody. That's me doing all of it. I'm timing out all of you guys. Because, again, we just asked, don't make any political comments. If you have it related to a play or not. He said a couple of things. I have an analysis on this, but, again, that's all me. So you could take it out on me if you like, but it's very simple. Please just keep it respectful. No politics. Simple as that.
When it comes time to rebuild the economy, before I did anything, as I said, I talked to you. I laid out my plan for economic growth. I talked with a lot of the folks sitting behind me here and others in the union movement. And with your help, it was a darn good plan. And look at the results. Our economy created 431,000 jobs in March. 7.9 million since I became president. More jobs in 14 months than any president in the history of America has ever created because of you. Unemployment's down to 3.6% from 6.4 when I took office. The fastest decline in unemployment to the start of the term of a president ever recorded because of you. And the economy grew 5.7% last year, the fastest growth in 40 years. I know people are still hurting. I'm not unaware of it. As my dad would say, every time that price of the gas went up at the pump, guess what? It was a conversation at our kitchen table that mattered. It affected outcomes. It affected what we did. But in the process, we were able to cut the deficit by $360 billion last year. And it's been a long, tough stretch, but Americans are back to work. Our economy has gone from being on the mend to being on the move. It started with the American Rescue Plan. When I took office in the midst of the worst economic crisis since the Great Depression. You all remember the lines of cars stretching for miles, waiting for a box of food to be put in their trunk. Not just poor folks, folks across the board waiting for that box of food. Because the American Rescue Plan helped 41 million Americans put food on their table. Because of the American Rescue Plan, we helped keep a roof over the heads of 4 million people. When you helped get that plan passed, 4 million people were on the verge of being evicted from their homes and apartments. That's a fact, not a joke. 4 million. The rescue plan put money in the pockets of hardworking Americans who thought, through no fault of their own, were in trouble, giving families what my dad used to call just a little bit of breathing room. Just a little bit of breathing room. Because of the rescue plan, we had the best year of state and local growth in 20 years, adding back 467,000 jobs, and educators, firefighters, police officers who were laid off got back in the job. You made a gigantic difference. In addition, because of the rescue plan, 320,000 construction jobs last year. 320,000. You're building America again. I meant what I said. We're the only nation in the world that's come out of every serious problem we've had stronger than when we went in. And there are now more construction jobs today than we had before the pandemic. The leading financial firm, Moody's, Wall Street, estimates that because of the rescue plan, 4 million more jobs were created, and unemployment is 2% lower than it would have been had we failed to act. But look, that wasn't all we did to the rescue plan. We also included the law called the Butch-Lewis Act. You know what it is, most people don't. To ensure that as we rebuild America, we upheld a promise to secure a dignified retirement for millions of workers and retirees all across America, protecting pensions. You all worked so damn hard for, you sacrificed to secure. And it didn't stop there, because we can't compete for the jobs of the 21st century if you don't fix our infrastructure. That's why it was so important to pass the bipartisan infrastructure law. You know, and now, not only is it infrastructure week finally arrived, it's infrastructure decade. Infrastructure decade. No, for real. Already. Already, as all of you know, we've announced nearly $5 billion to improve 3,000 airports across 50 states this year. We've announced $5 billion, including $650 million this year alone. So Lonnie Stevens and the IBW can get to work building a national network of electric vehicle charging stations, 500,000 across the country. We've announced $4.7 billion to cap and plug hundreds of thousands of orphan wells and gas wells spewing methane into the air, creating jobs as good as the jobs of the folks dug those wells got paid in the first place. Same folks. Nearly $17 billion for ports, waterways, and dams. 700 projects already announced across 50 states. $52.5 billion for highways and road repairs this year. $5.4 billion for bridges this year. The I-5 bridge over Columbia River in Washington State. The I-95 bridge in West Haven, Connecticut. The Jefferson Highway. US 61 East Baton Rouge Parish in Louisiana. The list goes on. Not only that, We're getting rid of poisonous lead pipes in 10 million homes and 400,000 schools and child care centers. So kids and families can have drinking water that doesn't poison them. Look, folks, this is America.
Oh, no, we're just waiting for the Fed. I just play. I need to listen to it, so I'm going to listen to it. I don't want to disturb you guys. You know what I'm saying? So I got you. Don't worry about it. It'll be up. I'm going to I'm listening right now. Hold on. I don't know. You can probably hear it in the back. I can stay unmuted. I mean, I'll tell you if anything comes up on it that's important. I mean, my logic of it right now is that I think he's like really excited, but I think there's a lot of tension with, again, it's all related to, I'm relating it all to Europe and oil and what we're going to do. You guys don't hear it in the background? Because I know it's playing over my speakers. That's why I'm listening to it. It's not Job Boy. I think they're like, he's just like coming in very, very hyped. But I think they got I think the energy problems are problems there in the background that are affecting it. I don't want any EWQ puts. That's France. We talked about that. And even then, right now, it's going to be, what's it called? It's going to be all about the Fed minutes. I mean, this usually markets like gone up sometimes when he's talked. He's not really talking about anything too crazy. But it hasn't hit, the minutes haven't came to life just yet.
Are subject to Davis-Bacon requirements.
The they're killing it.
And by the way, as you may remember, when the President Obama asked me to do the Recovery Act back in our administration, the previous one, we didn't do any you guys didn't do. They wanted the money, they had to show me that they were doing it and paying a prevailing wage. And you know, that means folks who are rebuilding the country are going to earn a prevailing wage now. And by the way, the Labor Department, led by a proud former president of the Labor's Union 223, Marty Walsh. Good man. If I'm in a foxhole, I want Marty next to me. Look, he recently proposed a new regulation to strengthen prevailing wage. Another thing the law does is help expand registered apprenticeships. Wasn't it wonderful when businesses that don't work will do the apprenticeships? Wasn't that a great, generous thing for them to do early on? Well, come on, man. Union partnerships that allow workers to earn while they learn, that matters. Because laying a strong foundation for the future of this country is about more than having strong roads and bridges, ports, and airports that can compete with any in the world. It's also about making sure that here in America, folks who work hard and live their lives, they have an opportunity to live it with dignity and respect. That's what unions are about, in my view, about providing dignity and respect for people who bust their neck. That's why I created the White House Task Force on Worker Organization Empowerment, to make sure the choice to join a union belongs to workers alone. And by the way, Amazon, here we come. Watch.
That one's interesting. That one's interesting.
Well,
that one's interesting. So, see, look, you could always get something from bro. Amazon's not reacting, but I think the union thing is big.
Pass the PRO Act and send it to my desk. And that's why We're strongly encouraging grantees who get infrastructure funding to use what we know as the project labor agreements. You know what they are. The vast majority listening to this won't know, which helps ensure the people building major projects are well-trained, highly skilled workers who have a voice on the work site. Look, you all know why this matters. Union members get higher wages and benefits like health care and insurance and paid leave, protections against discrimination and harassment, safer, healthier workplaces. But there's another reason, the basic American reason. Workers who join a union gain power, the power over decisions that affect their lives. When you've got a union, workers' voices are heard and heeded. Unions provide, in one word, democracy in the workplace. Organizing.
Minutes come out in 30 minutes. 30, 40 minutes.
And action. Unions aren't just good for workers who join them. Rebuilding America with union labor is smart for business and the American public and for our entire country. Union workers, and I'm not just saying because you're sitting there, but give me my word, you're the best in the world at what you do. Highly skilled, highly trained. You've got a voice in the workplace, a sense of ownership in the project. When union workers are on the job, projects are completed efficiently and they're completed professionally. That's good for the American taxpayer. It's good for families in every neighborhood where infrastructure projects are underway. And so we're going to keep investing in you and your families. We can and we must do more. For example, there are nearly 1.2 million extremely qualified women who haven't returned to the workforce. There's a simple reason. There's no affordable child care for them. Many families pay up to, in this city and other major cities, they pay up to $14,000 a year for one child. When I got to the Senate, as some of you know, right after I got elected in November 17 and December 18th after that election, I got a phone call saying my wife and daughter had just been killed. A tractor trailer broadsided them and my two boys weren't supposed to make it. My boys did make it, thank God. But the point was, everybody thinks I commuted every day because I was this good father wanting to go home. That's true. But I couldn't afford daycare. So I had my mom and my sister and my brother. I had to do it from home. I had no choice. And I was making a good salary. I think at the time we were making $42,000 a year, which was a fair amount of money. I couldn't afford child care. And these women can't afford it either. If you cap child care, as I proposed, at 7% of a family's income making less than $125,000 a year, it could cut in half the cost of child care, saving thousands of dollars and freeing so many people to be able to go back to work, particularly these women who are totally qualified but have no alternative but to stay home. Or take prescription drugs like insulin. Many of you know people who have type 1 diabetes, another reason for insulin. You know how much it costs to make that vial of insulin? $10, T-E-N, $10. But you see families paying, on average, over $641 a month for that insurance, up to $1,000 a month. Think about those 200,000 kids out there, maybe some of your children, who have type 1 diabetes. 200,000. Think about what it does to a parent who looks at their child, doesn't have insurance, doesn't have the cash, and wonders, my God, what am I going to do? Have no idea how we're going to pay for what we need so desperately. It not only puts the child's life in jeopardy, it strips you of your dignity. How can you look at your child knowing they need this, but there's no way you don't qualify for it because you're making some money, but you don't have enough money to pay for that monthly bill? It's easy. We can cap insulin at $35 a month. They'll still make 350% profit. Look, there's so much more we can do if we let Medicaid be able to do what they do. Those of you who are veterans, they negotiate. Veterans Administration negotiates with Medicare for the price they charge. It's a big deal. They still make a lot of money. But what's going on now, we can do it all without adding to inflation. We don't have to believe me about that. 17 Nobel laureates in economics within the last 6 months wrote to me independently and said, guess what? If you do what you're talking about, it will not only not increase inflation, it will reduce the impact of inflation. We can do this without raising a penny in taxes on anyone making under $400,000. We have to do it. All we have to do is ask the wealthiest Americans among us in major corporations to pay their fair share, just a little bit more. Really, not a joke. Not a joke. I made a commitment. No one making less than $400,000 in my administration while I'm president will pay a penny more in taxes. That's why I held up the passage of the infrastructure bill. They wanted to add a fee for highways. I said, no, ordinary people are going to be paying for that. I'm not for that. We got to have everybody chip in, pay their fair share. Look, folks, there's no reason why someone making $10 million a year should pay a lower tax rate than a married couple who are a firefighter and a school teacher. But that's how it works. I mean, for real, there's no reason why in 2020, the 55 of the companies, Fortune 500 companies, paid zero in federal income tax, and they made $40 billion. Zero. Zero. Look, I'm a capitalist. If you can go out and make $1 million or $1 billion, go at it. But for God's sake, chip in and pay your fair share. I think even a lot of my friends are registered Republicans living out there. They think that too. I mean, it's just so outrageous. That $2 trillion tax cut, the last guy. What was his name? Anyway, the last guy. I forgot it. He never showed up for the inauguration. But anyway. But all kidding aside, I shouldn't kid. But that tax cut basically went to the top 0.1% of the American public. And it didn't grow the economy. Look, the bottom line is this. The United States is in a position to outcompete the world once again. If we can keep coming together, invest in the backbone of America, there's no limit what we can achieve. When I wasn't going to run again, as some of you know, some of my friends. But when I finally decided to run, and my kids encouraged it because, anyway, I won't go into that, but if I finally decided to run, the fact of the matter is, I made a judgment. We just had there's no reason why we have to keep it the way it's been. When's the last time trickle-down economy has trickled to anybody you know? No, I'm serious. I'm not joking. I'm not joking. So look, I said I was running for 3 reasons back then. 1, to restore the soul of this country. And by that I meant decency and honor and honesty in what we're going to do. And 2, to rebuild the backbone of America. To rebuild the backbone of America, which is the middle class and working people. And 2 and 3, to try to unify the country. That's been the hardest thing so far. Not a joke. But we're going to get there because you can't have a democracy function unless you can generate consensus. You ultimately have to unify it, as angry as I sometimes get. So look, America, this is a fact. America's always counted on union workers. And given just half a chance, you have never, ever, ever, you've never let the country down. We're counting on you again. And you can count on me to keep fighting for you, I promise you. And folks, let's continue giving working families a fighting chance. Let's face the challenge ahead. And let's keep building a better America. And one last thing. We're announcing today an investment through the infrastructure law. The largest investment in public transit in American history, $20.5 billion. It's going to accomplish 2 big things. Create more good union jobs using products made in America and reduce pollution at the same time while making it safer and easier for folks to get to work. Let's keep going. Let's keep building. Let's keep it on the way. Thank you, thank you, thank you. May God bless you, and may God protect our troops. Thank you. Thank you. I don't want to go.
Damn, bro, I was trying to go pee, bro. You know they'll copyright you for that music? Space, Virgin Galactic, Richard Branson hopes to fly with Elon Musk. Ah, that one's big. Space is popping. A little bit there, a little bit there. Not too crazy, not too crazy. Let's see what we got. Let's see. Is it an ad?
Netanyahu after
Okay.
4
Hold on,
inconclusive
give me a
elections in 2 years. Global news 24 hours a day, on air and on Bloomberg Quick Take, powered by more than 2,700 journalists and analysts.
Damn it, I can't even go
over
pee.
100
Okay, we'll wait. We'll wait for it, baby. We'll wait for it. He said, I don't want to go. That was a good speech. He was up on there. Again, they were announcing a lot of the same union stuff, talking about this and that with oil. And honestly, I think a lot of it just comes down to, what's it called? I don't know. There's like a different level of intensity is what I'm feeling with all of it. You know what I'm saying? So am I feeling up or down? I think both ways. I think there's just a lot of powder behind this event. I mean, it's a powder keg. Whatever the FOMC minutes, a lot of people in the chat, they brought up very good points that the minutes were written last time the SPY was at 415. So I think that's a very good point. You know, that one is very important. But at the same time, though, it's like you saw how the market moved yesterday. Global bond market is there. I think there's going to be about 0.5% move minimum. I think it'll be a big move, but the thing I'm really, really looking for is going to be the following day. But today could get a little bit bigger. Yeah, EXC is going crazy. The digestion is probably going to be a little bit more key. All right, here, hold on. Let me go pee real quick. Yeah, EXC.
We're seeing
crazy.
equities under pressure today as the bond market continues to have those concerns about the economic road ahead. Obviously, you saw that building yesterday with the comments from Lael Brainerd and Matt alluding to the fact they'll be watching those Fed minutes a little bit later on. The NASDAQ's decline of 2.4% today really highlights that unwillingness to buy technology stocks. And by the way, in the Canadian market, we don't have as many tech stocks, but we have several, and they too are under pressure. We obviously are watching the oil price in the Canadian market as well. We have seen oil prices under pressure today. They're actually on an intraday basis at the lowest level since the middle of March. Now, Mark Crumpton was just talking about some of that IEA announcements, which did factor into it, but we are very closely watching those oil company executives testifying in front of the U.S. House today, being questioned about soaring gas prices. Let's get some more perspective on that developing story. Bloomberg oil reporter David Wethy has been following the hearing. And David, there's been a lot of dramatic commentary.
SPY pop. All right, we're back. Second time above VWAP. Things are getting a little active there. Watch if any of the oil plays. It's a lot of like PMs on the high. A lot of the value plays are up there. DWAC moving. Costco. Check Apple and Tesla. They all got a candle there. They're still low on the day, but I think that would have been probably middle of the market. Yeah, I think it's the names like Walmart and all of that are doing their thing. And then commodities, we got like 30 minutes till they close. EXC to 50. I think so. I mean, again, remember, EXC just doesn't move a lot. That's like the wild part about all this. So just understand, like, even the slow grind up to 50, it could take some time, but the options activity is crazy on this. Like, literally, you got to realize we are most of the open interest on these July plays, but now you have a lot of volume coming in, and I'm sure, again, May you have it building out there, and then April, not as much. I didn't know they have non-standard options. That's weird. But this is a slow mover. Again, from here to here is only $6. Just bigger float, moves very slow, so keep that in mind. I don't know why we got that little pop there. I would watch some of the value plays or the ones that have been holding up. Again, the defensive consumer staples, those have been the ones that have been holding up very, very well. F-16 would serve NATO. EXC, Wally World. How many members? There's a couple thousand. I think I need to double check, but I found out that I guess apparently everyone's opinion is not worth $4.99 is what I realized in the last 10 minutes there. So, but there's enough. And shout out to members, baby, and people keeping it positive and respectful. Thank you again. If you were able to follow the rules, we appreciate you. Keep it the same and get ready. 25 minutes till the minutes, baby. 25 minutes till it's so hard to say minutes till the minutes. You know what I'm saying? It's beautiful. It's beautiful. You're welcome. Honestly, bro, like for real, like what kind of Twilight Zone do we live in where fucking Graham is following the rules. He's not even being Graham is following the rules better than anybody. The guy who was on the Harley, the guy who would go crazy on other days. Bro, he's been on top of the game. He calling out plays. He ain't even getting political with any. I'm like, what? And then I got guys in here who they ain't even been a member once in their life or anything. They're like, this is the worst day of this stream after you just gave us oil plays for a quarter, EXC that we never heard about, the wheat and all of the Lockheed Martin, then even the Baba. And then they're like, this is the worst because I can't say my political opinion and I won't spend $4.99 to do it. It's crazy. And then Graham is over here, an upstanding citizen. He put his Harley Davidson in the garage till 1 p.m. I said, that's amazing, bro. That's wild. So God bless you, Graham. God bless you, Graham. That's amazing to see. It's amazing to see. You know what I'm saying? That's wild. So it's good, man. Yeah, he's passionate. No, but I like it, though. That's what I'm talking about. For real, man. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I'm excited. Thank you, brother, for everything. 2 years strong, baby. Proud member. Amen. Oh, Benny holding it down. Oh, I hit the pop instead of horn. Amen. 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 It's good, baby. So get ready. Minutes, though. That's going to be exciting. We'll see what happens. 40 on the ass. Get out of here. Get out of here. Let's go. That one's good. So those plays are up 160 now. In between, or like 130 on the bid. So 130 on the bid. And remember, we went big on that play. That's why I'm excited about it. So that one's good. The house in VA. One of them was I don't know. I saw one, but it was a double wide. So it was a mobile home. We're only interested in the mobile home if it owns the land with it. Here, because I'm pretty much every day for the past year. Well, we appreciate you. I hope you guys know. Again, just as of recently, I've just been asking. I just don't want to really hear about politics lately. I know, again, I think it's fully within everyone's ability to listen to the politics and not say anything. Again, I'm trying to get some news here. But if people can't follow the rules, I mean, I don't want like people to feel like it's weird because people say I'm silencing them if they don't follow the rules. But if I go members only, it's weird how it doesn't. I don't know. I think they're kind of the same, but it's weird. But whatever it may be, you could join if you like. But we got to just focus on what we need to. At the very least, I could guarantee you the chat room will be stock related, and you are going to get the news faster than anywhere. So all in favor, yeah. And then VGK, Andres just sent this to me, but again, you've been seeing it left, and there's other plays that people are going after for. Another one is I think it's called Fez. I believe. Where is it? What was that one? Was it Fez? Do you guys know what I'm talking about? There was Fez. Yeah, FEZ. That's another one that got a bunch of bearish activity. But VGK, pretty much there's been literally millions of dollars of puts coming through today on all of the European plays. So that's it. Did you really go big? I had one play in the money. It's worth 300. I went 100, and then my average down, I had a lot around like $800 or whatever. So like right now, my EXC play is worth almost $2,000 with $1,000 being profit. But the overall position is $2,000 right now. Is that the whale trade? Well, that's what's his name? I have my own scanner. Andres sent me the what's it called? The something unusual whale scanner. And that's what he saw with, again, Europe puts. But then I saw another big one. Even Wesley called it out this morning with Fez. A lot of the Europe ETFs, they've been getting clapped on that. They've been getting a lot of put activity today. So we'll see. Again, 20 minutes here till the minutes. We had a little bounce there post-speech. I don't know what caused it there, but we're going up there. I've not logged into it yet. I will probably, maybe over the weekend I'll play with it. Because usually I'm just a boomer, so I'm slow with like, getting on board with it. You know what I'm saying? That's like that's the only problem is like me getting used to it. So things take me some time. That speech was like, he was excited, but I mean, my worry, relating it to the play, I feel like everybody needs energy right now when they're trying to discuss what's going on. I feel like tensions are heightened, and I feel like that's kind of just, I don't know. I think The energy matches the tension. That's just my interpretation of it. Oil's still going. So SPY's coming. We're getting right back up to open. Again, if we move bigger than 0.5% in the next 20 minutes, that's going to be almost a 1% move top to bottom. NASDAQ's still down 2%. So let's see what happens. J and K on the low or on the high. Yeah, everything's really, really coming up right now. Very, very big move. Big move, Habibi. Big move. The lows, those chilled out. Mr. New. Welcome to all the new members. Good Life, Breckenridge, Dino Molianoble, Mike Chaparran. Chaparayan. Average minutes. Yeah, I already have it up. It's kind of whack. Don't worry, I won't get you hyped. If you can't do it, I can't do it. You know what I'm saying? Look how easy that is. That's amazing. That's amazing how that works. You know what I'm saying? That's amazing. That's amazing. So here's last time. So last time played out like this. Last time we were down. We were down a little bit lower, and then it kind of took off by the minutes, and then everything went crazy. But then it came back down for the next day. And then January 5th was the worst one. And then other than that, the minutes don't really, I guess October provided a big response there on the positive side. But for the most part, I think in the last year, they don't really do much. I guess May too. And then last April was fairly neutral and just melted up. Everyone loves the voice. I know, but I'm just saying, I mean, after hours, we could do it as much as we want, but I don't even want it. It's just a disease, bro. You know what I'm saying? It's just a disease, because if one person talks politics, then another one, and then it does, and then before you know it, you don't even know why you're arguing with somebody, and you don't even know why is this or that, and it's just like, you know, we'll save that for personal time. You know what I'm saying? All of that's personal time. And Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open is not personal time, unfortunately. It feels personal, but it's not. That's why we focus on the money. Give me the money. Just give me the money. Give me the play, Habibi. You know? That's it. New members. It's good to see. It's good to see, man. Well, hopefully, I'm always willing to have it on non-members, but I mean, it's again, you saw yesterday and even today. Jeremy Walls, welcome, my friend. Welcome. Suspense is, you only got 17 minutes, man. You only got 17 minutes left. So good luck. Good luck. Let the anticipation come. You'll be good. Excited. Everyone's excited. Today is wild. It's only going to get crazier. I mean, already this is an interesting move, but I love what the chat already brought up today. Shout out to everybody who's brought that up. I mean, technically speaking, the minutes are from 3 weeks ago. So the market was in a whole different position. So I wonder what the wording is going to be. Again, we know this is important, but the thing we don't know is what they're going to say. And that's why whatever they say, it could drive a lot of things right there. UNG. So that was good. We took profits very good on that one. Squeezed our 100%, made the place free, let it do its dance. At least your risk has been substantially reduced. And now you got free money. Up on the Marvel, I alerted. Good work. The Marvel's chip makers, right? Oh, shit. They're going crazy right now, actually. Even then, good call on that. Marvel, I don't know if all the other chip makers are moving like that. It kind of seems like, I think this move is all chip makers. Intel, NVIDIA, all of those are moving very, very big right now. Yeah, UNG's dropping big, but Micron moved. All of the chip makers just launched there. TLT topped out there, hit another new high. Might start coming down. Yeah, value stocks, that's what I thought it was initially, but that's a big move on chips. I think they probably called a lot about it. Jay Alt called it. Yeah. I actually remember seeing the AMAT ASML ones. We'll drop in again. Again, 95 to 90 is what I'm looking at. Commodities coming down too. And I'm looking at Brent. Yeah, it's 101. Woo! Bro, Brent below 100. I mean, we hit that the first time, but remember, I was saying like 97, but really it's like 95 to 90. That's when we start really losing momentum there, more or less. The Hershey, the play, the wide spreads, but it's doing good. It's doing what we expected. You know what I'm saying? People to buy it up when things aren't looking too good. Keep an eye on chip makers. My Brent says 103. Dow from being down 0.8 to being down 0.4. It's nice. I mean, even then, 0.5% is not too bad on the Dow. It's really tech. Tech in Europe are the ones that really got clapped today. Mama. Mods with option scanners. I think some of them use the Unusual Whales one. That's it. I use the one on Bloomberg, but I am not at liberty to disclose more information beyond that. DC on the low. Dakota Gold. Mama. EXC. What's the other one? LMT. No, not. I will go for COP soon. Alrighty. Airbnb, what we getting? I sold the play. I took profits on something. Don't trade it. Not a recommendation. You will lose money. I sold out of the Lockheed Martin for May. So that was a 60% profit. We bought it a day or two ago. Already made 60%. I still have the one with more time in June. And that one's up like 60, 70% as well. So I'm going to ride that one out. And then I just took 65% and called it a day on the other one. And profits, take him. Tessie. It's fine. Again, they're going to have the event tomorrow. So we'll see. The plays, they came back down to 45%. They were only down 10% at one point today. But a lot of things did. That's a big bounce from the bottom. I mean, 2.5 points. At least on the SPY. Microsoft. I think the chip makers are the ones really gunning it right now. Feel like some of the energy plays might start going down here. No news on UNG. We took profits here in the morning. We sold out half of them, but it's a very interesting one. I think it's just topping out like near the highs, and then again with oil, and it just seems like the whole world is reluctant to cut off Russia pretty much from gas. Yeah, back to 6 right here. Woo! We'll see. This might be a good dip buy. I might even play the futures on this. If it has to go down lower, though, I wouldn't buy it here. UVXY calls. I mean, guess what? You got 10 minutes. That's it. You just got to factor in for the next 10 minutes now. As we get to the minutes, remember, anything can change. You've already seen a lot. We're pretty much right where we opened. The point is, we just gapped down almost 2%. NASDAQ is still down, so just keep that in mind. Yeah, the UNGs are only up 50%, so we took them at 100% this morning. but they are coming down now. That's a pretty big move. I still have the corn future play. I'm up on it, actually. I think a little bit. I'm up $330 on it. The max I was up on it was $2,000, but I'm still in that corn future play, yeah. And I'm waiting to buy a future on wheat, and then I can't even consider natural gas futures here, but they'd have to come down to like $5 or something. Yeah, boiling at UNG on the low. Lunchtime. I might go get a carbo. I feel like I want a carbo for the Fed minutes. I don't know, is that appropriate? Google accused of antitrust stifling voice recognition. Doesn't seem like they're reacting. Yeah, the NTRs are lagging. Those contracts had a difficult time, but the MOSs are up like 70%.
Focus on this big story of yield curve inversion.
Oh, yeah.
Actually, Barclays has been doing some great work
when
it comes to what happens in
10
the
minutes
credit
till the
market
minutes.
when you start to have curve inversion. And when you look 3 or 6 months out, Matt, what historically we start to see is some weakness in that corporate credit market. The challenge right now is what kind of inversion are we talking about? Because we could be in a period here where there is some continued, opportunity, let's say, for investors to look at the fixed income market. But historically, you go 3-6 months out, and there are some reasons to be a bit concerned.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, there's a number of different kinds of conversions. Inversions, the 2s, 10s is what people really care about. And that happened, but it was brief, and we're back up now.
We are. And so lots to think about with corporate issuance right now as we move into earnings season. Let's get some more perspective on the credit market as we get ready for those Fed minutes. Winnie Caesar is Global Head of Strategy for Credit Sites. Nice to see you, Winnie, as always. Give us a sense on what's been happening in the credit market recently. Obviously, there is all this focus now on inversion, but there's also a chorus of people who are looking for opportunity in the market.
Hi, John. Thanks for having me this afternoon. You're right. We have seen a shift away from a very...
Yeah, you saw that Dr. Evil look? He said, well, guess what? It inverted and then they came back. Then he just ended the statement and started staring. I was like, okay. He's right, though. That's what we keep talking about. We're saying when it briefly inverts, but it has to stay there for things to really get bad there. UVXY, 7 minutes, man. 7 minutes, and you're right where we gap down. Right at the open. How do you feel? How do you feel right now, Chad? It is coming out. Put in a stream alert out. I'm getting them ready. I'm just getting them ready. Again, I said even in the stream alert, I think this event, it's going to be important. The digestion tomorrow will be more important, but at the end of the day, I mean, this is an event that we cannot ignore. That's it. So get ready for it. Bro, EXC is just disgusting. You know what I'm saying? He's disgusting. This is the way he does this. This is crazy. 40 on that. Come on, let's see. Someone buy it for 40. Did anyone buy it for 40? That's going to help it. John Prescott, welcome. AC Conception. Get ready. Get ready. Watch energy, too. Again, you got a couple of markets here to watch. Watch the value names, consumer staples, the defensives. That's what you need to watch. Watch energy, materials, industrials, and then watch the chip makers as they've had a big move. And then tech. Tech will be a key to watch since it's moved the most, and a lot of people are expecting that long duration, higher yields would affect some of the tech stocks. So we'll see what happens. Oh, yes. How did I forget the banks? The banks, though, I think they got the initial shock today. So I think because the bonds moved down 2% this morning. The bond move literally broke us right back to 2018, 2019. Isn't that crazy? The bonds are lower or the yields are higher than the first TLT. So after today, gap down, and it's taking you to the low end or the higher end of yields that we've seen since 2019, which is wild. Wild. AMD and crowd, 212,000 subscribers. Shout out to Cole, baby. God bless you, and thank you all for keeping it respectful and on point. Chad looks beautiful. Chad looks beautiful. Frontier says committing to combination with Spirit and Save. Combination. Oh, so does that mean they're not going to take the offer? EXC, 52-week high again. This thing is looking crazy. So see if Save ends up moving. I feel like they would go down on that news. I'm not too sure. How long till we see another QE cycle? Probably by like 2024, 2025. Depending on how things play out, we'll see. Well, yeah, the Frontier news is coming out right now. No move on that, but watch out. We might be early on that. It might react, but pretty much if they're saying that they're committed to that, and then if Spirit doesn't want to take the deal, then that yesterday's news is. Another TLT play around the corner. I think there is, but I don't think it's going to be TLT. I think it's going to be just something related to bonds, global market, everything going on. Ladies and gentlemen, you have about 2.5 minutes. Okay? 2.5 minutes, and the Fed minutes come out. I hope you guys are all locked and loaded. Get ready. It's going to be a good one. And just get ready. Get ready. So here it is, Bloomberg Jersey, Monda Lotus note that the yield curve has been steepening on a spot basis. It remains extremely inverted on a forward basis on the 1 year. I'm just going to give you some of the updates. For all the focus on QT and the Fed keen for a steeper yield curve, this year's dominant flattener trend will be a tough to fade. Yield gap between 5 and 10 years is plus or minus 13 basis points, a little bit from minus 17 earlier this week. Suggests that limits of how far a hawkish Fed can push up longer dated yields. In other words, crushing inflation via rate hikes ultimately runs the risk of the Fed breaking the economy. Brainerd's hawkish outlook has punched the real yield sharply higher, but that still remains negative territory with the 10-year adjusted yield around negative 0.24 versus a close of minus 0.41. Financial conditions usually warrant discussion at FOMC meetings, and they remain relatively easy, and that provides room for a hawkish pace of tightening, and the balance sheet rundown unfolds matter a great deal for the tips market. A reminder, the 10-year was above 1% by late 2018, so there's a ways to go yet. Ian Lingen, BMO Capital, he says bonds won't sell off in perpetuity on rhetoric alone. The Fed will need to deliver on the 50 basis point May and June hikes as well as execute the long-awaited balance sheet runoff. This highlights the areas of the minutes. How close is the Fed to 50 basis points from last month? The logic more will be rolled into May's meeting and guidance about the pace and composition of reducing the balance sheet. 1 minute, ladies and gentlemen. 1 minute. I hope you are ready. I hope you are ready, man. I hope you are ready. So get ready. Are you guys ready? It's going to come up. I have a top live blog that I could pull up here and we could go over. But again, know what to watch. I would keep an eye on the banks, though, too. I know I kind of mentioned them last there as I just went over it, but just keep your eyes on the banks. And again, all the other industries that we have. Watch commodities and energy, but financials will probably get affected the most. You got TLT. 10 seconds, baby. 10 seconds. Here it is. And get ready for the digestion tomorrow. Ba-da-ba-ba-bop. FOMC $95 billion cap for asset runoff likely appropriate. That's better than expected, though. Hold on. My first headline read is good, but it dropped on a red candle. Fed backs cap phase in of 3 months or modestly lower. That's pretty aggressive. Many Feds say one or more 50 basis hikes may be warranted. Kind of bullish initially. Hold on, because they're saying $95 billion a month cap. That's lower than before. Some people were expecting $100 billion a month, so that's good. Then the 3 month, they say they back roll off cap phase in of 3 months or modestly longer. In of 3 months. So I don't know if that doesn't really talk about May. It doesn't really say that we're tapering in May. Besides what's her name said. J.P. Morgan, Big Pop, banks are moving. Watch Energy. Minutes are out. They support $35 billion of runoff cap for MBS. Many of the Fed would have sought 50 basis point March hike if not of war. FOM. So they said if not a war, they would have many more would have got it. Support $60 billion a month of roll off. So 95 billion. It's lower than the $100 billion people were expecting. So it seems kind of bullet. Participants generally agreed monthly caps is $60 billion. So total cap would be 95 a month, in line with the range of forecast. I think it's below. So that's good. It is a little bit dovish, especially after Brainerd, and it doesn't seem there's no unanimity on the 50 basis point hikes, and it doesn't seem like the timing, they're not going as immediate as May. But again, this is what happened on the last minute, so we're seeing it play out here. And watch, but you're getting a positive response. Banks are going up, but the one thing I could see right here, bonds haven't moved at all. That one's interesting. High tickers gassing now. Check some of the tech stock. Banks are already moving on there. Let me see. Where's that one? Hebrew response and incoming data. I'm going to see the bank. I think the banks are going to do good off that. So that's coming in. Where's the other one I have? Okay. I just sold it cheap there. It could flip, but I'm liking it for the banks right now. I just sold out of the Goldman Sachs put. That one was like 80% or 70%. VIX on the low. That's going to support a lot of the tech stocks there. Vale's pop in. Watch. See, TLT's finally going up now. We'll see how the banks react with all of it. EXC still doing good on there. Vale S&P pairs loss hit session high. Where does it put us, though? We still got a long way from 450, though. 450 just brings us back to break even on yesterday. EXC, there you go. Big pop on the bonds right now. Several participants thought cutting T-bill holdings would be appropriate. Caps on treasuries and MBS. FOMC said they could be phased in over a period of 3 months or modestly longer if market conditions warrant. There's a long paragraph about T-bill. Bitcoin spikes in the minutes. Yeah, bro, it seems pretty bullish so far, but that's the first reaction. Let's see what happens. Only thing I did right there was just trim the banks for now, or just one of the bank puts that I had, but haven't done any other move since. But let's see. Again, my initial read is bullish than not, but we wait till we get more digestion around when they're going to do the hikes and then balance sheet reduction. Be appropriate future they may be appropriate at future meetings, especially if inflation stays elevated. And they were saying without the war, it'd be good. So $95 billion a month reduction of stimulus, pretty much, and then and that's starting out, but it could be a lot larger. It could have been high as a couple $100 billion, $200 billion, $300, but they're starting there. Now the question is timing, and then even the double hikes. And like that comment we read from BMO Capital, until the Fed, some people are kind of waiting for them to actually make the moves too. But keep in mind, we need the digestion now coming out from here. But initial reaction, especially after Lael Brainerd yesterday, initial reaction seems to be pretty dovish. Only after coupon-bearing treasuries were allowed to run off with T-bills, then join the runoff. So most participants thought the runoff should focus on coupons. So it looks like they have some divergence there. Treasury yields are in relief mode after they signaled a faster pace of tightening. Brainerd appears to have prepared the market a day ahead, with 2-year down 2.46 from 2.49, and then 10-year easing to 2.57 from 2.59. So banks are coming back down there. Watch if you get a bigger flip. Lowe's pop. Everything got a big pop. Several participants gradually loading T-bills. Yeah. Not too bad. I mean, regardless of what the SPY does by the end of today, I mean, it looks better than not. But, I mean, tomorrow's going to be a different story. Wait till everybody comes out with their notes. Everyone digests it. We see what happens with oil or anything like that. Then we'll see the next step to it. But so far, it's definitely more dovish than Layla yesterday. I haven't read the actual statement, but so far you could see. Yeah, even then, Chris Ansley right now, senior editor, he just said stocks are now visibly higher than where they were just before the release. So the take may be that this isn't as hawkish as some might have feared. So it doesn't mean that it's good, but compared with what Layla got us ready for yesterday, it's a lot more dovish than not. So let's see. Powell does not talk today, no. 3 weeks old, latest update. Seems like it. It seems like they were more cautious and not everybody was on board with everything. They were going back and forth. They said if there wasn't a war, we would have done this or done that. So it's quite interesting. Banks are coming back down now. So again, I cut out that put. The put actually even going up now. What we will see, XLF is now below the minutes release. It's flipping. So let's see how people take this. But right, the first initial read is dovish. Beyond the balance sheet, the minutes are also showing many officials would have preferred to raise points by 0.5 percentage point in March, but decided not to because of the Russian invasion. Sounds like they wanted double rate hikes, but war is an excuse not to. Yeah, I agree. That's literally what they're saying. First move always wrong. Too dovish. It's not too dovish. It might end up being a little bit neutral on the day. Again, today was already low. We had a lot to price in and get ready for because of Layla, and then it's just not as bad as what she was saying. Yeah, UUP's rocketing up now. Watch if that gets out of hand. That could add some of the pressure. Take a look at the tech stock. Yeah, dollar's breaking out. We got to see what the bonds do too. Yeah, if bonds keep coming down, that's going to be bad. If the bonds flip and then they catch up with it, and then the SPY catches up and does that game again, it's just not going to be good. Yeah, Amazon tech stocks are starting to give back up now. That was not the business. Tesla's holding up a little bit better. So we're coming right back down. More on T-bills. Participants agreed that in maintaining large holdings, it'd be appropriate if the Federal Reserve wished to keep its Treasury portfolio neutral with respect to the universe of outstanding Treasuries. It sounds like the Fed won't be rushing fast to dump T-bills, but it will, over time, get out of the business of holding a large stockpile of them. So we're slightly below the release on the first candle now. Not too crazy just yet. Again, a lot of digestion. It's not the worst. It's not the best. It has an initial hint of dovishness, but the first move is already reversing now. It's interesting gauge of sentiment. Looking at the word counts from the minutes, here's a chart of the number of inflation mentions, which increased from 73 at January to 83 at the meeting in March. It's a pretty cool chart. So this is how many times they've mentioned inflation in the minutes. So this minutes had the most mention of inflations compared to June 16th, 2021. That was the only other time they mentioned inflation like that. And then that's overlaid with the 2-year inflation swap bonds. So SPY coming back down. So that flipped. Again, I think the banks are coming down now too, all the tech stocks. But watch if we break through the low of today. There are 12 mentions of inflation expectations. This is clearly what they're watching. So we're getting to the low of the day. Let's see what happens. UPS, FedEx staying towards the lows. I would watch banks and then watch some of the bigger dogs, Tesla, Microsoft, Apple. 444.50 is the key level. Anything below 444 starts to get pretty ugly over there. Like Microsoft's coming down now. Even Tesla's about to hit it. Apple's doing a lot better, though. How are the chips? The chips, see if they give up all of that. Because, again, I think they gave us a lot of that run. AKTR or ATKR down 5% on a Chicle right now. There's Lockheed. Why do the minutes come out so long? I can't tell you about the timing. I don't know why. That's just like, it's kind of like a earnings report or something coming in after. If you think about it, yeah, bonds are coming. The danger is that the bonds go down right now. If anything's breaking out, it's the dollar. If the dollar starts rocketing like this, that's negative. We might hit a new low. Honestly, if the dollar's breaking out, this could bring us down. We might touch a little bit below. The real problem is TLT has to get back to the lows of the day. Then it will become a bigger problem. And again, watch the specific industries. I'm surprised the banks after that move. Banks XLF is lower. You are hitting the key level here. So you are flipping the first move, but despite some of the dovishness. That was nice while it lasted. Stocks are retreating now. Some hawkish notes here mirroring what we've heard from a number of regional Fed presidents. A few participants judged that the current juncture, a significant risk facing the committee was elevated inflation, and inflation expectations could become entrenched if the public begin to question the committee's resolve to adjust the stance of policy. So let's see. The Fed just came out. It's the minutes. There's not going to be any Jerome Powell today, but this is the reaction. Is IYT even lower? Yeah, that's just the lows of the day. It's not pretty, though. EWG2. Yeah, IYT is kind of scary there. Let's see, though. We've gotten a lot of support at this level. So we need a hike because of inflation, but can't hike as much as we want to because of the war, which is adding to inflation pressures. Yes. Great way to sum it up. Why would the dollar rally? Because people are pretty much getting worried in that sense, where they're saying this could, again, higher rates, less liquidity. You know, the dollars are going to tighten. If the Fed's going to tighten, the dollar supply is going to tighten. Until they think it's going to be a policy error, then they'll sell this shit off. There's UPS now at the low. What did those plays go to? And then UNG didn't get no bounce on that one. Same price on the damn UPS place. Less liquid. Again, get ready here. 444.60. This is the level. Seems like there's a different opinions on where the balance sheet should end up. Several participants noted the significant uncertainty around the future level of reserves that would be consistent with the committee's ample reserves operating framework. What else is there? Some hawkish notes. So once the Fed figures out its desired point for the balance sheet, they might then do a phase out of quantitative tightening. That could be dovish. Yeah, NASDAQ's back down to 2.5. I mean, that's the lows of the day. We already hit there before. That's why if the bonds go down and all that, it wouldn't be as good. But let's see if we actually break this. You're bouncing there right at the bottom. Does not look like it's getting too crazy. Corn is rocketing up right now. That's an interesting one. EWZ on the low. If everyone goes cash, will this go bad? Will this be bad? I mean, yes and no. It really depends. But I mean, that's what you have happening right now. People are going cash. So that bounce did not last. We're coming back down again. Bonds have stayed very relatively stable. If any macro indicator is popping off right now, it's the dollar. That's the thing. The bonds are suspiciously too stable here. Banks have flipped now. Transports are still showing weakness 3 days in a row, and they're leading down. We're hitting a new low there. Watch if it breaks. If we go below 444, 441, 442, those are the next levels, though. So that's kind of crazy. You're down 1.5 on the SPY, 2.67 on the NASDAQ right now. So Tesla has a little bit more steam, but it's coming back down there. Same thing with Apple. Yeah, IYT's hitting a new low. It's not hesitating, which is weird. 444.30. Still haven't broken 444 flat just yet. Where's AMD? So chip makers are about to give up that whole run. I think that pressure is leaving the market now too. Check the safe havens. Once the safe havens start selling off, then you'll have an idea. But some are staying pretty stable right now, are the defensive names. XLF getting premium. 444. All right, game time. So see if it could come back up here. It might even close back up here. We still got time. But now this is the lows of the last couple weeks. You're erasing all of it. And now we're getting into the danger zone. That 444 leading to 441. Remember, we spent a whole day bouncing 3 points in between here. So this is a key level. You're at the breaking point, 44407. Watch for the butter. Watch for the butter. Apple's dropping big too. Again, some material plays are dropping now. Again, XL banks are crazy. I can't believe they flip like that. I got pump faked. From Sean Savage, hedge of fixed income, discussion of 95 per month can cap underscore our long-held view. As the Fed's footprint in the bond market shrinks, private sector intermediation from dealers and non-banks will matter more for liquidity. We continue to think that this makes liquidity in treasuries ever more sensitive to shifts in broader market volatility, especially for less liquid of the runoff securities. It all comes down to what this does to growth. John Mayer, Global X. When the Fed actually says something explicitly about getting even more aggressive to fight inflation, market takes the cue that it's going to hit growth and potentially mean a recession in 12 months. Oh, Ira Jersey. All right, new low, 44475. It's buttering. It could get a little bit worse from here. Ira Jersey, this guy's a genius. He's saying the shape of the yield curve hasn't moved much since, and you can see that with TLT. As we mentioned in our preview, we think the runoff should be curve neutral over time, and any steepening due to announced runoff should reverse. Keep in mind, the Fed is not selling. They're allowing securities to mature, and the Treasury Department will issue debt to the public, which will be across the curve and not in any one sector. All right, banks hitting a new low. SPY's at a new low, 44470. The thing about this pop and lock, this did not last at all. I hope you guys realize that. This did not last. Usually these run-ups can last for like 10 minutes, so be careful about that. No, Jerome Powell is not going live today. This is not a FOMC. There is no Jerome Powell. It's all going to be interpretation. We may get some Fed speakers tomorrow, but the real next level of digestion is going to come from all the analysts and anybody who puts out an investment note or anything else like that. No, there's markets, there's safe havens right now. Consumer staples, healthcare, a couple of those are really, really leading the way right now. See, you still got utilities, consumer staples, real estate, healthcare, and energy. All of those are the safe haven ones. That's why I said watch these, because if those start going down as we hit below 444, we might start tripping out. That's ECMI, I don't know where we're at. Still going down here. Let's see. We're in the, first 10 minutes? I don't even know if it'll show up. So first 30 minutes, biggest run up in a while. It was kind of like what we had here with last meeting, but last meeting we dropped and then went up. So this time we're up. It may lead to a downside. I think that's kind of how January played out. January was kind of like that. So we'll see. 443.60, man. You buttered a half a point there at that level. Yeah, the Teslas came back up again. The lows not as much. The Hershey's are decent. $143, Baba. EXC Safe Haven, low key. Till late last year, the Fed took a gradual approach, pointing to the downside. Now the language has moved in the opposite. Participants judge it would be appropriate to move the stance of monetary policy towards a neutral posture expeditiously. They also noted that depending on economic and financial developments, a move to a tighter policy stance would be warranted. The ghost of 2017-2019 experience with QT by late 2018 was reverberating through markets. As evidence in the following. Participants agreed that lessons learned from previous balance sheet reduction episodes should inform committee's current approach of reaching ample reserve levels, and close monitoring of money market condition. Indicators of near ample reserves should help inform adjustments to the pace of runoff. This is wild. This one's wild. Let's see, though, wherever we get the first bounce, the thing that I don't like about this, it's only been 19 minutes. So this is fast. If you remember, usually you could reverse this bounce by the end of the day, or usually it would go up for 20 minutes before settling off like this. So we will see. It's a very, very fast move. ENV investment, they're up 15% since all that. Apple's coming down. Thessalonian. All right, you're getting your bounce there. Yeah, Amazon's still dropping. Amazon's breaking through a new low there, so that one's actually an interesting one. Something's finally giving way. So is Microsoft, but they're kind of bouncing a little bit lagged. UUP chilled. That'll make sense if the market chills out. Walmart pinned at highs. Let's check some of the other safe havens. Anything doing good right now? Some are about to flip, so. All right, little bounce back above 444. But remember, we broke that 444.50, but you're still holding 444, which is good for the most part. Google down 3, Walgreens up. Google, Amazon, Microsoft, they hit new lows. Apple and Tesla, they're back to like lows of the day, but they're not like hitting new lows. They're near them, but that's it. But Microsoft, Amazon, and the other ones are getting clapped. All the events are forecasted. I think people are reacting. I mean, now we know the balance sheet reduction, but it's kind of confusing with what Layla said yesterday. In a weird way, she came off very hawkish, and it seemed like she was signaling unanimity. But now it's a little bit more confusing in a weird way, because now it wasn't as bearish as you expected, but then they were talking that, and then it was a little bit older. So I think everyone's kind of just digesting, and that's why now the next couple days will be very, very key. MOS, Uber. I think it's about the timing of that meeting, right? I think that's what we're seeing is that it was a month ago, and it seemed like it's old. It's like they were cautious, but I'm sure if they knew the market was going to go this high, it would have sounded different. But then I think people are digesting it, and at the end of the day, you got to realize every single Fed update, we are getting one step closer to the reality of actually, stopping and reducing the balance sheet. Morgan Stanley on the low now. JP Morgan at 130 now. Amazon still at the low. So watch out. A lot of those bigger names, those are the ones kind of they're willing to plummet right now. And then a lot of the defensive names are still just holding up. Let's see. What do we got? A lot of updates. So here it is. Here's the main keys. Much as $95 billion in asset runoff per month. Many Fed officials say half-point hikes may be warranted. You see, this isn't like unanimous. People thought we were going to get unanimity, that everyone was going to be like, yes, this is what, yeah, everyone's on page. So this one, it's like, why aren't they all on board? And then Fed needs to get neutral posture expeditiously. Let's see. Chris Zaccarelli, chief investment at Independent Advisors, calls the 95-a-month drawdown target a good start, but he says the Fed will likely need to unwind at a quicker pace to combat inflation. Ian Leingen of BMO, if the Fed is going to bring rates swift to it and through neutral, we're apprehensive that this cycle's terminal will persist for a truly extended period before the realities of the recovery will require lower policy rates, fine-tuning, or otherwise. So everyone's still kind of going back and forth. Bonds are dropping now. So watch, we haven't seen that happen the whole time. And then now dollar's kind of chilling, but still elevated. And then just watch, if bonds start going down, that's going to be more negative than not. Option prices aren't really changing too much. It just depends on what you're at. If anything, the spreads, the asks are staying the same or going up really high, and then the bids are the ones getting lower. James Bullard voted against it. Yeah, I think we got that from last time. He was the only one to dissent. So that one we already knew. But that's what I'm saying. They said some members advocated for the half a basis point hike. It's just like the Fed isn't unanimous right now. And it's very interesting because it's like they sound unanimous. One person comes on, says this, says that. And then, again, Brainerd kind of softened the blow a little bit. Or I think if anything, Brainerd's comments confused the markets even more today, because I think she sounded so much different than kind of what we got here. I thought it would be unanimous. I thought they would be, bigger range, come out strong, but they're coming in light in some ways, and it still seems like not everybody's on the board to like, okay, just start ratcheting up the tightening. Musa. So there it is. We're bouncing. We might do the VWAP dance again. You still got an hour and a half, bro. So just keep that in mind. This is going to be a very, very interesting move. Oil 96 on Brent. Natural gas is plummeting right now, falling below 6, or it's about to. Brent's at 100, though, flat, down 5%. Tesla, little mini pop. Philip Morris on the high. Yeah, UNG's red now on the day. It's about to be. Natural gas futures are about to go below 6. Scammers. Let me see. Let's get ready. Depending on how big this bounce lasts, that's going to tell us a lot right here. Here we go. Yeah, damn. So watch out. That might be another leg. UNG, again, in any of the oil plays, see if those start coming. If they start bringing down the oil companies. Oil itself is dropping now, but you want to see if that distortion and what kind of holds things up right here. Yeah, but it's not playing along. Again, watch what happens. 44.50, we're below it. Cold real estate is tonight. Free real estate call, baby. Email, you'll be there. My E-Trade frozen. Surprisingly, it's not getting me this time. Usually it does. Dollar's not playing. Is he back up again? So watch if the dollar sky. It might chill out, but then the market will just catch up to bonds. But dollar going up is not going to be good. They meant no $95 billion a month. 65 in treasuries and then 35 in mortgage-backed securities. That means pretty much the Fed is they're gonna let $100 billion of debt expire and they're not gonna buy it back again. And that's what they were talking about. It's kind of dovish in the sense that they're not gonna sell anything. They're just not gonna roll over and then allow the treasury to do some stuff to balance it out. 95 billion is 2 times the speed from 2018. They're purchasing 110. Utilities still holding. It seems to be good for now. All right, we're getting some stability here. Josh, yeah, what's up, baby? Hold on, I have one small play I'm waiting for. I just want to see how this bounce plays out. But there's a couple of plays. Yeah, the market, there's going to be a lot of digest. Wait till the notes come out tomorrow. Again, JP Morgan, Goldman Sachs, give them 24 hours, 48 hours. You're going to have all of these analysts start making comments. We'll get the new narrative out and how they're interpreting it, and then we'll go from there. Airbnb could be a good double dip. That's not the one I was looking at, but I'm down. Oh, man, they won't let me do that one. Might have double dipped Teslas. What is it? Oh, shit. Abby Vi's unfazed. All right, I'm waiting still. They removed all mentions of virus and vaccines, replaced them with invasion. Interesting. Tomorrow, it's kind of going up there. What was the kicker? I don't think there was a real, kicker. If that makes sense. It was kind of, I think Lael Brainerd confused everybody yesterday. And then now, and it wasn't as hawkish because of when it was written. And then now there's just a weird hangover of the last couple weeks, and then add Lael yesterday. No, Powell is not going to come on and talk. No Pow today, unfortunately. So don't trade this. Not a recommendation. I went for a bank play. I grabbed May 15th, Wells Fargo calls. I kept it small. I spent less than $100 for more than one. Tried to keep it closer to the money, but I spent about $70-$80 for two contracts. Don't trade it. Not a recommendation. Cut out the Goldman. I like it with the banks. You're getting the big pop right there on the market. So let's see what's about to happen next. Okay. Yeah, I saw the overdraft thing. I don't know how it'll affect them. I feel like I don't know how much they make off of the overdrafts nowadays, but we'll see. Average down. No, I went with May instead. So I kind of averaged down, but instead I got more time and pretty much same exact strike price. But I wanted to make sure I had time on it because the other ones were April 14th. Yeah, the UMC. Tesla, big bro. That's a big pop on the market. Yeah, Apple is rocketing. Yo, Apple is going crazy. Oh my goodness, man. You see this guy? You see this Apple guy? Look at the Apple guy. NYMEX gas futures may settle at 6.02. That's for natural gas. So all the commodities now should be closing. Final moves. Brent still down 5. And then G still up. ZW. Nvidia pop again. Yeah, watch out. Those could actually go crazy. Any of the chips. We saw that move from the bottom there. Oh, let me see. Ride those out a little bit. Is this even real life? Oh, it is. Just wait till the next couple days now. It kind of looks like this one. I mean, the candle, if it ends up turning green. Remember, this was the last Fed minutes. You had a big candle down and ended up closing green. And then the next few days, you had a big digestion. But a lot of tech money just came in right now. A lot of names just rocketed. Literally off the bottom. Even Amazon, Apple, Microsoft even. Hasbro's on the high. And then I think some of the leaders are just still going. Baba Gas. A little bit. Everything just got a candle like that. So we're right back to when the release came out. We got an hour and a half left. It's been 36 minutes since, and we've went what? 448 or 446 to 448 to 443, and now we're right back up at 446. So again, another whipsaw here. The candles are getting bigger. Let's see how it plays out. Again, just look at some of the big tech names right now. It's a pretty wild and wacky charts to be looking at. MTR, MOS, Lockheed Martina. Newegg is still up. Nice. Get. Make volatility great again. Amen. Amen. Wheat holding. Yeah, wheat's closed now too. Commodities. Corn ended up holding pretty decent. I'm pretty surprised at that. Back up on that one a little bit. Let's see. Coming right back. We're going to dance a little bit. STLZ. SCHP. Bro, these candles on Apple are wicked. Did the dollar go up yet? No, dollar chilled out a little bit on that run up. But watch if TLT again. I'm more worried if TLT ends the day lower and then the market has to play along with it. That's not gonna be pretty. The candles, Apple chart. These are big candles, especially for a company like Apple. Circulating comment, Mark Zuckerberg says, Facebook page and says, can I buy Facebook? Oh, no. Oh, no. Is Musk going to save the stock market? Every couple billion he puts in there. Musk comments on Zuckerberg Facebook page and says, can I buy Facebook? Uh-oh. Musk might say, I don't know how I feel about that one. Well, here it is. Is this real? Elon Musk, can I buy Facebook? Uh-oh. I don't know, man. That one could be interesting. It looks like it's real. How much is 10% of Facebook cost right now? Oh, he is probably buying right now. What is it? 60 billion though. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. That one's gonna be interesting. Musk worth 300. Yeah, a little mini clap. We good, don't worry. Musk could print. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised. You find it funny. Come on. All right, I bought a Facebook. Why not? Let's see what Elon does. Make sure it covers earnings. Yeah, it could be fake. I'm not even like... That's why I'm just seeing it as a, what's it called? Earnings play. I wouldn't play it if you're not going to let it cover earnings. MasterCard makes undisclosed investment in Zeta. Just coming down there, but don't trade it. Not a recommendation. You will lose money. I grabbed a July Facebook call. They were kind of expensive. I spent like $300 total. Again, the news is related to Elon, but I'm also just thinking even pre-earnings run up, but very interesting time to buy a play given the volatility. So keep that in mind. Okay. It's real, says Troy. Well, either way, I'm sure that'll be an interesting development. But again, I'm thinking even earnings at the very least. That way we could get an earnings play. It's already been down a lot, so we'll see. Like a lot of these plays, they were even going for double the other day. So not too bad. Hope you well. Check stamp when you get a chance. I got you, baby. I'll probably check it after the market, if anything. Oh, is that old? Facebook, yeah, they're not cheap, but they're cheaper than where they were yesterday. That's the thing I like about it, but it's still, if you want to go further out the money, I grabbed a 300 call. So a price where it was at, still far away, but still kind of close, but I just made sure it covered July to get the earnings. That's the real big key right there, because even if that news is nothing, you just got to keep in mind, 2 weeks from now, 3 weeks from now, we're about to start getting all of these earnings. Is this actually Elon's page? Oh, no, bro. It's just fake. Yeah, it's fake. Bro, how do you guys verify this? This has to be fake. Why would there be a Telegram link? I don't know, honestly. This is weird. How is it verified? I don't know. There is a blue check mark, but I think that's like their picture or something. Facebook concern. Bro, Facebook should get sued for this. What? Anyone could be verified. No, bro, this is so bad. I got free money. Oh, bro, yeah, this is a scam. Yeah, that's that's probably fake. It looks like, it just looks confusing. Yeah, that one's tough, but it's simple. If they start saying, yo, Telegram link, I'm giving away free Bitcoin. Ain't nobody give away free Bitcoin. You know how long I've been in crypto, and I ain't never seen one person really give away free Bitcoin. Ain't nobody give away free Bitcoin like that. You know what I'm saying? Maybe you got a friend. You know, I hook up my homies here and there. But, like, at the end of the day, nah, man. That's a lie. Ain't nobody ever received a free Bitcoin. And why everybody's still using Telegram and WhatsApp? I'm still perplexed. Already holding the Wells Fargo. I think that's good too. But either way, chalk that one up to earnings. The Wells Fargo, I think that was a good one. Keep it small, but hopefully we get the follow through and the banks actually hold up. It's white checks. No, but like when you pull up that website, it shows it shows the like Facebook thing. When you like hover over it, it says this profile is verified. It says 13 months, but it's 18. Oh, it says 18 right there, baby. We got you. God bless you. And welcome, Average Dummy. We like average people. We like everybody. Everybody could get it. That was a real verification. That's crazy. I think that's part of the fake document thing. Somebody sent fake documentation. We're like, I'm Elon. They're like, oh, you need me to verify? Here's my Wikipedia. And then they didn't care to see what Elon would have done afterwards. They're like, oh, okay, Elon. All these business endeavors. So honorable of you to give away free Bitcoin at this moment. They gave him the McLovin, and Facebook was like, it seems legit. Seems legit. 52-week highs on what? EXC? Or Abivai? Both of them. Dog, I said it. Abivai at 170 gets crazy. I don't know, because before you know it, bro, that's it. We're getting closer to 200 than we are to 150 or 100. But 170 and higher on Abivai, whole new world. So Apple's coming back down, SPY back to VWAP. Stock of the year. Do you think they'll split it? That's what I was talking about at the beginning of the year. Remember? I was like, I don't know. I feel like Abivai might be. That was my tinfoil. I said Abivai. Because I don't want to put a rumor out there. I'm just basing this based off of what I believe. But I really do think. I don't think they've ever split before since the spinoff. But I think it's more likely than not they're getting closer to a split, a stock split than not. Yeah. They've had 0 splits. 0 stock splits since inception. So it's fine. They don't matter what the size of the float is. You know, Apple is like multiple billions. Because then they could just do buybacks. Where is it? It'd have to do crazy things. Abivai is insane. Like, Abivai, even in the last 3 months, is insane. Abivai is up 9% in a month, 18% in a quarter, 48% in the last 6 months, and then 54% in the last 12 months. And now factor what the last 6 to 12 months were really like. And then point to those numbers. It's wild. It's a wild move. That's why I'm like, all right, maybe it's their regen on the high. Yo, Regen's popping a little bit. See, but then this is what I'm basing it off of. Here's Abbott. So Abbott is the founder of Abivai, believe it or not. Abbott was Abivai, and then they spun off Abivai because it got too big. So Abbott, you could see they haven't done a stock split in a while, but as their stock would go up crazy, I mean, wait till June. If anything, it looks like they like to announce, they announce these in Junes. So, but they've split a lot, and pretty much Abivai's never split, and these guys, they had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 9 of them, and then I think they did a reverse split here to lower the amount of shares and all that, and then they had this spinoff. I think the spinoff was like 2016 or something, or 2014. Buffett sell. Yeah, he did say he never sold why. He like bought into it late, and then he didn't sell all of it. I think he trimmed it, but he might have sold all of it. I don't know. I'll have to check. Longeveron pop, Regen pop. Market's coming back up right now. The GME split. I'm surprised it didn't hold up more. Jet off, Jet. They're talking JetBlue here. I need to go to the bathroom. Follow me on Instagram. Watch the market. 7 minutes till power hour. I love you. Keep it positive and respectful. Again, follow me on Instagram at the Trading Fraternity. I love you. God bless you. Amen. Thank you.
Tax standpoint. And in that scenario, I mean, I think the industry definitely does better if a consolidation, and it's kind of a bigger consolidation there. And it also kind of takes an ultra low cost carrier converted into kind of a more of a higher end airline as well. If you look at Frontier, it's interesting where I think there's a case to be made for Frontier to gain scale. Again, the same thing that drives JetBlue drives Frontier and Spirit to want to kind of combine together to be able to compete with the larger airlines. But if Spirit does get bought by JetBlue and converted into a JetBlue model, then Frontier finally has the whole, ultra low cost carrier, the high utilization, ultra low cost carrier model to themselves. So I think it's kind of an interesting position for Frontier to be in as well.
From JetBlue's perspective, why sort of this outright M&A versus some of the other previous venture partnerships that they had engaged with previously?
Yeah, I think the previous, they're solving for different things. The partnership with American, I don't think in this climate or in many climates, I don't think you're going to be able to have one of the big four, at least the legacy carriers, buying a smaller airline. I don't think that will be kind of politically viable. And so I think the easier one there is to kind of create a partnership with American to address an issue that they both have in that Northeast. And so I think that was specific. JetBlue's, pursued M&A before. They tried to get Virgin America.
This is Raymond James, Managing Director of Equity Research.
Something,
Savi
the partnerships that they've done address kind of a certain small segment, and this is a merger that I think they feel like they can execute and take advantage of.
All right, it'll be interesting, and of course it'll be interesting to see the regulatory response to this.
Thank you. Tesla wants to go. Everything wants to go. 5 more minutes till power hour. We have recovered the bounce now. Watch if the bank stocks start to lead, and we'll see what happens. See what happens next, okay? And then a lot of the other stuff still holding. Again, even like EXC's coming up there. The Lockheed, we took some profits, but still got another one. The EWG still down 1.5. NASDAQ still down almost 2%, though. That's the thing. Elon comments not real. Yeah, it's the fucking WhatsApp. I still like to play, though, for earnings. Again, that's why I was like, well, if I'm going to play it, make sure it covers earnings. We're still early. That one may end up being good there. So we'll see. The Tesla puts are getting knocked. They're back down to 50% up there. Again, a lot of the premiums now that were up, even the lows, they went back down negative again. So a lot of the shorter term puts are depending on where they were. The BABAs are still up, though. That's the funny one to me. EWZ, EXC, they're still up. EXC, VGK back even. EXC, lead the way, my friend. 49.50. 49.50. It needs to hold those 40s, man. You need to hold those 40s. It's okay. You did good, though, today. I'm not going to, I don't want to add too much pressure on you. You did good, man. You did good. 49.51. Banks moving nicely. Yeah, the Wells Fargo, I kept it small. But that's why it's like, I think if banks end up doing good, that was my first initial reaction. So I'm just going with my gut. That's why my gut said sell to JP Morgan. And the banks wait a little bit. If they hold, I think the banks will do good a little bit. But let's see. Let's see. So yeah, I sold Longeveron this morning. I put Longeveron. I had to take him to the back of the shed and get rid of the free shares. That was it. He was a good guy. We liked him, but we had to trade him after the Lakers didn't make the finals or the playoffs. So we had to cut him. Again, he did a stock offering. So we just had to at that point. And again, my logic is very simple. We bought the play because the PRV, assuming it was worth $300 million. At the time, the stock was only worth $30 million market cap. It went up. We made $35,000. I kept over another $5,000 there in free shares. And then after good results, they did an offering 3 days later. But now this time they did $50 million offering. I think last time they did $17.5 million. So they've pretty much offered another $60 million. Add that to the original 30. You're around $100 million right there. So it's like it could double. Stock could double here now, but now there's more shares. So it's going to play a little different. But I felt like it was kind of done for me at least. So I was like, I'll take my money on there. Still had a gain on all. So even the free shares had a gain of 30% too. So I said, I'll take it. EXT. Longevity. D-Walk on the high. Philip Morris. Hasbro has been leading all day. Actually, Altria is good. How is the long-term looking today? Long-term's not even doing that bad. Not even that bad. Who's killing him? Airbnb and Snap. And Uber. Uber's finally negative now, so that's actually kind of good. Old Glory Roofing. Hello, my friend, and welcome. I did not sell out the April puts. No, I like them because I mean, if we ended up going down, those plays would have hit. But now we're back down 50. I thought I lost on them in day one, so I kind of wrote them off. They came back today. They were only down 10%, so I said I'd hold it. I took profits on UNG. What else did I take profits on? LMT and then JP Morgan. I sold out of all of those. Power hour. It is here, and the market is going up. Another high, ladies and gentlemen. Another high. How do you feel? How you feel? Tell me how you feel. It's not bad. Not bad. MO climb. MO did good. I'm surprised. MO, Philip Morris all day. New high on the S&P. Dow Jones is about to go positive. Dow's only down 0.1. NASDAQ is down 1.6 now. That's recovered almost half. And then the SPY is only down like 0.5, 0.6 right now. Not too bad, my friend. Not too bad. He's coming back. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. Down goes SPY. Woo! Bro, that thing was wild yesterday. That was like actually funny. That 40-unit multifamily. I want to look into it a little bit more. I like it, but it's a big investment unless we have like a guaranteed valuation on it, if that makes sense. So unless we know we could flip it a little bit higher, I would like it if it was less units at that price, but I want to look into it a little bit more. I'm interested, but it's not like it hasn't stuck across as a no-brainer just yet, unless we could see it. The area is a little weird too, but it's definitely interesting. Anything that offers a good cap rate and it's cheap, I'm like, all right, but we just need to see the reality of what we could really value that out and then how easy it would sell. Another new high right here, only down 0.5% now. So we're coming up. I mean, we need to get up to 450. You're at 448 right now? Yeah, you're at 448.88. So we need like another point to come back up now. Yeah, low ticker broken. VIX is on the low. High ticker going crazy now. Banks are starting to move up. A lot of stuff that was already up is actually holding. That's the interesting part. It's not like this is bringing anything down. You're just getting a recovery. It's where Bloomberg says stocks maintain losses
at the moment, and remind ourselves just how much more hawkish they are than the European Central Bank, than the ECB. I'm showing a chart really of how many rate hikes we've got currently baked in across the board. In the white, standing out well ahead of everyone else is the United States. Bank of England, remember, we actually already saw them hike, and we'd anticipated that they would remain pretty hawkish in the face of inflation, nowhere near the likes of the Federal Reserve. And the ECB just woeful as we see, of course, European economy be hit by Russia-Ukraine, Carol.
Yeah, no, I think that's a great chart, right, in terms of perspective globally. And we have to think about rates around the world. You guys actually caught up with Seth Carpenter. He's the chief economist over at Morgan Stanley.
Well, I wanted to see what they said. They didn't. They're literally, the headline says stocks and bonds maintain losses after Fed minutes. So I think they're just referring to the general that we're still read here. Got 1 hour left. SPY 4.8 play. I don't remember that one. It's weird. A lot of this stuff is still like kind of holding though. Here's interesting. Deliberations, no certainty. Blackstone will pursue bid for Italia's Atlantia. SEC is investigating how Amazon disclosed business practices. Well, Amazon's going up off that, but there was a SEC thing on Amazon too. And then U.S. Representative Sam slams Spotify over artist rates. Profits off of competing artists. Representatives say practice is unfair as marginalized artists with limited access to capital need to be paid to be found on Spotify. They sent a letter to the Congress sent a letter to Spotify. Spot down 2.5. Amazon Chicle. Yeah, there it is. So SPY's, but that's with the SPY now. I have 2 Amazons up. Everything got that candle though. Hold on. That's the thing. Amazon just got specific news with the SEC, but it's still holding. Yeah, everything just took it. Even the banks. The TLT and the bonds are way too chill today. That's going to be the next, I think, coming into tomorrow or the next couple days. Just watch where the bonds lead us, because that has just not moved big. Like, look at the market, look at the individual names, look at the dollar, and then the bonds are just like, nah, we chill. Well, dollar came down, which is kind of good there too. So that could explain some. Macron hits back at Polish PM critics. Little red light here. Well, I think tomorrow's going to be there. TLT is priced to perfection. Seems unlikely. Yes, I feel you, right? And it's like yes and no, because today was bad still. Again, global bond market rout. We were down 2% at one point. It's hard to say this was perfect, but it definitely traded as if it already was kind of like, it's fine. It's good. Pretty much TLT acted like nothing was new. You're literally at just the same price all day after that whole little fiasco we just had. Got my pyramid back, baby. It looked good. It looked good. You make it look good, baby. And sorry if you had to deal with it. Again, I wish everybody could just keep it very simple. But you know what I'm saying? It's wild, though. Again, it's crazy how $4.99, you know what I'm saying? It's like wild if you think about it. Because everyone's like, you're silencing me. So it's like, why don't you? It's weird. The rent market starting to explode here. Everywhere, bro. It's crazy. Everywhere. But real estate. That's why the next 12 months, especially as people start, getting ready for any sort of slowdown or anything like that, we're going to see what happens. I didn't get silenced today. Man, you were a fucking role model today. Are you kidding me? This was I did not see that coming. That's it. Grandma's just ready. He's ready to go. Ready to go, baby. I appreciate you. I love it. I love it. Elite put debit spreads. Not sure. I'd wait a little. I mean, bonds are down a lot. All bonds have been doing month after month after month is just going straight down. So it's like there's going to have to be a bounce or chill out just, waiting on that. So if you're going to go for puts on TLT, I mean, wait till it cools off. Maybe that's what at least I'd wait a little bit. Pretty sure I got silenced. We still showing love. I mean, everybody, I don't know why everybody calls it like being silenced. Everyone just gets treated the same. We have rules in the chat. We asked for a simple request so we could focus. If people didn't want to follow it, everybody got timed out equally. Nobody was banned, but everyone just got timed out. People didn't want to relent to it. So we just flipped it on members only, and it accomplished what I was looking for. I just don't want to focus on certain things, and even then it just limits. We don't even have to have conversations about what we don't want to talk about because it's not there. So mwah. God bless. Chef's kisses. Pike is tankers popper. I have no idea what that means. Hey Vlad, what's up, baby? What's up? Round 2. Fight. We might have round 2. Let's see. We got a lot of time. I'm really excited for after hours today because I want to see what sort of headlines we get. And then depending on what we get for the bonds tomorrow, I think that's going to really, really, really be interesting. What a good day. I ain't hear no bell. Things have recovered a lot, but it's still bad, but definitely not. We gapped down so heavy this morning, and we were just breaking key levels like it was nothing, and then all of a sudden everything just stopped. So it was good. Again, Fed minutes, they offered that. We'll see the divergence. Let me take a look. It seems like last time, again, with like the Fed futures, because last time Fed futures went up after the Fed minutes, and that's where we got a drop and pop here. But in a sad way, the bonds haven't moved a lot. It's really, really weird. Jaria, welcome. I love you. God bless you. 2.5 thousand likes, baby. Members only. Show the chat. Always shows love. Amen. Amen. God bless that chat. So much love. Horna. Amen. Yeah, you're killing it on the likes. Chad's holding it down, man. Chad's holding it down. Y'all keeping it respectful, even if you have a membership badge or not. And we appreciate you. We appreciate you for real. I like it. A lot of focus here on the markets and what we got going on. And hopefully you're picking up on the plays and how to even find the next play. Again, it's watching these developments with everything we got going on. So that's what we really want to take advantage of. Keep holding it down and you will see. But today was already its own little event. And where we go from here, I mean, I'm very, very excited. And again, before you know it, you got more catalysts about to hit. So end of this week, Friday, you have... what's it called? End of the week Friday, you have the crop report. Then next week, you have CPI, bank earnings. Then the week after that, you're going to probably, I don't know if it's going to be, it's not the Fed meeting, but you're going to get other earnings. Fed meeting, I believe, is in May. But pretty much a lot of catalysts back to back to back here now. And then not to mention if anything else goes crazy with the conflict or anything with the energy situation or anything of that nature. Need that New Year's horror back? I know, man. God bless you. Appreciate it all. We try to make stock trading fun and exciting. Amen. I think it is good, too. It's been good. Heading into surgery in 20. We got you, bro. We got you. Yeah, Newegg is up a lot right now. Abivi's up 3.3% right now. It's like crazy, actually. Very, very big move. He do very, very good for the kids. Very, very good for the kids. Kino, what's up, baby? God bless you. We're up 53 on just the last pickup of it. I know, that's insane. That's what I'm saying. I'm like, yo, where this stock split at, man? Where this stock split at? Twitter surprisingly chilled out. Remember, that was the leader this morning with everything going on. That was interesting. You got 45 minutes left. Amazon, no reaction to any of that news. Tesla came back and chilling. And screw Newegg. Look at this Abivi. Yeah, because Abivi actually stays up. You know what I'm saying? It's not like that's the crazy. It's not like it just pops, it goes down, and then it pops, and then pops. It's like it stays up 50%. It stays up 80%. That's a solid 80 right there, man. And it just did it. It just all of the drip keep going. Even the drip is paying the drip. You see what I say? Even the drip is paying us. It's insane, bro. It's insane. He hold up. He holds up. That's the key. He holds up. It's one thing. It's one thing if you call a play, it goes up and down. Like Longeveron, we killed it on that play. Like, I don't know if you guys were like, that was an awesome play. The wheat, even 3 months later, another 2K to 20. Those are all great. But for you to call it and for it to stay up throughout everything, we just love Abivi, baby. Shout out to Long Term. God bless you if you got it. Today is a very crazy day. Crazy day in the markets. Again, I don't doubt tomorrow's probably going to be just as exciting, depending on what headlines we do or don't get. Abivi and keeping me sane on the wild, of course, baby. Of course, any day. We all here for each other, man, and that's it. It's a long road on the markets, and that's why the longevity, just keep in mind how important that always is. Balance the folio. Walgreens, they did, again, all the defensive names did good today. So that's what we got to watch out for. Walgreens is like finally like waking up. But remember, they got to get back up to that earnings level, but that could be good. Is EXC still tearing? Yep. Walgreens is getting big candles right there, though. The ships in the port have gone up. Yeah. I haven't looked at the ones in the U.S., but again, that leads to the supply chain stuff. And even worse is the ships in China. So China has a backlog of ships now like we do, but theirs is like disgusting. I want to say it's over like 70 ships or something like that. We members only. What is this? 2020? Yes, we are members only, unfortunately. It's weird. It just stops the members only is like the weird middle between trying to enforce our rules and then people not like saying they're being silenced. Because again, it makes zero sense. It's like all of a sudden now, if we just say members only, we're not like, it's just like everybody's like, you're silencing my opinion. But then it just shows that if there was any dollar associated with their opinion, they're not even valuing their opinion at $4.99 a month. That is less. That's like 10 cents a day or some shit. If you really think about it, it's like 15 cents a day. So that means that their opinion is important if it's there and they're saying I'm doing this and they're trying to, call me all sorts of things for it. But it's just like, yo, your opinion ain't even worth 15 cents a day at that level. Because then there's nothing. That's it. Everyone chills out. It's like, what? And then it's just like, wow. It's like, damn, your constitutional rights did not protect your YouTube chat. That's insane. It's like this is a personal thing that people do on a weird. Oh, there. What's up? What's up? Did that one get you guys? You guys are like, Josh, my opinion is worth more than 15 cents a day. How dare you, Josh? I'm gonna give you like, watch, Josh. That's fine. Again, I love you. Again, the rules still apply to you even if you have a membership badge, but it's as you can see, if this is the part that I don't like because people say stuff about the Chad, this and that. I try to accept a lot of people, but I hope you like really, really see it. Most of the people who want to be here, they act a certain way. You know what I'm saying? It's just very simple. So it's like the members only just simplifies it. It gets rid of it. The mods don't have to do this or do that, but you could literally see it in the chat. Most people, they know what it's about. They're here for the right reasons. Again, people get mad on certain things on like, oh, people say I'm not going to watch the channel. It's like, if you're not going to watch the channel because I asked to not talk about politics and I treated everybody with this same treatment, whether you supported Biden or Trump, that's wild. And it shows that you missed out all of the information that we've given just in the last quarter, whether it was oil down to wheat, down to utilities and energy. And that's what's if you're going to not watch the channel for that, it's like, wow. So I don't even know. Moxie. Wait, what do we see Moxie from? We've seen Moxie before. This thing's popped big. Yeah, remember Moxie over here? So this was a high play. It's coming back to live. That's crazy. Worth more than that, baby. Amen, amen. And you guys give good comments. That's why I love it and I appreciate what it is. And that's why I think if you want to focus on stocks, I'm here to talk to you with it. If you want to, like, if it's personal stuff, just leave that personal. You know what I'm saying? And politics is very personal. And in this day and age, it's there. Doesn't mean we won't watch politics because I'm looking at it to make plays. But we're just not going to talk about it. And it sucks because I know some of you, I don't know where you stand on the membership or anything like that. But as long as we could keep it chill, it's good to go. No, there's just a lot of people lurking because, again, I think people benefit from it when the chat is clean. People just sit and they want to watch. They want to read the chat. They want to get what they want out of it, and it just keeps things chiller. So there's still a lot of people lurking. It's the same people. Again, if anything, we went members only and the viewership went up. So I don't know what to tell you on that one. But, yeah, everybody could still listen. It's fine. It's just on the chat. Saki's live. We ain't heard Saki in a minute. Oh, they're asking.
Give this remarks to a very large crowd indoors. I was hoping you'd speak a little bit to how the president's views sort of when it is safer, the going to...
Spy's coming down, though. 40 minutes left.
Sort of thing he's trying to model for the rest of the American public, that the risks...
Again, no political comments. Even if you're a member, you will get timed out, so don't cry about it. The post plays or something related to it.
Sort of behavior now, it's not something that should be stigmatized or and should be embraced.
Sure. I think what the president is doing is he is following CDC protocols and models, and that's exactly what we would recommend the rest of the country do. That includes getting vaccinated, getting boosted, getting an extra booster if you were eligible, as the president did just last week, and obviously taking any steps or precautions that the CDC recommends to keep yourself safe. And obviously in Washington, D.C., we remain in a yellow zone, and the president follows those protocols as needed.
And just to update, did you say when the last time the president tested for COVID?
I suspected you would ask this. I've asked this question, and I will get you an answer to that as quickly as possible. As you know, he has tested. He has a regular testing cadence. Is usually tested a couple times a week. We will venture to get you that as soon as possible after the briefing.
Different topic. The U.S. today sanctioned a number of Russians, including Vladimir Putin's daughters, as well as some other senior officials. I was hoping you might be able to speak a little bit about sort of the administration's thinking about when are family members of Russian oligarchs and Russian government officials sort of fair game for sanctions, and how you've weighed, you've described the distinction between minors and adults in this case, with sort of, collective punishment or trying to prevent them from harboring assets with, people who are not necessarily involved in the decision-making in Ukraine that is going to maybe benefit from them.
Well, we've seen a pattern over time of President Putin and Russian oligarchs stash assets and resources in the bank accounts and of their family members. And so this was an effort to get at those assets, and that's why these individuals were sanctioned.
But why the distinction then between minors and adults?
Well, again, we look at where assets may be stored and stashed and make a decision and an assessment on what's appropriate. Go ahead.
The New York Times has a verified video that appears to show a group of Ukrainian soldiers killing captured Russian troops outside a village just west of Kyiv. Has the White House seen these videos? Do you have a response? Is this something you're investigating?
I have seen the video. I don't have any confirmation or validation of the video or the report.
And so far, the administration, or the U.S. has spent about $2 billion since the beginning of this invasion. Obviously, you've said the U.S. is committed to doing everything it can to help Ukraine in this fight. But if General Milley is correct in what he said yesterday, that this really could go on for several years, are these numbers sustainable over the long term? Can you keep up at this pace?
Well, I would say first, just to reiterate what General Milley said, and the president has also been clear, that there are tough days ahead for the Ukrainian people. There's a likely scenario where this could go on for some time, and even as they have moved their forces and they've retreated from Kyiv, they retreated from the north and the west, and they're consolidating forces in the east and in the Donbass. And we've warned that we're entering a new phase of the conflict that could last for some time. It doesn't mean it will look exactly the same, or the needs or the resources will be exactly the same, and that is something we will continue to assess in our conversations with the Ukrainians, as well as with our allies and partners around the world. And right now, just to note, obviously our focus is on amping up and providing a range of military assistance. The $100 million for Javelins is a good example of that, as they earn an active fight every single day against the Russian military. Also humanitarian and economic assistance, and there will be different needs that will come about over the course of time. And that's something we are, of course, committed to continuing to support, their recovery from this, their continued fight from this. But I can't make an assessment about sustaining, because obviously this war and the needs will change over the course of time.
If this is a really protracted, prolonged conflict, given what the Treasury Secretary said today, sort of warning of the enormous economic repercussions of this war for the whole world, what does this mean for the economy in the U.S. for the next year or two? Can you just give us sort of a big picture of what Americans should be bracing for?
Well, as we've made decisions about putting sanctions in place, we've continued to do that through the prism of maximizing the impact on Russia and the Russian economy while minimizing the impact on the West and the United States. Obviously, there are areas where there has been an impact, including on the price of gas, and you saw the Federal Reserve convey today the impact of the Russian invasion on inflation, and we know that to be the case. But what we're trying to do is mitigate those impacts, and obviously not just the announcement of the release from the Strategic Petroleum Reserve, but the announcement by the IEA today is the largest release that they have ever done in history. And all of these are part of our collective effort to mitigate the impacts on the American people over the course of time. Even the length of time of the release from the Strategic Petroleum Reserve meant to be a stopgap measure or kind of a bridge measure.
So this one's important because what the lady was asking, though, is that if you expect this to go on for years, will this be sustainable?
What we're doing is anticipating.
So again, it's a question we were talking about earlier today.
Impact on the American people over time.
Following up on that IEA question, do you have a detail or figure of how much oil has been released to the 180 million barrels to date?
I'm happy to get that for you. I'm sure that our team may have that, but I don't have that in front of me.
Can I ask, President Biden today told union members, Amazon, here we come. Was he endorsing the efforts of workers to unionize Amazon facilities?
What he was not doing is sending a message that he or the U.S. government would be directly involved in any of these efforts or take any direct action. What he was conveying is his longtime support for collective bargaining, for the rights of workers to organize, and their decision to do exactly that in this case, something that he has long supported broadly over the course of his career. Go ahead.
Just back to the issue of the sanctions that are being imposed on Putin's children, obviously sanctions against him as well. Does the U.S. have a rough estimate at this moment in time of how much of his assets are tied up versus what he still might have access to?
I don't have an assessment to offer from here on that. But we know that we've seen attempts and efforts to stash assets in the accounts and resources of his children.
A senior administration official earlier today was raising the question of Putin's endgame, that at some point he would presumably recognize that this war has been a failure for him. Given some of the scenes that we're seeing in places like Bucha and Mariupol, does the U.S. believe that he is any closer to realizing that reality today versus a week ago, a month ago?
Well, remember, the scenes we're seeing in Bucha are from events and atrocities that didn't happen yesterday. They happened some time ago, right? And there will be more of those, which our Secretary of State and our National Security Advisor have also predicted, unfortunately, because there are a lot of areas of the country where Russia has invaded and committed atrocities, no doubt, which we have not yet had visual access to. I would say that I can't make an assessment for you from here on what is in President Putin's mind. What we do know is that because of the impact of the economic sanctions, including the ones we have taken today and steps we have taken over the course of time, we have seen an unquestionable significant impact on Russia's economy. And that has led to this question now, as a result of the decision around whether or not they would be able to make a bond payment earlier this week, that they will have to decide whether they are going to spend down dollars and resources they have to avoid default, or whether they're going to continue to spend that money in funding the war. And that is a part of our objective, is to force them into a place where they are making that decision. But we've seen Russia's economy collapse by 15%, wiping out the gains it made in the last 15 years. Inflation is spiking up to 15%. Russia is set to lose its status as a major economy. And our objective is to implement those consequences, to make it much more difficult for President Putin to fund the war, and we're seeing the direct impacts of that already, and to make it clear that this was a strategic blunder. And we're already seeing those impacts on the economy. How that impacts him, and that is not something I can predict in terms of getting into his mind.
What is the administration's current assessment of what Putin's endgame is? And does the administration believe that that may have shifted since the beginning of the invasion?
Well, I would say that, one, while they have moved their troops around and repositioned, we have not made, and they haven't made many airstrikes in the last 24 hours, according to the Department of Defense and their briefing, which you may have seen, or their backgrounder. We also know that their goal remains weakening Ukraine as much as possible. And we should be under no illusion that that objective hasn't changed, even as their tactics have changed. Go ahead.
Thanks, Jen. The president today, as he was talking about his vow to stand by Ukrainians, added a line, and by the way, if I've got to go to war, I'm going with you guys. Can you clarify what that meant?
He has no intention of sending troops to the ground or fighting a war with the U.S. forces against Russia. That was a reflection of his long love for labor unions and members of labor unions and the building and trades workers who were there and people that he would always love to be in the foxhole with, not an indication of a change in U.S. policy.
He also referred to that heated exchange we saw that involved Secretary Austin. And he said, with regard to Ukrainian troops, we've trained them and we've given them the weapons. Can you clarify what he meant by we have trained them? What training was he talking about?
Well, there was some time ago training, and we have provided them, obviously, a range of weapons over time. What point he was making is one Secretary Austin made yesterday. Without the extensive military assistance that we have been providing the Ukrainians, the security assistance, over the course of the last several weeks and even months before that, $1.6 billion worth, maybe a little higher now after the $100 million last night, they would not have been able to effectively fight back as they have. And how it has basically worked is they have requested a range of assistance. We go through and see what we are able to provide. We often work with partners and allies to provide assistance we don't have access to here, and then we expedite the delivery of that over the course of time, whether that is javelins, stingers, or a range of materials that the U.S. military has determined they're not only trained on, but has been effective in fighting this war.
But aside from the physical resources, what training was he talking about? What was the latest training the U.S. troops have done?
There's not new training to report out to you. What he was really emphasizing, and the important part here is what Secretary Austin was also talking about, is the military equipment that has been provided that has allowed them to fight this war.
And one more on sanctions. You've said a couple times now that the U.S. sanctioned Putin's daughters because there's reason to believe Putin has stashed his wealth with them. Does that mean that the U.S. has some information about where the billionaire daughters are stashing their wealth?
I don't have any more to provide to you from here. We make assessments about where to implement financial sanctions to get close to not only the assets of President Putin, but those around him. And we have seen a long pattern of using relatives and family members to stash wealth. Go ahead.
Thank you, Jen. First, on immigration, our team in Texas is saying that you guys are starting to give smartphones to border crossers, hoping that they'll use the phones to check in or to be tracked. Which part of that is supposed to deter people from crossing illegally into the States?
Well, I think you of all people, since you've asked me a range of questions on this topic over time, would recognize that we need to take steps to ensure that we know where individuals are and we can track and we can check in with them. The Alternatives to Detention program is what we utilize, has 3 unique forms of technology to monitor participants enrolled in the program. Telephonic, this is one of them, which uses a participant's voice to create a biometric voice print during the enrollment process. And when the participant has a check-in call, their voice is compared to the voice print. Smart Link, which is another option, enables participant monitoring via smartphone or tablet using facial matching technology to establish identity. And Global Positioning System monitoring is of a participant's location and movement history using satellite technology through an ankle bracelet. This is all part of our effort as individuals come into the United States and individuals who are entering, who will proceed to immigration proceedings, to monitor and track where they are.
With the telephonic, though, any concern by folks around here that these migrants will take the phones and just toss them? And then,
Do you have a record of people throwing phones away?
I'm just asking if that's a concern.
Our concern is ensuring that individuals who irregularly migrate to the United States proceed through our process of, of course, being monitored, but also participating in hearings to determine whether or not they will be able to stay. I would note that nearly 80% of non-citizens released at the border from DHS custody under prosecutorial discretion have either received a notice to appear or are still within their window to report. So actually, the vast majority of people are appearing. In part, we have these monitoring systems in order to do that effectively.
Okay, on another topic, was it common for President Biden to do favors for Hunter Biden's international business partners, like writing college recommendations for their kids?
I've seen the report. I have no confirmation or comment on a report about whether or not the president, when he was a private citizen, wrote a college recommendation letter for an individual.
A college recommendation letter, though, from, at the time, a former vice president would be a big deal. So do we know what the president might have gotten in return for doing a favor like that?
Again, I have no confirmation of any recommendation letter the president wrote when he was a private citizen, by the way, not serving in public office. That's even the report.
But he's the president now, and you're his spokesperson.
Correct. And he was not the president at the time of this report.
So there's evidence that the president at one point was office mates with Hunter and his brother Jim here in D.C.
It's not accurate.
That is not accurate. So when Hunter Biden is emailing a landlord, please have keys made available for new office mates, Joe Biden, Jill Biden, Jim Biden, that you're disputing.
They were not office mates, no.
They were not office mates. Okay.
Great. Go ahead.
Thanks, Jen. On student loans, briefly, you were sort of asked about this yesterday, but I just wanted to come back to it. So as people plan for the future, should borrowers expect that after August 31st they'll have to repay their loans, or is there a chance that it could be further extended after August 31st?
We'll continue to assess, and what we look at, well, of course, the economy is in a better state than it was a year ago, and we have a strong recovery. We also understand that there are a range of impacts that are still longer lasting because of the pandemic, including the impacts on costs and inflation, and this is part of the president's effort to help alleviate that, as was the family glitch announcement of yesterday. So we'll make an evaluation. The Department of Education will look at that and a range of factors as we get closer to that timeline.
Has the president at this point ruled out the possible executive level cancellation on a wide scale of student debt?
He has not ruled out, but I don't have any update on that. And I would note that, again, he would encourage Congress to send him a bill canceling $10,000 in student debt, something that he talked about looking forward to signing on the campaign trail.
Just really briefly on the G20.
Yeah.
Secretary Yellen said today that they may not, that the U.S. might not attend meetings if Russians are there. Is she implying that these would just be individual meetings, or would it be a kind of broader scale boycott of the G20 in Bali?
I think they have later clarified she was referencing at the ministerial level and more specific meetings. I would point you to them of the more specifics. The president has also said, he said on the trip, that he did not think Russia should be a part of the G20, meeting. And I would note it's 7 months away, which is a lifetime in our lives, but it wasn't an indication of plans for us to boycott or not attend. It was just it shouldn't be business as usual, which is something the president has also said.
Jen, is it a priority of the president to try to identify the Russian units that carried out the atrocities in Bucha? Is that something that the U.S. may be able to do, and is it something the president wants to have happen?
We will continue to assist in every way possible with these efforts to track down data, additional information, and contribute to the international effort to do exactly that.
Let me ask, if I can, a couple other questions that made news today. A judge has just issued the first outright acquittal of a defendant charged in the January 6th Capitol riot. This was a New Mexico man, Matthew Martin. He was acquitted on some misdemeanor charges by the judge. This man had claimed that he thought police allowed him into an entrance near the Capitol Rotunda. Does the White House have any view now that that case has been adjudicated?
I don't have any specific comment on that case. We continue to support the efforts of the January 6th Commission and all of the members in trying to get to the bottom of what happened that day to prevent it from happening in the future.
Well, let me go back to one last question as it relates to what's happening in Russia. The U.S. still doesn't have an ambassador to India. It appears increasingly clear that Los Angeles Mayor Garcetti doesn't have the votes right now to be confirmed. How does the lack of an ambassador to India impact our ability, America's ability, to pressure India not to work with Russia in providing any aid or assistance?
Well, our preference is always to have a confirmed ambassador on the ground. It's an incredibly important diplomatic position. We also engage with countries through a range of channels, and obviously our Deputy National Security Advisor was just in India recently in the last few weeks, conveying clearly what the consequences of violating sanctions would be and what the mechanisms are, and also making clear that that we do not think India should accelerate or increase imports of Russian energy and other commodities, even as obviously those decisions are made by individual countries, and also making clear that we stand ready to support India as in any efforts to diversify its imports and serve as a reliable supplier, even as they're only importing about 1 to 2% of their oil from India. So we have a range of ways to communicate and engage, and obviously sending our Deputy National Security Advisor is an example of that, but clearly our preference would be to have a confirmed ambassador in place.
Does the president still support that nomination?
He does. Go ahead.
The Russian ruble has been on the rise. Viktor Orban in Hungary said today that he'd be happy to pay for Russian gas in rubles, and that he's happy to buy more Russian gas. Is there anything the U.S. can do about this? Are you engaging Hungary on this point?
Well, I would first say in terms of the ruble, the reason it's important to note that the Russian central bank is making extreme policy decisions to artificially prop up the ruble. So it's not actually on the rise. It is being artificially propped up by limitations that they are putting in place, including barring banks from selling dollars to customers. Russian brokerages are not allowing foreign clients to sell securities. Exporters are being forced to sell 80% of their dollar revenues and buy rubles. So they are essentially manipulating it on their end. As it relates to Hungary, I mean, slightly a different question, but obviously there was the recent election, as you noted, of Viktor Orban. I would note that Hungary is a NATO ally, continues to be. We continue to cooperate on a range of bilateral and shared global interests, including on NATO defense and on humanitarian assistance. They're currently hosting forces from an Army Stryker infantry troop as part of a NATO battle group. We regularly conduct joint training exercises with them, and we will continue to work to strengthen our partnership with Hungary. Obviously, reliance on the ruble is a decision individual countries will make, and we've obviously made our views clear on that front.
So you have engaged Hungary on this question?
That is not what I conveyed. I just conveyed they're a NATO ally. Go ahead.
Can we go back to the sanctions? As they were announced this morning, the Sberbank and the Alpha Bank sanctions, I believe, exclude energy. They're full blocking sanctions excluding energy. Similarly, the SOE sanctions coming tomorrow also will not affect the energy sector.
Yeah.
Can you speak to that balancing act? Is that because you're worried about the domestic impact here in the U.S. on the price of natural gas, price of gasoline, or is that because the Europeans asked you to sort of carve that out? Why is that still sort of a bridge too far for the U.S. on these sanctions? They're not really full blocking sanctions if they're excluding energy.
Well, I mean, I would say they're quite extensive, given Sberbank is the largest bank in Russia, and Alpha Bank is the largest private bank in Russia. So, and in total, we've now fully backed more than 2/3 of Russia's banking sector. These conversations and discussions obviously are done in coordination with our European allies and partners, and we continue to assess how we can maximize the impact while minimizing the impact on other economies, including, of course, the global oil marketplace. And we've taken steps, of course, banning oil imports. A number of countries, including Poland in Europe, have announced their intention to take steps, but that's up to individual countries to make. But it's part coordination, assessment, with other countries and our allies about the impacts, but I would still say it's quite a significant step given they're the largest bank in Russia.
So is it accurate then to say that this was done because of the Europeans saying, hey, this would be...
No, but we do update them and brief them on the steps we take and why, and we look at the impacts on how things will impact the United States, how they will impact a range of our allies as we make decisions about sanctions.
Very quickly on the central bank actions propping up the ruble, do you have any sense of how long they're able to keep that up?
I don't have an assessment from here at this point in time on that. Go ahead.
Thank you, Jen. On immigration, with the lifting of Section 42, there are a lot of Democrats, particularly Democratic senators, up for re-election who worry that you don't have a plan to either stop the spring surge of undocumented immigrants or handle it. What do you say to those Democrats?
Well, I would first say that Title 42 is not an immigration measure. It's a public health measure, and one that Congress has given the CDC authority to make a decision about. And we respect that and think that's absolutely right. This is why the president proposed an immigration bill on his first day in office, and we would certainly welcome efforts of anybody to work with us on that. But as we're implementing this over the course of the next 5 weeks, if I'm doing my math correctly, we've also surged resources from the Department of Homeland Security, and we will continue to take additional steps to implement and make clear that this is not the time to come, that there will still be significant measures put in place for anyone who tries to irregularly migrate to the United States.
Do you feel that what's your goal and what do you expect, what impact do you expect to have on the spring surge with those kinds of measures?
I would really point you to the Department of Homeland Security to make any projections of that, because we have not made any projections of what it will mean in terms of the ending of Title 42 either.
Thanks. I know that you talked about the stringent measures you've taken to keep the president safe from COVID that go beyond the CDC guidelines, but that's such a visual contrast between that and the president showing up maskless in front of people at some of these events. So how do you make sure that you keep that protection bubble around him? I'm sure you feel like you're asked to explain this ad nauseum, but The
Oh, it's
bubble's
okay.
looking pretty porous lately. So
Well-
how do you get that sort of enforced?
I would say first that we continue to take measures that go beyond what the CDC protocols are. That includes ensuring that everybody who's going to see the president in a meeting is tested in advance. Or if you're traveling with the president, you're tested in advance. When possible, we take steps to socially distance in circumstances, which certainly the Oval Office and other meeting spaces in the White House allow for. If an individual in the White House is a close contact, they are asked to, or required to, I guess you could say, wear a mask for 10 days after that exposure. And they are also tested regularly following. So I would say we take additional measures that go beyond what the CDC protocols and requirements are to ensure that we are doing everything we can to keep principals safe. The president, the vice president, and others, of course, in the building.
Tested before the Easter event tomorrow, everyone who was there?
It's not at public events, I'm talking about at meetings. But again, I can check on the protocols for public events, sure.
Have you changed any protocols surrounding him in recent days as more people are in the administration contract this virus?
We've continued to implement stringent and strict protocols. I would note that even as we're looking at, with BA2, a very transmissible variant, as we all know and our public health officials have told us, we've seen an increase in cases, right? In the country, in the region, among the press corps, and certainly in the White House. But it is not at this point what we saw during Omicron. And what the steps we have taken here, including a policy put in place to ensure that return to work was part of our policies in the federal government, are meant to ensure that can continue to be the case. And even while we have individuals who are out with COVID, everyone here is required to be tested, highly recommended to be boosted. People who are out because of that, the vast, vast majority have mild cases and are continuing to work from home. And obviously, we are continuing to implement the return to work policy and feel we have the measures necessary to do that.
So what's the clearest version of the message that you're trying to send to Americans about living with this virus, even as infection rates rise? I mean, that it's not the end of the world if you get it, if you're boosted? I mean, is that the message you send through the president who's maskless in front of hundreds of people, that this isn't the end, that we have to live this way? Is
The message we're sending is to follow the CDC protocols and guidance for where you live. The president does that. He did an event in Washington, D.C. today where it does not require mask wearing. There are other parts of the country, as you know, where he's traveled and he has worn a mask, where that has been the recommendation. Our protocols also here, we would certainly project this to the American people, are that getting vaccinated and getting boosted, and if you are immunocompromised or you're over a certain age, getting your next booster is certainly a way to help protect yourself. That's something the president has done, and every member of the senior staff and White House staff has done and will continue to do, although some of us are teasing the people who are over 50 that we're not old enough yet, but that's a sidebar. When we are, we will be doing that as well.
Yeah.
So it is
Thanks,
to
Jen.
follow-
10 minutes left, 1 minute away from the 10-minute rig. So let's see what happens. I mean, I think the biggest point that was talked about there was related to some of the comments that Biden made earlier. Some people may take them in context, out of context, like they were with the regime shift stuff. People were asking about the training and all of that. But other than that, nothing too crazy. I think a lot of people, I'm telling you, out of all of this stuff we've listened to today, I don't know if I'm biased, but I think everything in the background is alluding to oil and energy. That's what I think it is. I think, again, all like the questions and even the announcements, it seems like they don't want to move. They're trying to do everything they can right now to clap Russia without touching the oil, because it just, any other solution right now, or the current solution, would not be sustainable. So we will see. 10-minute rigged. Again, we bounced up from the minutes. This is the minutes we sold off. We ran up, hit a new high, just sold off back to VWAP again. 10 minutes left, and now we're near the highs. So we're going to see what happens. I know another dude, EXC is insane. That's it. It's it's about to go 45 on the ask. The bid isn't coming up there with it, but if you even look at it, I mean, even it says the delta on here is 15 cents. So if we go up another 40 cents on EXC, I think these contracts will be at like 50. So we'll see. But that one, new high score. That one's doing crazy. Doing very, very good. No other real headlines after that, though. Again, we got a couple of different things, even related to the other, like the airline stuff, bonds, more sanctions, energy, what they're going to do, what they're not going to do. Even now, I was just brought it up there in the chat, Target. This one looks interesting. Again, Walmart's up. I was looking at the Target daily chart. Again, they had good earnings. They're one of the consumer staples, all of that, but it's there. Yeah, new high score. I know. Someone said it in the chat. I think it was Jay Alt said it, and I giggled to that. I was like, new high score. I like it. I like it. New high score on EXC, so we'll take it. We will take a high score. I like it. Only notable earnings, Levi's after hours pricing in 1.53. Again, you're going to have a big digestion here tomorrow, so we'll see how that plays. Hershey's, that's hitting a high score too, but I don't think the plays hit a high score. It's up on the ask, but the bid, big spread. BB News. Yeah, Altria, Philip Morris. Again, a lot of healthcare plays are up. Genie, G-E-N-I. What the hell is this? Genius Sports? Genius Sports, G-E-N-I. Genius Sports just had something on there. They had news the other day about provincial gaming regulators. That's a big pop. NFL now the largest U.S. shareholder in Genius. I think that's the news right there. 51, yeah. NFL is now the largest U.S. holder in Genie. G-E-N-I. NFL is now the largest shareholder as warrants vest. So just the warrants vesting is just a headline. I don't know if it's not like they did anything. Like it's not like they took something, but now the NFL warrants for the company have vested and they control 7.7% of the business. So it's kind of like a update article piece, but stock is getting a pop. It just came out. Taking profits on the April 14th. I'm on July on all of them. So the other ones went up like $200, like $1 to like $4 right now. And then the other ones out of the money, the bigger position, they're up like 100 and something now. 197%. Are these 40? Yeah, bro, you got 50 on the ask. Someone just swept the ask right there at 40 cents. The bid needs to catch up. There's just a very wide spread. Yeah, but the ask is at 50. Now, like I was saying, again, if it goes up 30 or 40 cents, this thing is going to be at $1. See, some people are trying to sell, though. So still a little bit of liquidity problems, and then wait till it keeps going. But I'm still riding these one out. NFL sold 7.6. Did they? Probably on there, but that's why Genie's popping off of that. SPY's chilling out. 7 minutes left. 7 minutes left. I think the EXCs are still getting more volume. Yeah, someone just swept those other 40s now. Just bro, the next one goes up to 70. That'll be nutty, but I mean, you'll probably get filled around 40 to 50. Yeah, it's good. 197% though. So pretty much all the contracts are up around 200% now. If that's the case, if these hold this price, all the contracts have matched up. These would be lagging, but remember, these ones are dead. These ones like barely moved throughout all of this, but that's far out. Again, that's still like almost 50% up from where the stock's at. Hey, 100 on Genie. Good work, baby. Good work. Good work. Let me work it. I put my thing down. Flip it to my it's you. Time 6 minutes. Lonzo Ball dropped $7.25 million on Sherman Oaks Showplace. NFL does make money. Bro, EXC's like getting vertical. Bro, it's just this stock doesn't move big. That's wild. EXC was a scanner play. Remember, it came out right before we saw it on the scanner. It was related to like energy and utility. So I bought it, and then literally 2 minutes later, the uranium news came out that first time, or sanctioning the Russ. What was it? Russ, whatever that they call it. And then it's just been flying since. But remember, we went down on it. We went down on the play, and then I averaged down. That's why I'm saying I put it on a watch list. I called it out, and I was talking about this. I think I did it a couple days ago. I just talked about it lagging because, again, these options lagged heavy relative to the price. So that's what we were talking about. But we'll see. Again, just this stock, again, this is a big day for it, but it's only $2. So just remember, it does not work wild. EXC pumped by Kramer? Since when? That's like good and bad. You still don't want to take any. I mean, it's tempting, but I kind of do like it. But I do want to. I mean, it just hasn't. All it's done is do good on every other day. You see what I'm saying? Like, that's the thing about it, is that in all of this volatility, it never went down. It only went up. And then even as the volatility continued, it held up. That's why it's like, I want to wait till it kind of chills out before anything. And now I think we have a decent amount of cushion. And we have a lot of time. We have till July. So we'll see how it plays out. Mad Money interview? When? 4 minutes. IPOF to partner with DWAC. That's still going. Walmart, 52-week high. Hershey's, 52-week high. A lot of things. Again, a lot of defenses, but it looks like we might get that close around VWAP. Buy the rumor to sell the Kramer, pretty much. We might hit 50. We'll see if it does it after hours or something, but looking solid. Eli Lilly again, Walmart. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're making our final approach. As we make our final approach, you guys are holding on to any bags. Please throw them in the overhead bins above or firmly beneath your seats, or be coming through the aisle with a trash bag if you'd like to dispose of those bags. But as we make this final approach, we're going to be landing here into the second link terminal, the trading fraternity terminal in the description. That's going to be your nightly watch list and main channel layover around 5 p.m. Pacific time, and then we're going to be taking out promptly around 6 a.m., 6:10 out of sunny San Diego, California. As we make this final approach in San Diego International Airport, it's about 80 degrees and sunny. Actually pretty hot out there. Could get a tan and enjoy the weather out there. So hopefully you're here for the vacation and enjoyed a lot of the ride here with the volatility. We are no longer under COVID guidelines, so no masks are worn, but we ask that you do exit one row at a time. And as always, we appreciate your guys' business. If you're interested in your Cole Wrap Rewards program card, please flag down your flight attendant and we'll get you that as soon as possible. And don't forget to drop that GG on the way out. God bless you all, and hopefully you enjoy your flight, and we will see you also if you're going to be staying for Cole Real Estate. There is a layover and transfer terminal around ColeRealEstateGmail.com. That is 6 p.m. Pacific time. All right. As always, we appreciate you guys' business, and have a wonderful evening. Let's go, baby. Let's go. Bring it home. Bring it home, Chad. Bring it home. How you feel? Tell me how you feel. Let's go. Let's go. You don't have much time. 1 minute. Let's go, baby. Go, 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 go. Today, not much. This bond market went crazy. A lot of Europe was hesitating to cut the oil. You got news of more oil on the way as well, too. You got a couple of things. You got a couple of different things. So you got to wrap it up. You got the minutes. Some of it was dovish. A lot of it was pretty dovish, but there was a little bit of hawkishness. But now we got to wait for the digestion. So, ladies and gentlemen, wrap it up. What are you going to be doing? EXC hit a new high score. 10 seconds left. Hurry. Hurry. Bring it home. You got 2 more days. Wednesday is over. What are you going to do? What are you going to do? Oh! Ding, 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 ding. Oh, there it is, baby. GG, 7 hours. We did it. We made it. We did it. We made it. Oh, no, don't worry, baby. Don't worry, Chad. Don't worry. Don't worry. You got some freedom there. We did it. I need a GG. You see, all of y'all need a GG. Everybody need a GG. Were you in the game or not, baby? Were you in the game or not? GG, baby. We did it. We made it. Oh, there it is. Yeah, come on. We did it. We made it. Oh, it's beautiful. Where's the GG? I need the GG, baby. Let's go. Let's go. Hey, man. Hey, man. Hey, man. I don't care if you made money or lost money, baby. I know you learned something. Everybody learned something. There's been a lot to learn from over these last weeks. I need a GG, baby. Forgive your sins. Cleanse your sins. I need a GG in the chat, please. Oh, GG, baby. GG, everybody. The real ones. The real ones, baby. Oh, everybody gets a GG. Everybody gets a GG. Let's go. Let's go. How you feel? How you feel? Energy. The minutes. The market. CPI. Agriculture report. All of it's on the way. Earnings. Bank stocks. Oh, man. Let's go, baby. Let's go, baby. How you feel? Oh, that's it. That's it. Cut it. Cut it. Cut it. Let him play. No, cut it. Cut it. Oh, my gosh. Wow, I feel good. Chad, you feel good? Oh, we did it. Cut it. It's okay. Chad, how you feel? That's the day, ladies and gentlemen. That is the day. Chad, how you feel? That's the day, ladies and gentlemen. It feel good? Feel good, Chad? That's the day. But God bless you all. The day is over. Honestly, I think tomorrow will probably be just as crazy. Do not forget, you got a lot of catalysts and earnings along the way. So I hope you're locked and loaded. But Chad, I love all of you. God bless you. I hope you know, man. Even if you got non-members silenced, it's okay. We love you. You weren't really that silenced. I don't know. Don't be so dramatic about it. But Chad, I love you. God bless you. Whether you respected the rules or not, whether you like me or not, I don't know what it is. I still love you, and I'm thankful for the opportunity, baby. So if you clicked that video, you hit the like button, you just clicked on and listened to me for a little bit. God bless you. You gave me an opportunity, and you know what? Big shout out to all the members out there. Members, you made the chat look good, man. Honestly, thank you to all of you, whether you're a new member, old member. Some of y'all look good with the badge. You know what I'm saying? Some of y'all, you waited a while, but you look good with it. I'm just saying. But big shout out to the members. Again, I don't know, maybe days like today, you see why I shout them out, man. These are people who've been riding with me for a very long time. Very, very respectful, but they're in the game. They vibe with it. As you can see, man, there's one conclusion I've made about all the members. They are here to play, baby. They are here to play. It don't mean that if you don't have a membership badge, you're not ready to play, but I just know you switch it into members only. It's all stocks, baby. They ready to play. They in the game, baby. Amen. 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 So some of you, yeah, you could be here for a long time. I'm just saying, I go members only, though. It was all stocks. I liked what I was seeing in the chat, but what I got to say to it is just thank you. There's nothing to do with the non-member, this and that. All I got to say, man, is thank you to the members who, without me asking, without us offering a benefit, it's not like we go members only every day, bro. For real. It's very, very simple, bro. Y'all held it down, but y'all have supported the channel before anything. You know what I'm saying? Before anything. So before you had an incentive, before I even asked, we don't even offer you a special content, this and that. Y'all hold it down, and you can see, man, they kept it positive and respectful. So God bless you. I appreciate you guys. Again, members, I've said it many times, man. You guys are the reason why a lot of things happen, and a lot of y'all have held my back, and I'm just thankful to have it. So members, God bless you guys. Thank you once again. Big shout out to the stream alerts, baby. Again, better to have it and not need it than need it and not have it. That's stream insurance, baby. And I know you didn't miss anything, but God bless you guys. Thank you for supporting. Even if you got the membership badge and the stream alerts, God bless you, baby. You holding it there. And again, other people should thank you, baby. We love you. We love you. God bless you, baby. Amen. Woo! So I love it, baby. But last but not least, man. Last but not least. Last, but don't ever forget, man, the non-members. Because you know what I see here? I see non-members. They ready to go. They just the same. And a lot of you have been here for a long time. And you know how I am, man. All it comes down to, I want the people ready to play. I want the people that are locked and loaded. You know what I'm saying? I want the people who are here to work on their craft. And hopefully you guys can respect that at whatever moment. Again, we going to make things happen. But just don't forget, at the end of the day, bro, is people here to work on their craft. Are we going to work on that craft? You know what I'm saying? That's it. Wait, what did Meta say? Exploring virtual currency for metaverse? That make no damn sense, bro. That make no damn sense. I'll take it. We got our plays, but that make no damn sense. I thought you guys abandoned the last one. This makes no sense, bro. It makes no sense. But non-members, all of you, anybody who shows up with the right attitude, anybody who shows love and understands, what we're trying to get here. Again, you probably got more news and more stock market discussion than any other day if you really think about it. So the people who are about it, the people who are ready to work, the people who come in here for the right time, man, and not even any time, but just show their love and appreciation, but really show the loves of themselves, you know what I'm saying? And they get in the game and they playing like that, bro. And you working on the craft. I love it, baby. I love it. You know why? I love it because I even see your comments now. I see how some of y'all act even when you get it. Oh, one time, it's a first time members only in like a year, and I can see how some people react. So all I'm saying, man, the members who are really about it or the non-members, God bless you and thank you for real. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? Because you in the game. You in the game. It don't matter to you. I could tell it don't matter, and that's beautiful. That's what we want to see. That's what we want to see, man. That's what we want to see, baby. So God bless you. Thank you for all of you, man, for real. If you've respected what we got going on here, you've contributed in any way, I hope you know it never goes unnoticed, and we can see it even down to the last second, baby. So God bless you. Thank you all. Big shout out to the chat, baby. But that is the day. Okay, that is the day. That is the day. The day is over. It's over. 7 hours. Oh, my God. 2.7 thousand likes. Chad. Oh, man. That's beautiful. That's beautiful. Hey, man, God bless you. Y'all ain't have to do that. So thank you for liking the video. Again, thank you for all the people who did what they had to do, did what they did without having being told to, whether they were respectful without it, whether they were a member without it, whether they liked the video without it, baby. Yeah, Levi just had earnings. I guess jeans are popping. Jeans are through the roof, bro. That's it. They doing good out there, actually. Woo! Hey, man, have the best second half of the day. Hopefully, we see you on the watch list. Again, the day is over. Here are all the links. Second link, nightly watch list and main channel. Don't miss it. We're going to cover it a lot. Again, even EXC. I swear we brought up the EXC like 4 or 5 days ago on the watch list, and it was already up here, and we talked about the average down. I think I made the whole video. Oh, man, I don't know. It's hard to explain, but check it out. Second link, nightly watch this and main channel. We will see you there. First link for the Scream Alerts Bootcamp and Real Estate course. Again, better to have it and not need it than need it and not have it, but you got the freebie, baby. You got the freebie. You got the freebie. It was good. We paid 10 cents for it, and then we paid 30 at first, but my average price is 15. The average down when I need to find the video. What video was it, man? Was it Major Catalyst this week, or was it time to buy oil stock? I think it was this week. Don't tell me it was this one. If it was this one, it would be crazy. No, is it this one? I don't think it's not. It's not that one. Hold on, I'm going to find it for you. Oh, yeah, no. Oh, that sucks, bro. It was a video a lot of you guys watched. Oh, man. It's lagging. So this is kind of like the frog, but this is what I'm trying to show you. Since I bought that play, ConocoPhillips, it's not up yet, but it's not as down as much as the option. Pretty much, we talked about Conoco. Remember, we got that one with the PSX, but the PSX was closer to the money, so we made over 100% on it, but this one is far out and it has a lot of time. So this play didn't really, it went down while all of the oil stocks were going up. So what does this remind you of? EXC. Remember this play, it was the same sort of logic here. Here you could see the EXC in the money overlaid. When I bought it, the stock was up, but the stock barely moved down and I lost 50%. But then what do you notice happened? The stock kept going and for days, literally days. And that's why too, you don't that means there's another one. Bro, there's another one. That means there's still another one too. That was the day after that one then. Oh my gosh, bro. That's crazy. That's crazy. But I love you. God bless you. But check out the watch list. Be there, okay? It's going to be good. It's going to be good. We love all of you, and God bless you. Get your free long-term alerts. If you made money on any of the plays, there's, again, I was thinking about it the other day, and honestly, I mean, there's been a lot of plays that have gotten clapped, and there's been a lot of volatility, but every 3 months so far, we've ran into a play that has gone upwards of $20,000 to $40,000. There's been a lot of plays out there, okay? So it's on you to control the balance. There's a lot of other ones that we're getting into, but the one thing I'm telling you for is that build a long term. If you're making money in all of this, if you're finding a way, be wise, slow it down. But I'm just saying, just get that long term out there, okay? It's free 99. Don't be afraid to take profits. Don't be afraid to siphon some into the long term. And remember, again, that's even the Robinhood. The Robinhood's still up. I don't know if you guys know that. I don't know how it is and how we've done it. It has been a wild one. Again, here is the whole entire Robinhood. Again, this is still this started with 40 grand. And we brought it up to 140, went as high as 180. Now we're chilling at 105 again. Before any of this, we were still at 140 not too long ago. But again, the whole point with this one is what? We bought a lot of equity. There's a lot of options, but a lot of equity, and that's what kind of keeps us from giving it all back ever. So do you see what I'm saying? If you're making plays, you're making hits on it, don't be afraid to buy some stocks and get a long term. You see what I'm saying? Did you get any Genie? I did not, but you heard it here first. That's the key. So that's the key. But I didn't make any, but I know we dropped that news within the first 30 seconds of it coming out. So keep that in mind. But I'll see you on the watch list. I'll see you on the first link. Do what you need to do. Third link for that membership badge. If the membership link isn't working, just go to the channel and then put /join, and then it will be good to go. It will be good to go, okay? If you want to see my face, you could click the merch website, and it'll take you to what I look like before I had the long term. So it's very good. Before I had the long term is, it's crazy how my life has changed so much from then. You know what I'm saying? So make sure that you're on there. We love you. Okay, God bless you. Third link, fourth link for the PHILO channel. Check out all the other new channels called Real Estate, Cold Cars. Follow me on Instagram at the Trading Fraternity. Okay, if you go and check it, bro, you check it there. You go up there and see. You'll go up there and see. It's going to be good. I need you to go check it out there for me. You'll see the long term. JP Morgan and Uber are down now. We have a long-term deposit. I'm ready to go. So make sure you got your free long-term alerts, if anything. But a long-term play could happen between now and the next 30 days. I do want to wait a little bit for earnings, but a lot of the things I'm targeting are moving now. So yalla. How option pricing works, how to find 1,000% gainers. I promise you, if you watch this video, you will learn stuff. Other people will agree with it. It's a great place to start if you want to learn how to trade, how we set up the long term, and finally, last but not least, baby, right there, baby, that prayer request wall. We like to pray for y'all. This is what me and my mom do. I don't have an affiliate links. I don't want anything from you except for you to pray for me. That's all I could ever ask. And I ask that you do the same thing for everybody in here every single day. I know you see them. I know you see people each and every day, bro. And that's what we are about. Again, if you can't root for anybody's success, that's a big problem. Because if it can't flow through you, it ain't flowing to you, bro. Okay, but this is just, we want to put your jersey on our back, send good vibes your way, and we ask the same thing, and that you do the same thing for everybody in here, man. So it's very simple. I've been praying hard for a lot of y'all out there, bro. It gets me hyped. Okay, I hope it's been good. I hope it's been good. Oh, is it for members only? Nah. Prayers are free. But if you want to complain and you don't value your opinion at the price of 15 cents a day, then that is different. But prayers are free. So if you want to complain in the prayer request wall, that's what trolls do. So again, that's what happens with like other people. People flood the prayer request walls. They'll say evil things in it. If you want to go about that route and you get mad that we're shutting down your opinion because you can't afford 15 cents a day, I understand. But if you would like to, but either way, at the end of the day, we still pray for everybody on that list. You know what I'm saying? So do what you want to do, but prayers are free 99, baby. Prayers are free 99. Political opinions are going to cost you 15 cents a day. So again, it's cheaper than gas prices, but I don't want to get political. See what I did there? That's funny. Okay, anyways, but fill out the prayer request wall. We love you. We appreciate you. That's always going to be free no matter what. So hopefully we will see you there, baby. Hopefully we will see you there. Amen. That's good. Communist chat, whatever. Say whatever you want now. The market is closed, asshole. That's it. You're a prick. What do you want me? That's it. What do you want me to come back at you? Nah, man. I'd rather just pray for you. Why do you got to do me like that? It's okay. It's fine. The market is closed. It's chill though. Like, you see what I'm saying? Nothing's going on. Go ahead. Get political. Get mean. Do whatever you want right now, bro. I don't care. I can't trade. Neither can you. What were you doing when we had the market open? What the fuck? That's insane. I'm joking, bro. They always joking. You know what? They always joking. That's it. You can't make that, bro. Make that joke for me at the simple price of 15 cents a day. I'm gonna clown y'all. And you know that? I'm just gonna clown y'all on it because it just show y'all political until a 15 cents per day price target hits. That's insane. How y'all gonna complain about gas prices, but then you can't even do 15 cents a day? And now you got all these funny jokes all of a sudden. Nah, man, that's it. There's some real ones, though, honestly. Some people, I saw non-members out there, they held it down. Even after getting unbound, they said thank you. They said they loved it. They didn't have no petty joke, bro. So it was good, and that's what I can respect. And I know who's really here for the right reasons. But at the end of the day, I just know that you're going to get I just know you're going to get value from it. So whatever, if you don't like the jokes I make towards it, if you like this or that, whatever it is, at the end of the day, I know you are going to get good information, and I know it's not politically charged, and you don't have to read that bullshit. So at the end of the day, it's a win-win. You're still getting everything you need and above and beyond for the price of free 99. So I know I could stand by that every single day, and I'm just glad for the people who hold it down and people who are ready to play. And again, bro, amen, bro. I have to clap. You know what I'm clapping for? The people who are very positive today. I really appreciate you. You know what I'm saying? Some of you guys, the chat looked amazing. Even before we went members only, you guys were very respectful. So I'm sorry if you feel punished for that. That was not the intention. Genuinely, I hope you realize I'm just trying to clean it up. That's all. I just wanted it cleaned up. I don't know if you could tell too. I'm more focused as well. I don't know if you guys, again, maybe you're getting better stuff. I don't know what it is, but it's so much. Again, the conversations, everything is beautiful. So God bless you. But I just big shout out to the people in the chat, man, who held it down and were already ready to go with it. You know what I'm saying? So I love it. That blew my mind today. And another one, bro, is Graham. Graham, bro, for real. Graham, honestly, I'm telling you, I love it. I love it. You know what I'm saying? I love it. It's great. I love it. For real, bro. The Graham, you would have been most likely, if this was like a yearbook, we would have been like most likely to pull out their Harley Davidson at any moment. And then this guy over here setting such a wonderful example. So honestly, man, I love it. It's a ode to your professionalism and all this stuff you've said in the past too, because you've always held it down. And it's beautiful to see, man. So for real, thank you. No, for real, bro. Because I've had people be very extreme, and then the minute we do anything of that nature, and I'm just like, chill, bro. They flip that extremeness on me, and then they go crazy on me, and then they're like, again, people just get hella dramatic. It's just, again, there's just nothing like seeing people, because I know what Graham believes, and that's what I'm saying, and I don't think his belief changed overnight, but, he was able to show a lot of respect for everybody here, myself, and really, his money, and he's about it. So that's why I was like, man, that was dope, bro. That was dope to see. And that's what I'm saying, man. It's like, my opinions don't change. I think a lot of you know where I stand on a lot of stuff. You know what I believe. But, I mean, while the market's open, we don't really need to really focus on it. And we could just get to what we need to get to. And so I like it. And I like what I'm seeing. And it's good. And it's very, very good to see, bro. So it's beautiful. And I love it. Those were some big highlights out of the day. You know what I'm saying? Those were some highlights. I love you too, Percy. God bless you. Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open, baby. Horn. Amen. Full time now. Graham is hilarious. Yeah, Graham he's funny more often than not. That's why it's just, I've just seen, I think a lot of people have seen political comments out of him. That's why it's funny, because he just straight up, no political comments. He straight up just set the example, bro. It was weird. I didn't think Graham was going to be the leader. That's all I've said. I didn't think Graham was going to just take the leadership role and just come in there and just be like, nah, we got this, bro. Boom. And it was just good, bro. It was good. I love it. Amen. So there you go, baby. Be a leader for all of you. Be a leader. That's on you, bro. You understand it's the right move. It's nice, man. It's just easier to focus on stuff. I like the conversation, and it's just a lot chiller, man. And if we could all keep it in our control, and whatever is in our private lives, whatever we believe privately, whatever we that's for private time. That's just kind of the way I view it, and I think it cools things down. And I think a lot of you would realize we could get a lot better information, conversation off of everybody. If everybody would be a lot nicer to each other if you just didn't know what they thought politically. I promise you. Have you noticed that? Like, seriously, have you noticed that? Like, do you realize, like, have you noticed you'll see someone and you'll be like, oh, they're cool. And then the minute something political kind of comes up deep down, no matter what's happened, just because of what we've gone through in the last 24 months, you're automatic. You're like, you know what I say? Something comes up on there. So it's just like, that's just what happens. It's just like, hey, let's just view that as private. You know what I'm saying? And you keep that privately. If you want to judge somebody, be my guest, that's on you. But I think we focus on here. After hours, we could talk about whatever we want. Again, if it's not related to stocks, feel free. You know what I'm saying? But for the most part, I don't want this to be an outlet. This is not an outlet for political frustration. This is not an outlet for things. That's what you should do privately. That's why you should have people. You should have stuff for that politically. An outlet for anything else, man. You want to talk about stoicism. You want to talk about philosophy. You want to talk about the gym. You want to talk about real estate. You want to talk about stocks. You want to talk about flipping cars, flipping anything. You want to talk about eating healthy food. You want to talk about you become what you think about. You know what I'm saying? You want to talk about if a Subaru Baja is a dope looking car, I could have that conversation. We could talk about music. Do you see what I'm saying? It's like we could talk about so many things. But it's just, I don't want it politicized, and there's, you guys are going to have to find a different political outlet if that's what you think this is, So, but I'm excited about it, bro. I like it, and I'm really thankful for all of y'all who have just vibed with it and are ready to go, and I promise you, you will not be cheated in any of it. And what I mean by that is I really believe that you will get more out of your time here. I think you're going to get a better Josh. You're going to get a better Chad. You're going to get faster news. When you're reading the chat, it's very, very simple. It's not... again, you don't have to sift through any comments, and you don't have to really, again, every single comment back to back, something market related, and it's starting market discussions that are important. That's it. Yeah, you don't get a Biden voice anymore. But that's what it comes down to. And again, and I hope you realize for anybody, honestly, the real people who complain and shit and aren't really about that life, they already left. But, I have to take credit for some of it. Like, a lot of it would be my fault in the sense that if, even my little comments here and there, it's my problem for even bringing up politics. I know the jokes are funny and I like it and I love comedy and I love laughing and I want them, but it's just like, I just don't even want to talk about it even then. So it's my fault forever. Even I hope I didn't rile anybody up or anything like that, but it's just simple. That's why it's like, I'm just even going to stay away from it myself. You know what I'm saying? Tax loopholes are okay. We could talk about taxes. That's not political. And again, and that's what I'm here for. I want you guys educated. And that's really what I'm about. Everything else, bro, I don't give a shit what you believe. Honestly, if you don't tell me your political opinion and you don't talk about politics, you're going to get so much out of this. And that's how all of us will. You know what I'm saying? Oh, man. It's good, baby. It's good. We are free. Y'all been free. But I love it, man. So I'm excited. I'm very, very excited. I'm excited with what we got today. But be on the watch list. We already went through it all. I didn't even have PHILO today, bro. I didn't even have PHILO today, man. That's crazy. I don't even know what the PHILO would be. Oh, yeah, real estate today. We have real estate. corealestate@gmail.com. Again, it's like the members only thing. It's like, bro, if you're not about it, though, don't go. It's simple as that. If you've heard me talk about real estate, call out so many things with real estate, and you feel that you need to be convinced towards it, we're not going to try to convince you. You don't need to be sold on it. It's either there or not. Like I keep saying, I feel like if you have a calling for it and you could kind of, if you've put 2 + 2 together and you've done the math yourself and you see the opportunity and you see what we've provided and what we have here, and you're like, okay, I've came to the conclusion this is a good answer. We would love to have you, and I hope we are here to provide resources, and we will help you bring whatever real estate dream you have to life. We will literally we'll help you make it a reality, and that's all it comes down to. But I can't convince you of it. You know what I'm saying? saying? And that's what it comes down to. So if you guys want to join, corealestate@gmail.com. There's many people who are in here, who have been in here, and that's what they're all doing, man. Everybody got a long term. Everybody in real estate, they doing what they're doing. Yeah, you could join even if you're not with the brokerage. It's up to you. That's all it is. I mean, it's the goal of the Colt Real Estate, the goal of Colt Real Estate in general, we want to build the biggest real estate network in the world. We are going to do that. God willing. That's the only thing that would ever prohibit that is God willing. We are going to do that. That is the plan. That is the mission. If you want to be a part of that, and if you want to sow good seed in that, and you want to be a leader in that now, early, whatever it may be, and whatever you want that role to be in and your role into it, it is there. That's why we do it. That's why we offer to help people out. That's why we have people committing to it, because it is a benefit. You will have people all across the United States of America and the damn world. We got people in Australia, New Zealand, Netherlands, Canada, the United Kingdom, all over, even China, believe it or not. It's weird how it works in China, though, but still. At the end of the day, it's an international thing. It's only growing. We're very patient. We are all hard workers. We're going to work on it little by little, but we are going to become the biggest real estate network in the world. If you want to be a part of it earlier, later, however you want, you find your role in that, and whatever you provide to it now, I mean, the whole idea is for it to give us dividends, and that's why we're building it how we are right now. So, yallah. Email coltrealestate@gmail.com. That's all. That's all it comes down to. That is all it comes down to. You email 6 p.m. Pacific time. Tyler and Trey, they're going to be piloting that flight there for you. And they're going to, you're going to see what happens. And you're going to see everybody in there. And, how if you want to network, that's on you. That's the thing. I know a lot of people join the calls. It's funny because, I don't know, it's a lot of people. It's like an attitude when they join a church. They're like, what's the church gonna do for me? Oh yeah, I want this to do this. I don't want this to do this. I want this to do that. But it's like at the end of the day, it's like you could join and network however you want. So if you want to go in there and you're like, what are we doing here? We're here to network. So hopefully you use that opportunity to network and you make your name known. You talk with the guys and you see what building yourself with throughout that group could provide for you. Amen. Amen. But that's it, chat. That's it. I wish I had a PHILO for you. I wish I could. I have a lot of PHILOs, man. But honestly, it's just be at peace, bro. Okay? That's it. That's all it comes down to. That's all. And I'm just very thankful for the real ones, for real. I hope you guys know just like certain qualities. And again, I think the qualities that have gotten you this far and probably other places in your life, the way some of you hold it down, I just hope you know, like, there's certain things that can't be purchased. You know what I'm saying? And that's something I want to give to you. That I hope you really understand the value of some of the qualities that you possess. Again, some of y'all are immune to complaining. Y'all are immune to giving in to social pressure. Y'all are immune to certain things, and it's beautiful to see. You know what I'm saying? And like even in general, the way y'all hold it down, the persistence, the drive, determination, dedication. I start sounding like the rock right. It's about job. It's about power. But like I'm saying, some qualities, those can't be purchased. You know what I'm saying? Like literally, there's that story. It's like if you go back into your third grade class, imagine you're in third grade and you had to pick two people in that classroom and your income would be tied to them for the rest of your life. Or maybe you were in high school and you had to pick two classmates of yours that you would attach your income to for the rest of your life. Who would you pick and why? Do you see what I'm saying? Do you see that's the whole point with it? Because guess what? You don't know who's going to be rich or poor. You'd be like, oh, some people may have came from a good family or not. They might, but then again, but think about it. Nah, some of you are joking. You'd be like, oh, I get the quiet one. Oh, I get the hottest girl, the biggest nerd. But let's be real. I know you wouldn't take the hottest girl because if she was mean to you or she ignored you one day, you would actually feel some type of way about her. I know you wouldn't pick her, especially if she curved you in any way, shape, or form. Oh man, they don't feel me. The quiet kid, but what you still think he's probably gonna shoot up the place. You don't know any. Think about it. whatever it may be, do you get the idea? You're going to look at qualities of a person. You're not going to look at income. You're not going to look at money. The only thing you're going to look at is the quality. You're going to say, is that person honest? Well, I see this person actually work hard. That person actually tries. Oh, man. Oh, man. So that's what I'm saying, man. That's the PHILO. And that's what I'm saying, man. Keep your peace. And I hope you guys realize what some of you possess. Some of you are rarer than you think. You know that, right? You know how many people, the qualities are lacking even in there. You know how many people are so ready to complain? The minute they get a chance, the minute they could pull a victim card, the minute that they could complain. Oh, and some of y'all out here, y'all still grinding away, head down working, chipping away. You know you could complain. You could go, if anybody has a reason to complain, it was probably you. Oh, isn't that funny? Oh, you see what I'm saying? Let's go, baby. But for real, though, it's one thing about the Chad, but, like, just don't forget hard work. You know what I'm saying? Hard work, like dedication, like actually being dedicated to your craft. You know, being willing to ride with it and being in there, just in the game, though, willing to work hard. Just understand that is a very rare commodity. You know, look at the price of oil when supply go low. Look at the price of wheat and corn when people are worried about supply. Bro, we should be worried about the supply of hard workers right now. Do you know what the value is on somebody willing to work hard? Regardless of the external situation, especially in a very external, crazy world that we're in right now. Oh, come on, man. Oh, the price has been up. That's what I'm saying. Don't let them play you. You know what I'm saying? Don't let them play you. Don't let them play you. Okay, you know what I'm saying? Please don't let them play you. Don't let the little devil in your mind play you. That little voice, just don't let him play you. You know what I'm saying? He's like, oh, you ain't doing this. You can't do this. Oh, this, Just don't forget about the real qualities that really matter. Short term and long term. Woo! So I hope they feel me, Chad. Oh, my demon's tired. Amen. 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 Yes, make them submit. Make them give in. Flee from me. Resist. The lion seeks whom he could devour. You know that? That means he's looking for who he could devour. I mean, you say, nah, you can't devour me. He needs someone who he could... Oh, they don't feel me. The lion just literally looking to see if he can clap you. He's like, oh, you easy, man. You easy out here. Oh, man. You know that, right? You know that the lion's just looking. The lion looks at you. If you look at him back and he could see that you could be, oh, man, if you could be devoured, if you would willingly accept that thought, oh, he's coming at you. If not, you looking right there. What? What you gonna do? What? Let's see what's gonna happen, baby. Let's see what's gonna happen. Okay, let's see what you gonna do with them teeth or the fucking mane you got. I don't care. Let's go, baby. Woo! I told you, I've been crazy this whole week, man. I'm defending my dissertation on Friday. Send me prayer. Oh, my God. That sounds intense. You got the prayers. Let's go. You got it. You got it. Get some eye of the tiger in there. I said this the other day. Get some confidence in there. You know what I'm saying? Whatever. I need conviction in your dissertation. You know what I'm saying? Like, I need you to find the point you really believe, and you need to get in there and hit it with that belief. You know what I'm saying? Conviction in it. And just like, nah. This is what I'm defending it. Because I'll show you what defense looks like. You know what I'm saying? Woo! You know, for real, I'll show you what defense looks. You know, honestly, that's what people will say. They'll be like, you mad. Remember yesterday, they're like, why are you getting, you try? I was like, no. You believe me. I'll show you what, if I was really defensive looks like. You'll see what it really looks like. But you know why? Because that's what Epictetus says. Believe it or not. What does he say? Let me get you the direct quote. I don't want to butcher it, but he says something on people who comment on you. He says something along the lines that, like, if they, like, why you shouldn't get offended, or if, like, again, in terms of getting defensive, is like, because if someone says something about you, if they really knew everything about you, they would have said a lot more. Oh, y'all don't feel me. Oh, man. Oh, man. Do you get that? Oh, you know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? It's like, oh, they'll say something, they'll be like, oh, Josh. They're like, oh, Josh, you got clapped. Oh, and I'll be like, oh, whatever. And they'll be like, oh, yeah. They like, you know, you think you're like, oh, are you getting defense? It's like, man, it's like if you really think that clap was bad and you really are, if you weren't speaking out of ignorance, you would have brought up the 7-figure loss on Facebook. But clearly you don't even know that. So that means you probably don't even know half of what you're speaking on me. You know what I'm saying? So think about that. Think about that for, oh, man, there it is. Where is it? I need to find the quote. Oh, there it is. There it is. Hold on. I think I found it. Where is it? Oh, here it is. Ready? Here it is. This one's great. If anyone tells you that a certain person speaks ill of you, do not make excuses about what is said about you, but answer. He was ignorant of my other faults, else he would not have mentioned these alone. Ooh! Bro, he said, don't even argue it. He said, don't even argue it. All you got to do is answer. He was ignorant of my other faults, else he would not have mentioned those alone. Oh, I'm telling you, don't that hit? If anyone tells you that a certain person speaks ill of you, do not make excuses about what is said of you, but answer. He was ignorant of my other faults, else he would not have mentioned these alone. Oh, man. Man, that's like that's just saying they don't even know you. Like, think about that next time. Next time someone says something about you and like you kind of don't like it. But again, this is all about the impulse, right? Just take a minute to digest how you react to it, right? But just think about what they said about you and then ask yourself, do they really know? Because then I want you to think about your biggest failure and think about the thing that you don't even tell people. Oh, You know what I'm saying? That one little thing, you don't even mention it. You don't even get close to it. You don't even joke about it. It don't even come up. Only you know, deep down, only you know. You know about every little thing you did. Everything in darkness. You know exactly what I'm talking about. It's okay. It's fine, bro. We're all human. It's great. Don't worry. I'm helping you out. Because I'm just trying to say, if they can't tell you about that, like, what do they really know on you then? You know what I'm saying? That's what I'm saying all the damn time. It's like, damn, if you really... Like, you should have mentioned a lot of things. Like, I could have roasted myself a lot better is all I'm saying. And that's why it's like I can't take any offense to it. You must be coming out of a place of ignorance because it's like I could have really roasted myself if we were going down that road. Because there, bro, you remember that one time. Never mind. They don't feel me. Woo! He said it's like 8 Mile. I am white. I am a bum. I do live in a trailer with my mom. That's some real stoic shit right there. The last battle. Everybody in the 313. Everybody in CULT. Put your mother hands up and follow me. Everybody in CULT. Put your mother hands up. What? Nobody stand up. Notice that this man's long term ain't up. Oh, this GameStop has got you gassed up. Now, who's afraid of the big bad short ladder attack? 1, 2, 3 into the 4. 1 month, 2 month, 3 month, 4 month, 5 months, 6 months more. This guy ain't no. Okay. Anyway, I'm just saying it worked. Anyways, Chad, God bless you. I love you. Have a wonderful day. Read the books, Richest Man of Babylon, Proverbs, New Living Translation, and The Strangest Secret in the World. Lead the Field by Earl Nightingale if you're feeling extra. Okay? You could run that one up. And just don't forget why we're here. Okay? Why we here. Why we keep going. Why we in the game. Why we control what we could control and understand there's just a lot of things out there that just ain't really worth the peace, man. And we could only control our own peace. And it's easier than you thought if you only focus on yourself. And if you focus on one more thing, maybe bigger than all of it, What is that thing, baby? Finger to the sky, baby. To God be the glory, and through the grace of God alone. Amen. Amen. Amen, bro. For real. For real. God is good, bro. For real. All of it. All of it. All of it. All of it. I'll give it to God. Give it all of it, baby. All of it. Amen. 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 For real. Amen, bro. We are lucky. You know that? We are dust, and we are just blessed with this level of humanity that we have to be the crazy humans we are. You know that? We are just blessed to take it all. It's a blessing, bro. For real, a blessing. A blessing. Just above the no other way to describe it but blessing. You know what I'm saying? We don't even deserve it. I could go down the list, bro. I'm just saying I could go down the list. You know, I could kind of let's get some breakfast. Get some breakfast, baby. So let's go. No fear. 365 days. No fear at all. Another day, another season. You ain't afraid. The Lord could give a lot. The Lord could take away. All of it. You see, it don't matter. Oh, that's some stoicism right there if you with me. Oh, tell him, Uncle.
In the morning I be eating. Money still my back. Take a knee and thank the man. Then I get back to the trade. Seeing houses in the evening. They go to LA. Brought a tear to mama's eyes. We should see how far we came. Not to pray in the evening. Ain't promised a day, so this money that I'm saving is some money on the way. Another day, another season. Bitch, I ain't afraid, cause the Lord can give a lie, and the Lord can take away. Yeah. On my job, feeling Joe. Quit $1 million for the whip, $20 for the clothes. So I don't forget the days that I barely stay afloat. Hope you picking up the game. I ain't saying this shit to close. Don't trust him, don't eat. It don't matter if you dining with the king. Cause your weapon take can kill you before you blink. That's a private, and it's talking about the great. Crazy, but I'm diligent. Contrary and a dissident. I keep the peace, don't be naive. I'm moving like I'm militant. I translated transitory, there was no equivalent. Everything except the president is unprecedented. Damn, you might get that in a minute. We're on a second listen. I son him, that's repetition. The Father got all the knowledge and granted me with the wisdom. The truth is still hard to swallow, ain't following what I'm spitting. Valley of the death, I be walking, chilling, seeing what I see, yeah, caught in vision. Got a lot of skies, but they taught me lessons. We gon' take it 5, that's what God's willing. Morning I be eating, money still my back. Take a knee and thank the man, then I get back to the trade. Seeing houses in the evening, they go to LA. Brought a tear to mama's eyes, you should see how far we came. Wait, ain't got time to even finish hooks. I'm busy making plays and just waiting to get the puts. Ain't caught up in what they talking, cause often they overlook the progress we making often and focus on what we couldn't. You don't bring that, don't eat. That's reality, that shit ain't up to me. You can look, but that don't mean you really see. Price inflated, but still the land of the free. Fuck you, you ain't feeling it. Me and you no semblance. Mama was an immigrant, and look at what we did with it. You look like you think you quit, but nobody gon' give a shit. That's between the future you. I hope that you could deal with it. Damn, I should cool it for a minute, cause I ain't really tripping. It's different, the PHILO hitting. I deal with the dealer different, and wholesaling for the difference. I got a tree planting trees, and it's feeding my children. Wake up in the morning, I be eating. Money still my back, take a knee and thank the man. Then I get back to the trade, seeing houses in the evening. They go to LA, brought a tear to mama's eyes. We should see how far we came, another prayer in the evening. Ain't promised a day, so this money that I'm saving, there's some money on the way. Another day, another season. Bitch, I ain't afraid, cause the Lord can give a lie, and the Lord can take away.
It's different, the PHILO hitting. Oh, it's different, the PHILO hitting, bro. It's different, the PHILO hitting, you know? It's different, the PHILO hit. Oh, my goodness. Oh, my goodness. Oh, my goodness. So, God bless you, Chad. Okay, I love you. I hope you have a wonderful evening. I'll see you tonight, and I'll see you in the morning, baby. Peace out. Oh, hey, wait. Josh, I want an EXC digestion pony. Okay, love you.